simple present indicative of inveterate. Inveterating, present participle and gerund of inveterate. Inveteration, the act of making inveterate. Inveteratus, one who resists reform and holds to tradition. Inveteratus, plural of inveteratus. Imex, a differentiable function f colon letter 2 1 1 yen right arrow letter 2 1 1 d being such that there exists a vector value function and such that f xfu greater gxufu for all x in u. Invexity, the state of being invex. Inviabilities, plural of inviability. Inviability, the state or quality of not being viable. Inviable, synonym of non-viable. Inviably, in an inviable manner. Invect, unconquered, unsubdued. Invedet, the Roman goddess of divine retribution and vengeance, often accompanied by the Furies/Fury. She is the Roman counterpart of Nemesis. Invidious, causing ill will, envy, or offense. Invidiously, in an invidious manner. Invidiousness, malevolent provocation of dislike or resentment, the state or quality of being invidious. Invidiousnesses, plural of invidiousness. Invigilance, lack of vigilance, neglect of watching. Invigilance, lack of vigilance, neglect of watching. Invigilate, to oversee a test or exam. Invigilated, simple past and past participle of invigilate. Invigilate, third person singular simple present indicative of invigilate. Invigilating, present participle and gerund of invigilate. Invigilation, the act of watching or invigilating. Invigilations, plural of invigilation. Invigilator, a person who supervises students during an examination, a proctor. Invigilators, plural of invigilator. Invigilatrices, plural of invigilatrix. Invigilatrix, a woman or entity given female personification who invigilates, a female invigilator. Invigor, to invigorate. Invigorous, something that invigorates. Invigorance, plural of invigorance. Invigorate, to impart vigor, strength, or vitality to. Invigorated, simple past and past participle of invigorate. Invigorates, third person singular simple present indicative of invigorate. Invigorating, present participle and gerund of invigorate. Invigoratingly, in an invigorating manner. Invigoratingness, the quality of being invigorated. Invigoration, the act of invigorating or the state of being invigorated. Invigorations, plural of invigoration. Invigorative, serving to invigorate. Invigoratively, in an invigorative manner. Invigorator, one who or that which invigorates. Invigorators, plural of invigorator. Invigor, simple past and past participle of invigor. Invigorate, present participle and gerund of invigor. Invigors, third person singular simple present indicative of invigor. Invigor. participle of invigor. Invigoring, present participle and gerund of invigor. Invigor, third person singular simple present indicative of invigor. Invile, to render vile. Invile, third person singular simple present indicative of invile. Invinate, to embody in a wine. Invinative, simple past and past participle of invinate. Invinate, third person singular simple present indicative of invinate. Invinating, present participle and gerund of invinate. Invination, the action of substantial presence of the blood of Christ with the wine of the sacrament of the Lord's Supper. Invincibility, plural of invincibility. Invincibility. Quality or state of being invincible. Invincibleness. Invincibility frame. A single frame or some other brief window of time during which a player character is invincible, usually occurring immediately after the character has just been hurt or when the scene in the game's world has finished loading. Invincibility frame. Plural of invincibility frame. Invincible. Impossible to defeat, destroy, or kill, too powerful to be defeated or overcome. Invincible ignorance. Ignorance beyond the individual's control and for which, therefore, he/she is not responsible before God. Invincibleness. The quality of being invincible, unconquerableness, insuperableness. Invincibles. Plural of invincible. Invincibly. In an invincible manner, unconquerably, insuperably. Inviolabilities. Plural of inviolability. Inviolability. The quality or state of being inviolable. Inviolableness. Inviolable. Not violable. Not to be freed. Inviolable. Quality or state of being inviolable. Inviolable. In an inviolable manner, without violation or violence of any kind. Inviolacy. Plural of inviolacy. Inviolacy. The state or quality of being violated. Inviolate. Not violated. Violation. Or hurt of any kind. Secure against violation or impairment. Inviolated. Not violated or injured. Inviolate. Inviolated. In an inviolate manner. Inviolate. The state of being inviolate. That, untrodden. Inverez, an antiviral drug that prevents the multiplication of HIV cells. Invero, deficient in mano, unmanly, feminine. Virility, absence of virility or man, as a mystery. Environment, obsolete spelling of environment. Environment, simple past and past participle of environment. Environment, present participle and gerund of environment. Environment, plural of environment. MS, clipping of invisible. Investigate, to daub or catch with glue or birdlime, to entangle with glutinous matter. Investigate, simple past and past participle of. Investigate. Investigate, third person singular simple present indicative of investigate. Investigating, present participle and gerund of investigate. Investigation, insalivation. Inviscerate, deep-seated, internal. dismissive. Invisibilize, alternative form of invisibilize. Invisibilized, simple past and past participle of invisibilize. Invisibilize is third person singular simple present indicative of invisibilize. Invisibilizing, present participle and gerund of invisibilize. Invisibility, plural of invisibility. Invisibility, the state of being invisible. Invisibilization, alternative form of invisibilization. Invisibilization, plural of invisibilization. Invisibilize. Alternative form of invisibilize. Invisibilize. Simple past and past participle of invisibilize. Invisibilize. Third person singular simple present indicative of invisibilize. Invisibilize. Present participle and gerund invisibilize. Invisible. Unable to be seen. Out of sight. Not visible. Invisible bird. Small songbird Miatus genibarbus sibilant, found on the island of St. Vincent in the Caribbean. Invisible bird, plural of invisible bird. Invisible export, any export that does not have a tangible physical presence, for example, expertise, insurance underwriting. Invisible export, plural of invisible export. Invisible government, synonym of shadow government. Invisible governments, plural of invisible government. Invisible green, a very dark shade of green that is almost black. Invisible hand, a metaphor for the principle that in a free market, an individual pursuing his own self-interest also tends to promote the good of his community as a whole. Invisible hand, plural of invisible hand. Invisible import, any import that does not have a tangible physical presence. Invisible import, plural of invisible import. Import. Invisible ink, an ink invisible on application or soon thereafter that can later be rendered visible by some process, such as explosion of heat. Invisible ink, plural of invisible ink. Invisible kitchen, a minimalist kitchen with elements blended or are hidden when not in use. Invisible kitchen, plural of invisible kitchen. Invisible minority, plural of invisible minority. Invisible minority, a minority group that is not visually recognizable. Invisible pink unicorn, a unicorn goddess who is simultaneously invisible and pink beautiful. In arguments against faith in an unprovable deity. Invisible pink unicorn, plural of invisible pink unicorn. Invisible primary, plural of invisible primary. Invisible primary, the period between when major political candidates show interest in running for president and when the primaries and caucuses actually begin. Invisible rail, a flightless bird of species Habrapilla wallacei from the family Rallidae, endemic to parts of Indonesia. Invisible rails, plural of invisible rail. Invisible restoration, a style of restoration of ceramics that aims to conceal any damage completely. Invisible restoration. Plural of invisible restoration. Invisible runner, in informal baseball and stickball games, a base runner who cannot steal a base but can, depending on the rules, advance on a wild pitch, and who usually travels at the rate of the current batter. Invisible runners, plural Invisible trade. An international transaction not involving tangible goods, but services. The import and export of such services includes invisible trade. Plural of invisible trade. Invisible web. Web. Invisible web. Alternative form of invisible web. Invisible web. Plural of invisible web. Invisible. Simple past and past participle of invisible. Invisibleness. The state of being invisible. Invisibility. Invisible. Plural of invisible. Invisible. Present participle and gerund of invisible. Invisibilization. The act or process of invisibilizing. Invisibilize. Make invisible. Marginalize so as to erase presence or contribution. Invisibilize. Simple past and past participle of invisibilize. Invisibilize. Third person singular simple present indicative of invisibilize. Invisibilize. Present participle and gerund of invisibilize. Invisibly. In a way that cannot be seen in an invisible manner. Inviso. Invisible. Invitable. Capable of or suitable for being invited. Invitable. Not alive, lifeless. Invitation. The act of inviting. Solicitation. Requesting of a person's company. Invitation envelope. Synonym of banker, a type of envelope with a diamond shape or E-flap that opens on the long edge. Invitation envelopes. Plural of invitation envelope. Invitation. Inviting. Invitational. Plural of invitation. Invitation. Plural of invitation. Invitatory. Plural of invitatory. Invitatory. Of or pertaining to an invitation. Invite. To ask. The presence or participation of someone or something. Invite. Simple past and past participle of invite. Invited to the cookout. Of an outsider supported the understanding of African Americans to such an extent as to be considered an ally. Invited. Plural of invited. Invitee. A person who is invited. Invitees. Plural of invitee. Enlightenment. Invitation, allurement, temptation. Invitement. Plural of invitement. Inviter. Someone who invites. Inviters. Plural of inviter. Invites. Plural of invite. Invitus. Second person singular simple present indicative as invite. Invited. Third person singular participle of invoke. Invoker, one who calls upon a person, especially a god, for help, assistance, or guidance. Invokers, plural of invoker. Invoke. Third person singular simple present indicative of invoke. Invoking. Present participle and gerund of invoke. Invoking. So as to invoke. Involatile, not volatile. Involatilizable, incapable of being volatilized, that is, incapable of evaporation, sublimation, or of becoming volatile. Involtino, plural of involtino. Involtino, plural of involtino. Involtino, a thin slice of meat rolled around the stuffing and cooked, a ruler. Involtino, plural of involtino. Involucre, an involucre that forms the base of a flower cluster with its compound inflorescence. Involucellum, plural of involucellum. Involucellate, containing involucre. Involucellum, an involucre. Involucre, plural of involucre. Involucre, plural of involucre. Involucre, pertaining to, having, or similar to involucrum or involucre. Involucre. Having an involucre, involucre. Involucrated, alternative form of involucrated. Involucre, conspicuous bracts, bract pair or ring of bracts at the base of an inflorescence. Involucre, having an involucre. Involucrellum, plural of involucrellum. Involucrellum, an upper covering layer of a lichen. Involucre, plural of involucre. Involucre, an involucre. Involucre, plural of involucre. Involucre, the protein components of human skin. Involucrum, a sheath that covers or envelopes, especially one that forms direct on the superstrum of new bone. Involucrin, misspelling of involucrin. Involuntarily, in an involuntary manner, done without conscious thought. Involuntary, the state of being, involuntary, unwillingness, automatism. Involuntary, without intention, unintentional. Involuntary manslaughter, reckless killing of a human being without malice of forethought and intention. Involuntary manslaughter, plural of involuntary manslaughter. Involuntary movement, an abnormal, unintended, or uncontrollable movement of the body. Involuntary movement. Plural of involuntary movement. Involuntary muscle, a muscle that is not controlled by individual volition. For example, cardiac muscle and smooth muscle. Involuntary muscle, plural of involuntary muscle. Involuntary park, a previously inhabited area that has been abandoned and allowed to return to a wild, overgrown state. Involuntary park, plural of involuntary park. Involuntary sculpture. In surrealism, sculpture formed by absent-mindedly manipulating an object. Involuntary sculpture. Plural of involuntary sculpture. Involuntary. It is from two matrices and of order W. The involuntary is the resultant of a W2 scalar equation obtained by equating to zero a linear function of scalar coefficients of the W2 matrices involver.
man, you gotta
Someone
have
or
that time
something
where
that
you just like
involves.
disconnect from
Involvers.
from the scene,
Plural
just
of
the
involver.
race. Like, and
Involves.
it's a race that I've
Third
created in my
person
head, you know?
singular
But you have to
simple
step away
present
from it.
indicative of involve. Involveth. Third person singular simple present indicative of involve. Involving. Present participle and gerund of involve. F. Abbreviation of invert. F. Abbreviation of inventory. X. Plural of in. Involer. Not vulgar, refined, elegant. Invulgar. Made vulgar. Invulnerability. Plural of invulnerability. Invulnerability. The state of being invulnerable. Invulnerable. Incapable of being injured. Not vulnerable. Invulnerableness. The quality of being invulnerable. Invulnerably. In an invulnerable manner. Invulnerate. Invulnerable. Invultuation. A form of witchcraft, piercing a wax or clay image of a person in order to harm them. Ewa. Alternative form of a Burmese city. Inwell. An internal gun whale. Inwells. Plural of inwell. Inwall. The refractory lining of the stack of a blast furnace, or the interior walls or lining of a shaft furnace. Inwall. Simple past and past participle of inwall. Inwall. Present participle and gerund of inwall. Inwall. Plural of inwall. Inlander. To wander in. Inlanderer. One who wanders in. An immigrant. Inlanderers. Plural of inlanderer. Inlanders. Third person singular simple present indicative of inlander. Inward. Situated on the inside. That is within inner. Belonging to the inside. Inward looking. Concerned primarily with one's own objectives, priorities, etc. Inward lookingness. The state or quality of being inward looking. Inwardness. Superlative form of inward, most inward. Inward looking. Alternative form of inward looking. Inward lookingness. Alternative form of inward lookingness. Inwardly. In an inward manner. Or toward the inside or to oneself. Inwardmost. Farthest inward. Inwardness. The characteristic of being inward or directed towards the inside. Inwardness says, plural of inwardness. Inwards, towards the inside. Inward, the washing of soil into a lake, etc. from elsewhere. Inwashes, plural of inwash. Inwave, to weave or together, to intermix or intertwine by weaving, to interlace. Inwave, simple past and past participle of inweave. Inware, third person singular simple present, indicative of inweave. Inweaving, present participle, and gerund of inweave. Inwelling, the process of flowing inward and cooling. Inwelling, plural of inwelling. Inweo, to encircle. Inweo, plural of inweo. Inwet, a stroke in which the stone rebounds from the inside edge of another stone and then slides towards the feet. A wicker, the act of making a stone strike at an angle on the inner side of another. Inwecus, plural of inwick. Inwind, to wind inward. Inwinding, present participle and gerund of inwind. Inwinds, third person singular simple present indicative of inwind. Inwe, inward knowledge or understanding. Inwomb, to place or cause to be contained in the womb. to make pregnant, to conceive. In womb, third person singular simple present indicative of in womb. In what? To dwell in, inhabit, hold. In one, third person singular simple present indicative of in one. In one. To hide in the woods. In woods, third person singular simple present indicative of in woods. In a word, indoor work done inside the home. In work, simple past participle of in work. In working, operating within, energy exerted inwardly as in mind or soul. In workings, plural of in working. In work, third person, singular simple present indicative of in work. In a world, inside the world of an MMORPG. In warm, warm. Or work Victor, in rock. In work, a village in Messing Commonwealth Parish, Colchester District, Essex, England, West Ridref BL. For 8,718. Or, and wow. In woke, simple past of in weed. In woven, past participle of in weed. In rap, alternative. The form of in rap. In rapping, archaic form of in rap. In happen, plural of in rapping. In rap, simple past participle of in rap. In rapping, present participle and gerund of in rap. In rappings, plural of in rapping. In raps, third person singular simple present indicative of in rap. In lapped, simple past and past participle of in rap. Area, to surround or encompass as with a wreath. Area, simple past and past participle of in read. Areas, third person singular simple present indicative of in read. In reading, present participle and gerund of in read. In write, alternative, past participle of in write. In write, alternative spelling of in write. In write, third person singular simple present indicative of in write. In writing, present participle and gerund of in write. In writing, past participle of in write. Simple past of in right. Ewa. Having a design that has been worked or woven in. Unyala. Alternative form of Nyala antelope. Unyala. Plural of Inyala. Now, a topic and subject. Subject matter, especially in the context of Jewish discussion. Inyana, the Zulu community, a traditional doctor or healer. Inanna, plural of Inyana. Inyana, alternative form of Inyana. Inyo County, one of 58 counties in California, United States, county seat, independent. North, a colorless monoclinic mineral, chemical formula H4B30084820. North, plural of in York. In Yoker, a census designated settlement in County, California, United States. In Zerillo, a surname from Italian. In Do Arnaldo Village, a barangay of Roxas, Capiz, Philippines. In Selwea, the Insunica grape variety when used in Sicily. In Zolia, plural of Inzolia. In Nunda, a surname. In Nunda, plural of Inzunza. In Yegwa, archaic spelling of in possessing aesthetical quality. Inestimable, archaic spelling of inestimable. Initialism of input and output. Daughter of the Choose River God, lover of soup turned by the ladder into the house. Guioma, a large yellow moth, Automaris geo, found in North America. Guioma, plural of eoma. Used to form names of iodine-containing canvas media. Ion, obsolete form of Joan. Ionides, the surname from Greek. Ionidizes, plural of Ionides. Ionia, the capital and largest city of the regional unit of Ionia and region of Epirus, Greece. Ionides, a transliteration of Greek male given name Ionios, Inuita Sigma Ionius. Ionib, a surname from Greek. Ionis, plural of Ionis. Initialism of Institute of Biology. Iobenguane, an aryl-kilguanidine analog of norpinephrine typically used as a radiopharmaceutical. Iobenzamic acid, a molecule used as a contrast medium. Iodine, a molecule used as a contrast medium. Initialism of interoffice communication. AOC, initialism of inversion of control. Aaconic acid, a molecule used as a contrast medium. Iodine, one of the moons of Jupiter. Iostamic acid, a molecule used as a contrast medium. Iachroma, any South American plant of the genus Iachroma. Iachromas, plural of Iachroma. Plural of IOC. Initialism of indoor obstacle course test. Plural of initialism of interest on deposit. Alternative form of iota, used mainly before a vowel. Adenine, a hale organic compound of formula C5H5. Idol, the compound triazotaurinide Richo. Atom, a particular molecule used as a contrast medium. Hydrogen or hydrogen aid. A chemical formula API. Ions, plural of iodine. Iodurate, a natural mineral form of silver iodide. Iodurate, plural of iodurate. Yenanayo, any salt iodic acid. Iodate, simple past and past participle of iodate. Iodates, plural of iodate. Iodation, containing iodate anions. Iodating, present participle and gerund of iodate. Iodation, the process of iodating. Iodations, plural of iodation. Iode. Synonym of iodine. Iodes, plural of iode. Iotril, a particular iodinated contrast dye. Iodide, alternative form of iodohydrate. Iodide, plural of iodide. Iodine, one of a series of compounds containing iodine and analogous chlorhydrin. Iodines, plural of iodidine. Iodium, containing iodine especially when it replaces another element. is plural of iodine. Iodine, to treat or to combine with iodine. Iodine, simple past and past participle of iodine. Iodine, third person singular simple present indicative of iodine. Iodine, present participle and gerund of iodine. Iodination, collagenation with iodine or iodine compound. Iodination, plural of iodination. Iodine, the chemical element substance of an atomic number of 53. One of the howlers. Rose shrub on the Chenopodium, found on sandy, alkaline soil southwestern U.S. Oligophia occidental. Iodine, plural of iodine book. Iodine, artificial green dyestuff and iodine derivative of rosmarine. Iodine, plural of iodine green. Iodine index, synonym of iodine value. Iodine monopamide, the interhalogen compound Iber. Iodine number, synonym of iodine value. Iodine scarlet, a pigment of an intense scarlet color consisting of mercuric iodide. Iodine ribamide, the interhalogen compound Iber-3. Iodine value, the mass of iodine in grams that is consumed by 100 grams of a chemical substance often used to determine the degree of unsaturation in fats, oils, and waxes. Iodine yellow, a brilliant yellow pigment consisting of lead iodide. Iodine 125, the radioactive isotope of iodine-2 having a half-life of 59 days, used as a radiation therapy. Iodine 131, the radioactive isotope of iodine-3 having a half-life of 8 days, used as a medical tracer. Iodine, simple past and past participle of iodine. Iodine, plural of iodine. Iodine, present participle and gerund of iodine. Iodinium, the spelling of iodonium. Iodization, alternative spelling of iodization. As non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of iodize. As simple past and past participle of iodize. As alternative form of iodizer. Iodizers, plural of iodizer. Iodizes, third person singular simple present indicative of iodize. Iodizing, present participle and gerund of iodize. Iodism, iodine poisoning. Iodism, plural of iodism. Any hypothetical salt or ester of iodous acid. Plural of iodide. Ioxanol, a radiopaque contrast agent used in medical diagnosis. Iodization, the act or process of iodizing. It's we react with A. Read of A. Someone or something that iodizes. Iodizes, plural of iodizer. Iodizes, third person singular simple present indicative of iodize. Iodizing, present participle and gerund of iodize. Iodo, containing iodine. Acetamide, the halogenated derivative of acetamide, CH2-icoNH2 that is used in peptide mapping to bind to cysteine. Iodositamides, plural of iodosatamide. Iodosatate, any salt or ester of iodocetic acid. Iodositates, plural of iodocetate. Iodocetic, of or pertaining to iodocetic acid and its derivatives. Iodocetic acid, the iodidated derivative of acetic acid CH2IQ that is used in organic synthesis and in protein sequencing. Any iota derivative of acetone. Iositones, plural of iodositone. Any iota derivative of acetopenone. Iodositones, plural of iodositopenone. Iodositile, any iota derivative of an acetyl group. Iodamantane, any halodamantane in which the halogen is iodine. Iodamantane, plural of iodamantane. Iodophenyl, any iota derivative of an alkenyl radical. Iodocarboxylate, to add an iodine atom and an alkoxylate group across a double bond. Iodocarboxylated, simple past participle of iodocarboxylate. Iodocarboxylation, the addition, reaction of an iodine atom and an alkoxyl group across a double bond. Iodocarboxylations, plural of iodocarboxylation. Iodophile, any iota derivative of an alkyl radical. Iodophile, plural of iodophile. Iodamphetamine, any iota derivative of amphetamine, but especially para-iodophentamine that is used as a selective serotonin-releasing agent. Iodamphetamines, plural of iodamphetamine. Iodine, any iota derivative of aniline. Iodolines, plural of iodonyline. Iodonsol, any of several isomeric iota derivatives of anisole, some of which are used in perfumery. Iodosol, plural of iodonosol. Iodontopene, any iota derivative of antipyrine, but especially 4-iodo-1,5-dimethyl-2-phene. Pyrazole, 3,1 that is a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug. Iron, any iota derivative of an iron, plural of iodorin. Iodine, a small polystyrene ball coated with an oxidizing agent that is used to catalyze iodination reactions, typically in order to incorporate iodine-125. Iodovase, plural of iodobac. Iodophenate, any salt or ester of iodopenic acid. Iodophenates, plural of iodopenate. Iodopenic acid. Iodobenzimide, a dopamine antagonist used as a radioactive tracer in brain stem. Iobenzine, any iodinated derivative of benzene, but especially monosubstitution compound C6H5 that is used in organic synthesis. Iobenzine, plural of iobenzene. Iobenzone, any iodinated derivative of benzo. Iobenzone, plural of iodapolsterols, plural of iodapolsterols, iacosol, any of several isomeric iodine derivatives of the cresols, especially one used in medicine and substitute for iodine. Iacosol, plural of iodapolsterols. A drug related to cyanocandolol, whose radiolabeled derivative has been widely used in mapping the distribution of beta-adrenoreceptors in the body. Cyclization. Any cyclization reaction involves the addition of one or more or iodine atoms. Iodocyclization, plural of iodocyclization. Iodonesyl, any iota derivative of a decyl radical. Iodonesyl, plural of iodonesyl. Iodosurdine, a nucleoside and thymidine analog that is a radiosensitizer. Iodine, a derivative conjugated reaction to iodine. Iodine, plural of iodinated. A skin condition caused by iodates. Iodomas, plural of iododerma. Iododerma, plural of iododerma. Iodosylation, any substitution, reaction in which a silane group is replaced by an iodine atom. Iodosylations, plural of iodosylation. Iodostinylation, a reaction that adds iodine and removes a stannyl group typically involving stannatrine compounds. Iodostinolations, plural of iodostinylation. Iodosobicin, an anthracycline antitumor antibiotic that is also used to treat amyloidosis. Iodophane, the aliphatic halogenated hydrocarbon C2H5 that is used in organic synthesis to introduce an ethyl group into compounds. Iodophenol, any iota derivative of atoms, but especially to H2H2OH. Iodine, any iota derivative of ethene. Iodophenol, plural of iodophenol. Iodophenol, any of several iota derivatives. Especially tetraidosylin that is used as a fungicide. Iodopylene, plural of iodopylene. Iodophyrin, a halogenated hydrocarbon, hydride, a yellow crystalline compound. Formerly used as a mild antiseptic. Iodopharm, containing iodoform. Iodophonism, iodophin poison. Iodophamide, to treat or impregnate with iodophore. Iodophamide, simple past and past participle of iodophamide. Iodophamide, third person singular simple present participle of iodophamide. Iodophamide, present participle and gerund of iodophamide. Iodophamide, a light powder and compound of iodopher albumin used as a substitute for iodophore. Iodophon, plural of iodophore. Iodogen, an iodination agent 1,3,6 alpha 6 alpha diphenyl used in radioiodination. Iodinoxyl, any iota derivative of an hexyl radical. Iodohexyl, plural of iodohexyl. Iodohistamine, any iota derivative of histamine, but especially to iodohistamine. Iodine, any double salt of iodide and hydroxide. Iodohydrate, plural of iodohydrate. Iodine, any halohydrin in which the halogen is iodine. Iodine, iodine atom carrying a positive charge and two double bonds. Iodolysis, the ring opening reaction of an iodide with a phosphate. Iodontolate, any metallate containing iodine as a ligand. Iodomethane, the aliphatic halogenated hydrocarbon with chemical formula CH3I used in organic synthesis to introduce a methyl group into compounds. Iodomethanes, plural of iodomethane. Iodomethyl, any iota derivative of a methyl group. Iodomethiols, plural of iodomethyle. Iodometric, of, pertaining to, or using iodometry. Iodometry, an analytical technique that uses the sudden disappearance or appearance of iodine to mark the end of a redox titration. Iodinate protozoium, the unit radical to chloride phenyl 3 4 nitrophenoyl 5 phenyl tetrazoium. Iodinate protozoium, alternative form of iodinate protozoium. Ionium, the unit of a 2I plus cation derived from iodine. Iodine, any element ion with the halogen is iodine. Ionium, plural of ionium. Iodonium, plural of iodonium. Ionism, an iota derivative of nucleoside. Ionisms, plural of ionism. Iotale, any iota derivative of an octyl radical.
Here we go.
Iotale, plural of iotale. Ioperoxidase, any enzyme that in the presence of hydrogen peroxide catalyzes the iodination of a hydrogen. Ioperoxidase, plural of iodoperoxidase. Iophenol, any iota derivative of a phenol. Iodophenol, plural of iodophenol. Ida, a histamine agonist is the radioactive form that's used in mapping the distribution of H3 receptors in the body. Idophenol, any iota derivative of a phenyl alcohol. Iophenol, plural of iodophenol. Iodide, iodophilic, an iodophilic. Sal, iodophiles, plural of iodophile. Iophilia, the property of being iodophilic, an affinity for iodine such as is demonstrated by the white blood cells of people with certain medical conditions. Iophilia, iodine or containing certain methods. Iodine can represent more identifiable by stating the iodine. Iodophilicity, plural of iodophilicity. Iodophilicity, the state of being iodophilic. Iodine, a complex of iodine is like a created solution. parapathite. Iaquinel. Synonym of dietodroxyquinoline. Iaquinoline. Any iota derivative of quinoline. Iaquinolines. Plural of iaquinoline. Iodoresinifradixin, an iodinated form of resinifradixin produced by Moroccan succulent Euphorbia resinifera. Iazolane, a chemical compound of silicon, hydrogen, and iodine. Iazolanes, plural of iodazolane. Iodoso, the unit of length I equals O radically. Iazobenzene, an organoid compound related to period. Iazobenzene, plural of iodasobenzene. Iodasobenzone, Iodasobenzones, plural of iodasobenzones. Iosonate, any ion formally derived from standing by replacing an oxygen atom with two of iodine. Iosonate, plural of iodosonate. Iodosucinamide, any iota derivative of succinimide. Iodosucinamides, plural of iodosucinamide. Any compound in which one or more hydroxyl groups of a sugar have been replaced by atoms of iodine. Iothers, plural of iasugar. Iosulfate, alternative form of iodosulfate. Iodosulfates, plural of iodosulfate. Iosulfite, the anion SO2 I- or any salt containing this anion. Iosulfites, plural of iodosulfide. Iosulfate, the herbicide 4-iodo-2,4-methoxy 6-methyl-1,3,5-2-ill-carbamyl-sulfamoyl benzoic acid. Iosulfate, a combination of a base with iodine and sulfuric acid. Iosulfate, plural of iodosulfate. Iosol, the unit of length I equals O radical. Iosolbenzene, alternative form of iodosobenzene. Iosolbenzene, plural of iodosobenzene. Iosols, plural of iodazole. Iodine, a compound of tannin and iodine used as an alterative and astringent. Iotherapy, the therapeutic use of iodine or iodine. Iodothrazole, a diagnostic reagent. Iothanol, any of several iota derivatives of thymol but especially 4,4-8, 2-methyl-5-propane, 2-ill-phenyl, 5-methyl-2-propane, 2-ill-phenyl hypoethylene. Iodothanol, plural of iodothanol. Iodine, a lactose trituration of the active constituents of thyroid glands achieved historically used to treat goiter, rickets, turbulence, and myxedema. Iodine, alternative, a form of iodopathy. Iodine, any of a range of additive derivatives of thyroid, especially plural of iodoxal. Iodoxals, plural of iodoxal. Iodoxybenzoic, of or pertaining to iodoxybenzoic acid and its derivatives. Iodoxybenzoic acid, an oxygenated iodo-derivative of benzoic acid that has a cyclic structure. It is a powerful oxidizing agent. Iodoxybenzoic acids, plural of iodoxybenzoic acid. Iozone, an iodine and ozone compound, historically used as an antiseptic. Plural of iodine. Iodines, plural of iodures. A natural mineral form of silver iodide. Iodides, plural of iodides. Ios, initialism of initial operating experience. Italy, initialism of Internet of Everything. IO, plural of IOE. Notice, plural of AOE. Initialism of Israel Occupation Forces. Iofendilates, a molecule used as a contrast medium. Iosine, a lipid-soluble amine in radiopharmaceutical drugs used to control blood transfusion. Ioflupane, a phenyl-tropic compound used in urology. Iophenol, adenine pentadiol. Ioblysic acid, a molecule used as a contrast medium. Ioblutinate, an iodinated contrast dye. Iowinite, an iodinated contrast dye. Iobocanic acid, a particular molecule used as a contrast medium. Initialism of International Association of Oil and Gas Producers. Iohexol, a contrast agent. Initialism of indicator of interest.
Watch out! The floor is
Plural
lava!
of IOI. Initialism of Indian occupied Kashmir, the disputed Union territory of Kashmir, also including the nearby Union territory of Ladakh, northern India. IO, female, given name. Idola, a female given name. Alternative form of ialpha.
Watch out! The floor is lava!
Ialpha, alternative form of ialpha. Ialpus, an ancient town of Caesarea situated at the foot of Mount Helios and birthplace of Jesus. Iolite, clear variety of cordierite, sometimes used as a gem. Iolite, plural of iolite. Isle, a male given name for wealth. A diminutive of the wealth, name Iolite. Ialta, initialism of interest on lawyer trust accounts. IO, initialism of Institute of Medicine. Iomente, an annual ceremony in which a brown bear or sometimes an owl is raised for 2 years and then sacrificed. Iamazonol, an antagonist and partial inverse agonist of benzodiazepine and a potential treatment for alcohol abuse. Iombral, a medication used as a radio contrast agent in X-ray imaging. Ionzapine, a phenyltropine-based psychostimulant used mainly in research. Son of Prusa and Zathas and the ancestor of Ionian people. I am carrier. I am carriers. Plural of I am carriers. I am channel. A protein complex or single protein that spans between both sides of the cell membrane and allows specific ions to pass through. I am channelopathy. Plural of I am channelopathy. I am channelopathy. Any classes or to multiple members of a single class. Ion chromatography. Synonym of ion exchange chromatography. Ion Todvin, a village and commune of Constanta County, Romania. Ion Creme, a commune of Nemt County, Romania. Ion engine, a type of spacecraft propulsion whereby electric fields accelerate ions out the exhaust to provide motive force. Ion engines. Plural of ion engine. Ion exchange, the reversible process whereby ions are exchanged between a solution and a solid or gel. Cation exchange is the process used in the water softener. Ion exchange chromatography, a technique that uses ion exchange to separate compounds, anions, and cations according to their electrical properties. Ion exchange resin, an insoluble matrix of small beads having a charged surface, used in artificial gel, light and water softeners, and ion exchange chromatography. Ion exchange resin, plural of ion exchange resin. Ion exchange resin, plural of ion exchange. Ion milling, the use of a beam of ANG areas to remove materials on the surface. Ion mirror, a reflectron. Ion mirrors, plural of ion mirror. Ion nickel, a village and commune of Iași County, Romania. Ion selective electrode, an electrode whose potential is dependent on the concentration of a specific ion in the solution in which it is immersed. Ion selective electrodes, plural of ion selective electrode. Ion storm, synonym of lightning. Ion storms, plural of ion storm. Ion tap, any of several electromagnetic devices used to capture charged particles. Ion taps, plural of ion tap. Idling, airflow induced by electrostatic forces linked to corona discharge arising at the tips of sharp conductors subjected to high voltage. Ion winds, plural of ion wind. Ion selective electrode, alternative form of ion selective electrode. Ion selective electrodes. Plural of ion selective electrode. Ion selective membrane, a membrane, for example, of a chalcogenide glass across which the electrical potential differs according to the concentration of a specific ion, used in ion selective electrodes, electrodialysis. Ion selective membranes, plural of ion selective membranes. Ionic, a small island in the Inner Hebrides, Argyll, Council area Scotland. Ione, obsolete form of Jones. Ionic, the aromatic hydrocarbon 447 trimethyl 2,3-dihydro 1H naphthalene. Ionic, plural of Ione. Ionescu, a surname from Romania. Ionescus, plural of Ionescu. Ionescu, various communes and villages in Romania. Ionex, clipped compound of ion exchange resin. Ionexes, plural of Ionex. A surname from Portuguese. Ionic, a large freshwater lake in Chukotsky district, Chukotka Autonomous Okrug, Russia. Ania, a forest settlement in Anatolia on the coast of the Aegean Sea, and an ancient Greek settlement on the west coast of Asia Minor inhabited by the Iani, one of the four main Hellenic tribes. Iania Dam, one of 83 counties in Michigan, United States, County seat, Iania. Iania, relating to the Hellenic people of that name. Anian Island, any of the 7 Ionian islands, Corfu, Ithaca, Kefalonia, one of the 13 peripheries of Greece. The main islands are Cephalonia, Corfu, Ithaca, Kythera, Lefkada, Paxoi, and Zant. Ionian mode, a mode that is the same as a major key with the interval pattern. Ionian Sea, a sea in the central and east central part of the Mediterranean. Ionians, plural of Ionians. Synonym a type of chemical bond where two atoms or molecules are connected to each other by electrostatic attraction. Ionic bond, plural of ionic bond. The ionic compound, a chemical compound consisting of cations and anions held together by electrostatic forces. The ionic compound, plural of ionic compound. Ionic crystal, a class of crystal consisting of lattice of ions held together by their electrostatic interaction. They exhibit strong absorption of infrared radiation and have planes along with the cleave easily. Ionic crystal, plural of ionic crystal. Ionic Greek, the dialect of ancient Greek used on Euboea and other islands in the Aegean Sea and in parts of Asia Minor from around 1000 to 300 BC, closely related to Attic Greek and contributing a great deal to Epic Greek. The language of Herodotus, Hippocrates, and Archelaus. Ionic liquid, any salt that has a relatively low melting point. They are used as solvents where water and traditional organic solvents cannot be used. Ionic liquid, plural of ionic liquid. Ionic mode, synonym of Ionian mode. Ionic product, the product of the concentrations of ions each raised to the power specified by its stoichiometric coefficient in solution of a salt. Ionic product, plural of ionic product. Ionic, plural of ionic radius. Ionic radius, the measure of a monatomic ion in the structure of an ionic crystal. Ionic toothbrush, a kind of electric toothbrush that releases ions and causes the teeth to accomplish multiply. Ionic toothbrushes, plural of ionic toothbrush. Ionic wind, synonyms of ion wind. Ionic wind, plural of ionic wind. Ionic wood. Using ionic bonds. Ionicism, the ionic cell in architecture. Ionicities, plural of ionicity. Ionicity, the condition of ionic. Ionicization, the process of ionicizing. Ioniциze, to make ionic. Ionicize, simple past and past participle of ionicize. Ioniциze is third person singular simple present indicative of ionicize. Ionicizing, present participle and gerund of ionicize. Either obsolete form of ionic. Ionics, plural of ionic. Ionidium, any of the former genus Ionidium of violaceous plants, chiefly found in tropical America. Ionidiums, plural of ionidium. Ionization, alternative spelling of ionization. Ionizations, plural of ionization. Non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of ionize. Ios, simple past and past participle of ionize. Alternative spelling of ionizer. Ionizer, plural of ionizer. Ionizer, third person singular simple present indicative of ionize. Ionizing, alternative spelling of ionizing. Ionizing radiation, alternative spelling of ionizing radiation. Ionizing, a phrase or structure that is characteristic of ionicry. Ionisms, plural of ionism. Ions, a scientist who studied ions in Ionia. The isotope of barium 2 for ATH. Ionizabilities. Plural of ionizability. Ionizability. Mechanism to be ionizable. Ionizable. Capable of being ionized. Ionization. Alternative form of ionization. Ionization energy is plural of ionization energy. Ionization energy. The energy needed to remove an electron from an atom or molecule to infinity. Ionization. Plural of ionization energy. Ionization energy. The energy needed to remove an electron from an atom or molecule to infinity. Ionizations. Plural of ionization. To dissociate atoms or molecules into electrically charged species to be thus dissociated. Simple past and past participle of ionize. A device that ionizes. Ionizers. Plural of ionizer. Ionizers. Third person singular simple present indicative of ionize. Ionizing. Capable of producing ions. Ionizing ion. High energy radiation that is capable of causing ionization in substances through which it passes. Also includes high energy particles. Ionizing radiation. Plural of ionizing radiation. IS recombining form denoting relationship with ions. Ionoplastics. The acoustic properties of ions charged particles, especially interacting with charged matter. Ionocaloric. Pertaining to the thermal effects which would change the ionic environmental conditions in such as group dissociation of ionic compounds. Ionocaloric. The study of ionocaloric effects. Ionocuvalent. The state of being ionocuvalent. Ionocuvalent. Having both ionic and covalent character, i.e. having some degree of sharing and some degree of separation of electrons. Ionocraft. Aircraft propelled by electrohydrodynamic propulsion. Ionocraft. Plural of ionocraft. Ionicate. A specialized epithelial cell enveloped in maintenance of osmotic homeostasis that has many agents. Borders. Ionocytes. Plural of ionocytes. Ionocytes. The spelling of ionopole. Ionojo. A hybrid material consisting of ionic liquid immobilized as polymer matrix. Ionojo. Plural of ionojo. Capable of functioning use specialty plural of ionogen. Ionogram. A display of the data produced by an ionoson, a graph of the virtual height of the ionosphere plotted against frequency. Ionograms. Plural of ionograms. Ionoluminescence. Light emission causing mutation. All of the inorganic ions that are present in an organism. Atom. A polymer, or a biological macromolecule such as a protein in which a small but significant proportion of the constituent monomers have ionic groups. Ionomag. Relating to ionomers. Ionomization. The formation of an ionomer. Ionomers. Plural of ionomer. Ions. Plural of ionome. Ionomic. Relating to an ionome. Ionomics. Essay of anomes. Ionomycin. An ionopher produced by the bacterium Streptomyces inlabatus used in the circulating calcium in the body. Ionomycin. Alternative form of ionomycin. Any of a series of closely related aromatic chemical substances that are part of a group of compounds known as rose ketons, including damascones and damascenones, found in a variety of essential oils. Ion. Plural of ionosphere. IFOs. The boundary layer of the ionosphere where it meets the mesosphere or exosphere. Ionophores is plural of ionophores. Ionophile. Having an affinity for ions or a specific electrode. Ionophilicity. Plural of ionophilicity. Ionophilicity. The division of the ionophile. Ionophore. Having a repulsion to ions. Ionophore. Any substance that can transfer ions from a hydrophilic medium such as water to a hydrophobic medium, or across a biological membrane, normally by forming a reversible complex with it, an ion carrier. Ionophores. Plural of ionophore. Ionophoresis. The movement of charged particles in an electric field. Ionophoretic. Relating to ionophoresis. Ionophoretically. Ionophoretic means. Ionophoric. Being relating to ionophore. Ionopolis. An ancient city in Turkey, now in Netherlands. Inorgulation. The regulation of the balance of ions in the body. Inorgulatory. Related to inorgulation. Ionoscopic. Ionoscopic of the family ionoscopity. Ionoscopics. Plural of ionoscopic. Ionoscopiform. Ionoscopic. The other ionoscopiforms. Ionoscopiforms. Plural of ionoscopiform. Ionoson. A redefinition of the ionosphere. Ionoson. Plural of ionoson. Ionosorption. The chemisorption of ion. Ionosorption. Plural of ionosorption. Ionosorptive. That undergoes ionosorption.
Like a Hellcat.
Ionosphere. The part of the Earth's atmosphere beginning at an altitude of about 50 kilometers 31 miles and extending outward 500 kilometers 310 miles or more. Iosphere. Plural of ionosphere. Ionospheric. Of what pertaining to the ionosphere. Ionospherically. In terms of the ionosphere. Ionosphorous. Someone who studies the ionosphere. Ionosphorists. Plural of ionosphorous. Ionosphere. Misspelling of ionotropic. Ionotopy. Of pertaining to or exhibiting ionotropy. Ionotropy. A form of tautomerism involving the movement or redistribution of charges. Ions. A surname originating as a patronymic. Ionop. First. Subjected to or produced by ionophoresis. Ionophoresis. Plural of iontophoresis. Iontophoresis. A treatment in which electrodes are put in contact with tissue and a voltage is applied in order to introduce an ionized medication. Ionophoretic. Or pertaining to iontophoresis. Iontophoretic. Alternative form of iontophoretic. Iontophoretic. By means of iontophoresis. Iontotherapy. The therapeutic use of iontophoresis. Ion. Initialism of independent order of odd fellow. Ion. Initialism of I'm out of here. Ion. Independent Olympic participant. Iophenolic acid, a white crystalline powder CHI, 302 administered orally as a radioconscious medium in cholecystography. Initialism of Independent Office for Police Conduct. Iobental, a molecule used as a contrast medium. Iodindolate, alternative form of iophenolate. Iophytine, acrylonidine. Iopidate, is salt or ester of iopodic acid, synonym sodium iopide. Iopodic acid, synonym of sodium iopide. Iopamide, a molecule used as a contrast medium. IOPS, input/output operation S per second. A common benchmark for hard disks and other computer storage media. Plural of IOP. Iopidal, a molecule used as a contrast medium. Iopidone, an pentestide. The shell of Dentalis preciosa, formerly used as money and ornaments, tied by Native American and Aboriginal people of the western United States and Canada. Plural of Iaqua. Iron, initialism of member of Indian other ranks. Alternative spelling of Aries. Plural of Adar. Iodine. A communist from Hova County, Romania. Plural of IOR. Iowa, a male given name from Welsh. Plural of IO. iOS. An island of the Cyclades, Greece. iOS, a mobile operating system, OS created and developed by Apple Inc. exclusively for its hardware. iOS 7, input/output streamlined, advanced programmable interrupt controller. Radioscope camera. One of 83 counties in the United States, County seat, Tawas City. Ioscope, a neighborhood of Timisoara, Timis County, Romania. Iodama, synonym of Iwo Jima, one of the volcano islands administered by Japan as part of Tokyo's Agasawara subprefecture. Iota, synonym of Ubito Redden province, says the alchemical magnet opus. ISM, the white dot. Creator God. Initialism of interoperator terror. Interleading, initialism of Internet of Things, self-configuring wireless network using objects. IOTA, a bank account that earns interest and pays it to a third party, generally a charity. The principal is typically held in escrow by the account holder. IOTA, the ninth letter of the Greek alphabet iota, iota. Iota script, the iota subscript when written beside the affected letter rather than underneath. iotate. To perform iotation. Iotated. Simple past and past participle of iotate. Iotates. Third person singular simple present indicative of iotate. Iotated. Present participle and gerund of iotate. Iotation. A specific occurrence of palatalization that occurred in the Proto-Slavic language in which a consonant combined with the palatal approximant /j/ to form a palatalized consonant. Iotation. Plural of iotation. Initialism of its okay to be right, an innocuous slogan used as bait to maliciously generate backlash for the purpose of ridicule. Iothalamate. Any salt or ester of iothalamic acid. Iothalamate. Plural of iothalamate. Iothe. Synonym of iopropane. Pediped. Synonym of iotated. Iotization. Alternative spelling of iotization. Eotization. The introduction of Internet of Things technology to a process or facility such as a factory. Iotization. The actual process of any program. Iotization. To precede a spoken vowel sound with a Y sound as the U and pure. Iotization. Simple past and past participle of iotization. Third person singular simple present indicative of iotize. Iozing. Present participle and gerund of iotize. Iota. Synonym of Iwo Jima, one of the volcano islands administered by Japan as part of Tokyo's Odasawara subprefecture. Iota. Alternative form of Ioto. Iwo Jima, one of the volcano islands administered as part of Odasawara subprefecture, Tokyo, Japan. Iotala. A radio contrast agent. Iotacid. Any salt or ester of isotoxic acid. Isotoxic acid. A particular molecule used as a contrast medium. Assorting. Plural of it. IOU. I1. Initialism of IOU1. I1 former name of St. Lucia. Iwana. The event, July 1965. Important episode in modern history concerning the disagreements between Prime Minister Giorgio Papandreou and the King Constantine's Roman II that led to a constitutional crisis. The political instability of this crisis allowed a brutal turmoil under the context of the Cold War staged, leading to the Greek Egyptian 1967-1974. Plural of IOU. Iobusol. Organ iodine compound used as a contrast medium. Ioveno. A surname from Italian. Ioveno. Plural of Iovino. Isle. Initialism of Isle of Wight. AOW. Alternative. Letter case form of IOW Isle of Wight. Iowa. A state in the Midwestern region of the United States. Capital and largest city, Des Moines. Iowa City. A city, the county seat of Johnson County, Iowa, United States. Iowa County. One of 99 counties in Iowa, United States. County seat, Marengo. Named after the Iowa River. Iowa crab. The American crabapple Malus ionsis. Iowa crabs, plural of Iowa crab. Iowa Hill, an unincorporated community in Placer County, California, United States. Iowa State. Ellipsis of Iowa State University. Iowa, a trigonal hexagonal scale hydral mineral containing chlorine, hydrogen, iron, nitrogen, magnesium, and oxygen. Ioates, plural of ioate. Ion, of, from, or pertaining to Iowa. Ions, plural of Iowa. Iowa, plural of Iowa. Iowaska, the spelling of Iowaska. Iowa, alternative form of Iowa, member of Native American group. Ioways, plural of Iowa. EOWD, abbreviation of Isle of Wight disease. Ioxablate, any salt or ester of ioxablic acid. Ioxablates, plural of ioxablate. Ioxablic acid, a molecule used as a contrast medium. Isodenal, the spelling of iodixanol. Ioxoan, a diagnostic contrast agent that is injected intravenously before taking X-ray images to increase arterial contrast. Ioxyethylamate, any salt or ester of ioxyethylamine acid. Ioxyethylamate, plural of ioxyethylamate. Ioxyethylaminic acid, a particular molecule used as a contrast medium. Ioxyethylamate, alternative form of ioxyethylamate. Ioxyethylamate, plural of ioxyethylamate. Ioxyethylaminic acid, alternative form of ioxyethylaminic acid. Obsolete typography of joy. Obsolete typography of join. IP, initialism of intraperitonal. IP, the surname. IP address, a number assigned to each computer's or other device's network interface, which are active on a network supporting the Internet Protocol, in order to distinguish each network interface, and hence each networked device from every other network interface anywhere on the network. IP addresses, plural of IP address. IP camera, a wireless webcam used specifically for surveillance as a security measure. IP cameras, plural of IP camera. IP, a protocol for sending IP packets over an existing IP network. IP number, synonym of IP address. IP numbers, plural of IP number. IPsend, initialism of Internet Protocol Storage Area Network, a SAN that is transports its SCSI packets over a TCP/IP network. IP set, a set of natural numbers that contains all finite sums of some infinite set. IP set, plural of IP set. IP telephony, synonym of OIP. IP tracker converts an IP address into a host name and provides location and other information. IP tracker, plural of IP tracker. Initialism of International Phonetic Alphabet. Initialism of ileal pouch anal anastomosis. iPad, a lightweight low-power tablet computer of a particular range from Apple Inc. iPad babies, plural of iPad baby. iPad baby, synonym of iPad kid. iPad child, synonym of iPad kid. iPad children, plural of iPad child. iPad kid, a child, generally Generation Alpha, who gets all of their entertainment through an iPad or other tablet. A child who is addicted to using their tablet. iPad kids, plural of iPad kid. iPad parent, a parent who allows their child near unlimited, usually unsupervised screen time. A parent who lets a tablet, such as an iPad, raise their child. iPad parent, of ipamorelin. Ipamorelin, a growth hormone-releasing hormone analog. Ipanema, a neighborhood of Zona Sul district, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Eva, initialism of inhalation positive airway pressure. Eva, plural of IPA. Adiez, plural of IPA. Epitacetate, a kinase inhibitor proposed as a preventer of breast cancer. Ipazolide, an anti-herpetic drug. Edwards, initialism of Internet Protocol Private Branch Exchange, a business telephone system designed to deliver voice over a data network and interoperate with the normal public switch telephone network PSTN. Initialism of Integrated Physics and Chemistry. IPCC, initialism of Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, an intergovernmental body of the United Nations, established in 1988, aiming to advance scientific knowledge about climate change caused by human activity. Initialism of Inter-Process Communication Facility. Ipganeso, a particular fungicide. Initialism of Integrated Project Delivery. Plural of IPD. Initialism of International Political Economy. A type of wood of the genus Tabuia, similar to teak, used for outdoor decking and furniture. The alternative spelling of IPE. Inner tree, Tabuia or hand-grown. The dried rhizome and roots of either of two tropical American plants, Cephalus acuminata and Cephalus icacuanha of the madder family, used especially as a source of imetine. Ipecax, plural of ipecac. Ipecacuanha, the flowering plant Carapacia ipecacuanha. Ipecacuanus, plural of ipecacuanha. Ipecacuanha. Initialism of International Pollutants Elimination Network. Ipecazo, a neuroprotective drug that is a glutamate antagonist. Plural of IVAC, acronym of immunodysregulation, polyangiopathy, enteropathy, X-linked syndrome, a rare autoimmune disease. Initialism of idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis. Abbreviation of INTERPIC. Initialism of interplanetary file system. Plural of IPF. Plural of IF. Ephidne. Alternative spelling of Ephidne. Ephidnea, the daughter of Agamemnon and Clytemnestra, who was sacrificed by her father to ensure the savior of the Greeks. Ephidne, a Thessalian princess, the daughter of Cleopas of Thessaly, a son of Poseidon and Candace. Ephidne, alternative form of Ephidne. Ephes, any of various male or female figures in Greek mythology. iPhone, a smartphone of a series produced by Apple, which typically combine a camera phone, PDA, multimedia player, and wireless communication device. iPhoner, iPhone user. iPhoners, plural of iPhoners. iPhones, plural of iPhones. Initialism of interested party information and international identification systems for people involved in creating or publishing musical works. The long-tailed pangolin manny Petrodactyla. Epinephrine, an anticholinergic drug. Evel, the municipality of Zambo, Mississippi, in the now Philippines. Epelepo, a barren day of cat's hormone, northern opinion system. Edels, plural of Ippel. Ebda, a surname. Ebinas, plural of Ibn. Ebuda, a culture that arose possibly as early as 100-200 BC and collapsed around 800 CE, found from the south of the Bering Strait across the Brooks Range and possibly as far north as Point Bear. Edel, initialism of intense pulsed light. Ebel, initialism of international private leased circuit. Ebel, plural of Ibn. Ebel, plural of Dial. Abbreviation of interplanetary media. Initialism of International Project Management Association. Initialism of I keep myself laughing, indicate great amusement, usually exaggerated. Initialism of introductive papillary mucinous neobolism. Plural of IPM. Initialism of interior permanent magnet synchronous motor. Initialism of international plant names index. Any fish in the family Echnophidae of deep-sea crepitacus. Echnophids, plural of Echnophids. IBO, initialism of initial public offering. iPod, simple past and past participle of IPO. IPOED, simple past and past participle of IPO. iPod, the surname from German. iPox, plural of icon. Hypocris, obsolete form of Hippocrates. iPod, a portable music player made by Apple. iPod, the spelling of icon. iPod tax, a levy or tax on digital storage products, for example iPods, levied at a per unit capacity rate. Used to compensate content providers for piracy of their goods. iPod taxes, plural of iPod tax. iPodate, alternative spelling of iPodate. iPodification, the process of making technology simpler or easier to use by reducing the complexity of a device or its user interface. iPod, plural of iPod. IPA, simple past and past participle of IPO. IPOF, point of fact. IPO, the capital city of the state of Perak, Malaysia. Isolana, a naturally occurring iridoid glycoside found in a number of plants, including Stachyperca dichotoma, plant figure eucratica. Ipomena, a dichrome derivative of urine produced by Ceratopstomela fimbriata, a mold that grows on sweet potato, 1-urine 3-il-pentane 1,4-dione. Ipomea, any of various twining plants of the genus Ipomea with showy monopetalous flowers, including the morning glory, the sweet potato, and the cypress vine. Ipomeas, plural of Ipomea. Ipomovirus, any virus of the genus Ipomovirus that infects sweet potatoes of the genus Ipomea. Ipomoviruses, plural of Ipomovirus. Ipomea, alternative spelling of Ipomea. Ipomeas, plural of Ipomea. IPOPHIL, acronym of Intellectual Property Office of the Philippines. IPO, plural of IPO. IPOs? The tuber of any one of several edible species of Paradoridia spp. Ipotane, a mythical creature depicted as a half-human, half-horse that is supposedly different from a centaur, sometimes attributed to Greek mythology. Ipotanes, plural of Ipotanes. Initialism of abbreviation of Aesopopal styled as APR. IBRA, acronym of Indigenous Peoples' Rights Act. Iproglyphlocin, a particular glyphlozin drug. Ipratropium, an anticholinergic drug CH no that is used as an inhalational aerosol for bronchodilation, especially in the treatment of chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, and as a nasal spray in the treatment of runny nose associated with rhinitis. Iprazoprone, a serotonin antagonist used as an anti-migraine agent. IPSEC, abbreviation, intrinsically photosensitive retinal ganglion cell. IPRGC, plural of IPRGC. Ipriflavin, a synthetic isoflavone. Iprindole, a tricyclic antidepressant. Iprobenprole, a particular fungicide. Ipraclozide, a hydrazine drug previously used as an antidepressant, known to cause pulmonary hepatitis. Ipratrolo, a particular beta blocker. Iprodiamine, an imidazole fungicide. Iproheptine, a particular antihistamine drug. Iproniazid, a hydrazine drug formerly used as an antidepressant. Iproniazid, alternative form of iproniazid. Ipronidazole, and the protozole nitroimidazole drug used in veterinary medicine. Iproplatin, a particular platinum compound. Iprovalicarb, a particular fungicide. Ipraretro, Verapam. Ever, plural of IPI. Initialism of Institute for the Psychological Sciences. IPs, plural of IP. Initialism of issues per second. Abbreviation of Independent Parliamentary Standards Authority. Ipsilazi, a non-sensitive Ipsipulsion, pulsion towards the side of the lesion. Ipsissima verba, the actual words spoken or transcribed. Ipsissimasia, self-referentiality. Ipsim... Towards the ipsilateral side. Ipsum, acronym of the regulatory body of the newspaper and magazine industry in the United Kingdom, established in 2014. Ipso facto, by that very fact itself. Actually, ipso gender, of an intersex person, identifying with the sex they were medically assigned, having a gender which matches their assigned sex. Epstones, a village and civil parish in Staffordshire Moorlands District, Staffordshire, England. West Grid Ref SK 0 format. Ipswich, a port town and borough in the county town of Suffolk, England. Ipswich sparrow, a well-marked subspecies of the Savannah sparrow. Ipswich sparrow, plural of Ipswich sparrow. Initialism of interpersonal psychotherapy. Iptococcus, a medication used to treat paroxysmal nocturnal hemoglobinuria. Initialism of International Press Telecommunications Council. Abbreviation of isopropyl beta-D 1-thiovalotopyranoside. Initialism of International Practical Temperature Scale. Initialism of Internet Protocol Television. Ethicene, any of a group of polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons composed of air and substance bound to a bridge bicyclic between 4. Ethicene, plural of ethicene. Initialism of invisible pink uniform. A percussion instrument made from hollow doors, often used to provide a beat for school advancement. Ikeuism, belief in the invisible pink uniform. Plural of itu. Initialism of inactivated polio vaccine. Ip4. Initialism of Internet Protocol version 4. Ep6. Initialism of Internet Protocol version 6 is successor to IP4, allowing for a much larger number of possible IP addresses. Initialism of incremental packet writing. Plural of IPW. Initialism of Internet or packet exchange. X/SBX. Initialism of Internetwork packet exchange / sequence packet exchange. IV. Initialism of International Polar Year 1882-1883 and 1932-1933. Initialism of Intelligence Quotient. IQ of room temperature. Synonym of room temperature IQ. Initialism of Institute of Quality Assurance. Ecology, the capital city of Nunavut, Canada. Ecolunga, inhabitant of the city of Ecoyu, Canada. Ecolunga, plural of Ecolunga. Ecolunga, one or more inhabitants of Ecoyu, formerly Frobisher Bay. Ikama, the second call to prayer, made immediately before Muslims pray. Ida, alternative spelling of Ikama. Ikama, plural of Ikama. Ikamat, alternative form of Ikama. Ikamat, plural of Ikamat. A religious text in the DAH projected IQ case. Epival, a surname from Arabic. Epival, plural of Ikbal. IQ, having a specified intelligence quotient IQ. IQ, their own language, Peru. Iquitos, a city in Peru, in the northeast of the Ayas, by Darsa. Initialism of industrial relations. Use for expressing negation, not. Abbreviation of Ireland. Initialism of Irish Republican Army. The captain of King David, a minor figure in the Bible mentioned in 2 Samuel 20:26. Iraq, a city in Pecos County, Texas, United States. Iowa, capable of being Irish. Iraq palm, the Panama hat palm. Iraq, a surname. Irashadas. Plural of Irashadas. Irritant, angry, irritable. Irritability, anger, irritability.
And now it's just like,
Irat,
man, you gotta have that
a
time where you
grandson
just
of
like
pain.
disconnect from
Iri,
from the
a
scene.
decree
just
issued by
the race. Like,
a
and it's a
Muslim
race
ruler.
that I've created in my head. You know?
Ered,
But you have to step away from
plural
it.
of Iray. Irade, modified by the use of flooding or surface irrigation. Irada, a surname. Irahadas, plural of Irahada. Irahutu, alternative form of Iraritu. Ridalema, the ancient Mede goddess of water, aquatic life, diseases, and illnesses. Urain Balani, a currency unit of Madagascar, equal to 1/5 of an anguri. Iraq, rare spelling of Iraq. Iraqian, a member of the Iraqi-Awa people of Papua New Guinea. Iraqians, plural of Iraqian. Irakli, a transliteration of the Georgian male given name Iakli IR, a letter 1E33LI, equivalent to Heracles. Iraklian, alternative form of Heraclian. Irakwa, alternative form of Irakwa. Irautas, an asthmatic drug. Irapanol, a drug that acts as a dual non-competitive antagonist of the AMPA receptor. Iran, a country in West Asia in the Middle East. Official name, Islamic Republic of Iran. Capital, Tehran. Iran, rare spelling of Iran. 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 Iran-Iraq War, a war between Iran and Iraq lasting from September 1980 to August 1980. Iran date, Iran Kandahar. Iran, relative to Iran and its people. Urania, a bird, Urania gutturale. Iranian, a person from Iran or of Iranian descent. Iranian Azerbaijan, synonym of Azerbaijan region in Iran. Iranian language, any language descended from Proto-Iranian. Iranian languages, plural of Iranian language. Iranian plateau, a plateau in Western Asia. And Central Asia. Iranian studies, an interdisciplinary field dealing with the study of history, literature, art, and culture of Iranian peoples. Iranian wolf, synonym of Indian wolf. Iranian wolves, plural of Iranian wolf. Iranian egg, Iranian in style or character. Iranianization, alternative spelling of Iranianization. Iranianized, alternative spelling of Iranianized. Iranianized, simple past and past participle of Iranianized. Iranianizes, third person person singular simple present indicative of Iranianized. Iranianizing, present participle and gerund of Iranianized. Iranianism, cultures and traditions associated with Iranians and Iran. Iranianisms, plural of Iranianism. Iranianist, a supporter of Iranianism. Iranianist, plural of Iranianist. Iranianization, the process of Iranianizing. Iranianized, to make Iranian. Iranianized, simple past and past participle of Iranianized. Iranianizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Iranianized. Iranianizing, present participle and gerund of Iranianized. Iranianness, the quality of being Iranian. Iranians, plural of Iranian. Iranias, plural of Irania. Iranic, pertaining to the Iranic languages or their speakers. Iranic language, plural of Iranian. Iranias, plural of Iranian. Iranic, pertaining to the Iranic languages or their speakers. Iranic language, synonym of Iranian language. Iranic languages, plural of Iranic language. Iranicist, a linguist specializing in Iranian languages. Iranicist, plural of Iranicist. Iranessi, Iranianist. Iranification, Iranianization. Iranify, simple past participle of Iranify. Iranify, third person singular simple present indicative of Iranify. Iranify, to Iranianize. Iranify, present participle and gerund of Iranify. Iranic, plural of Iranian. Iranism, Iranian nationalism. Irana, one who studies the history and culture of Iran. Iranistic, Iranian studies. Iranas, plural of Iran. Iranas, a trichinic special mineral containing chromium, copper, chlorine, hydrogen, oxygen, and silicon. Iranization, synonym of Iranianization. Iranize, synonym of Iranianized. Iranize, simple past and past participle of Iranize. Iranize, third person singular simple present indicative of Iranize. Iranizing, present participle and gerund of Iranize. Irano, pertaining to Iran, Iranians or the Iranian language. Iranocentric, focused on Iran, its people, language, or culture. Iranological, relating to Iranology. Iranologist, a scholar specializing in Iranology. Iranologist, plural of Iranologist. Iranology, the study of Iran and its culture and history, Iranian studies. Iranophile, a person who loves or admires Iran and its culture. Iranophile, plural of Iranophile. Iranophilia, a love or admiration of Iranian culture. person from Iraq or of Iraqi descent. Iraqi Bacter. Alternative form of Iraqi Bacter. Iraqi Bacter. Alternative form of Iraqi Bacter. Iraqian. Iraqi. Iraqians. Plural of Iraqian. Iraqibacter. Synonym of the Sanctibacter bominii. Iraqification. The gradual process of returning control of Iraq to the people of that country. Iraqiness. The quality of being Iraqi. Iraqis. Plural of Iraqi.
We were traveling mountains just to find the loudest tears. We sat down by the fire, knowing we could
A green shallow radioactive mineral. Iraq, the country of Iraq during the Iraq War 2003-2011 began its controversial invasion by a United States-led coalition seen as analogous to the Vietnam War 1965-1975, which was also marked by American military involvement. Iraqophobia, an irrational fear of Iraq's ability to manufacture weapons of mass destruction, or more broadly, of military conflict in Iraq. Iraq, plural of Iraq. Iraqwa, a member of an ethnic group of north-central Tanzania. Roricine, an isometric diploidal iron black mineral containing arsenic, iridium, platinum, rhodium, ruthenium, and sulfur. The Arutu, an Austronesian language of most of the interior of the Bambarak Peninsula of northwestern New Guinea and Papua-New regions. That initialism of infrared astronomical satellite, the first space telescope to perform a survey of the entire night sky at infrared wavelengths. Plural of IRA. Irasa. Angry, enraged. Irascibilities. Plural of irascibility. Irascibility. The quality of being irascible. Irritability of temper. Irascible. Easily provoked. Outbursts of anger. Irritable. Irascibleness. The state of being irascible. Irascibility. Irascibly. In an irascible manner. Eraser. An infrared laser. Erasers. Plural of eraser. Irate. Extremely angry, wrathful, enraged. Irately. In an irate manner, angrily. Irateness. The state of being irate. Irater. Comparative form of irate. More irate. Iratus. Superlative form of irate. Most irate. Erasia. Beasia. Theotomy method. A human monoclonal antibody used in the treatment of ontological diseases. Iraq. Synonym of Ajava. Davide. NEC snail in the family Davididae. Davide. Plural of Iravidae. Irada. A village deity character in Mahabharata, son of Arjuna and Rubi. Irada. Plural of Irava. Irwadi. Alternative. Form of Irwadi River of Burma/Myanmar. Irwadi. Alternative form of Irwadi River of Burma/Myanmar. Irwadi. Alternative form of Irwadi River of Burma/Myanmar. Irwadi. Alternative form of Irwadi River of Burma/Myanmar. Irawan. A barangay of the city of Puerto Princesa, Palau, Philippines. Iran. An ethnic group of the Manjian people. Irazabal, a surname from Spanish. Initialism of Institutional Review Board, a committee that reviews the designs of proposed experiments to confirm whether all the methods proposed are ethical. Herb Strait, a strait between Saaremaa and Kurland in Latvia, connecting the Baltic Sea and the Gulf of Riga. Purvis Arta, an angiotensin syndrome and 2 receptor antagonist used mainly for the treatment of hypertension. Alternative form of Arvil. Harvest. Snow leopard, large feline mammal, Panthera uncea, native to mountain ranges of Central Asia. Initialism of intermediate range polypody. Plural of Irvon. Plural of Iabi. The surname. Iabi. Plural of Irby. IRC. Initialism of internet relay chat. IRC. Plural of IRC. Initialism of immigration, refugees, and citizenship candidates. Ergo. Initialism of infrared counter. Ergo. Plural of Ergo. Ursa. Simple past participle of IRC. Ursa. Third. User of IRC. Ursa. Plural of IRC. Urcha. A village and civil parish in Northamptonshire district, Northamptonshire, England, previously the borough of Welling, Borough OS Grid Ref SB 9265. Ursing, present participle and gerund of IRC. Ursimaste, any of a group of cytotoxic polypeptides present in some marine sponges. Ursimaste, plural of Ursinieste. Top, a network operator on IRC. Top, plural of IRC. IRC, plural of IRC. Abbreviation of Ireland, Republic of Ireland. Abbreviation of Irish Leader. Ireland. The unit use in measurement of composite video signals. Value. Outwardly displaying full of ire, angry, wrath. Ireful in an ireful manner, angrily, wrathfully. Irefulness, the state of being ireful, anger, fury. Irma, an ancient Mede goddess of water, aquatic life, diseases, and illnesses. Ira, abbreviation of Ireland. Ira, a surname. Ireland is large island in northwestern Europe. Ireland Wood, a suburban area in the metropolitan borough of Leeds, West Yorkshire, England. OS Ref SC 2538. Island in the Irish Sea north of Howth, County Dublin, Ireland. Long uninhabited but visited by day trippers. Irish Grid Ref O 2841. Irelander, a person from Ireland or of Irish descent. Irelanders, plural of Irelander. Ireland, plural of Ireland. Ireland, plural of Ireland. Ireland, without ire. Ireland, a village in Ascan in Ireland Parish, Barrow and Furnace Borough, Cumbria, England. OS Grid Ref SD 2107. epsilon letter 1F30 rho ed nu alpha letter 1FD6 omicron sigma Irenaeus, died c. Ad 202, an early church father and apologist who opposed Gnosticism. Idas, a male given name from ancient Greek. Ironarch, an officer in ancient Greek, having functions corresponding to those of a justice of the peace. Ironarch, plural of Ironarch. Irene, Irene, the Greek goddess of peace, one of the Hori/Hori, equivalent to the Roman goddess Pax. Irene, plural of Irene. Ironbath, a Mede ethnic male given name. Ironbath, a Mede surname from manicure. Iron, promoting or fitted to promote peace or peacemaking, especially over disputes, conciliatory, non-confrontational, peaceful. Ironical, synonym of ironic, promoting or fitted to promote peace, especially over disputes, conciliatory, non-confrontational, peaceful. Ironically, in an ironical manner. Ironicism, behavior or belief that tends to resolve disputes between denominations or religions. Ironical theology, conciliation. Ironicism, plural of ironicism. Ironicist, a proponent of ironicism. Ironicists, plural of ironicists. Ironican, a proposition, scheme, or treatise designed to promote peace, especially in the church. Ironicans, plural of ironican. Irex, synonym of ironicism, behavior or belief that tends to resolve disputes between denominations or religions. Ironic, any bird in the family Ididae. Ironix, plural of ironing. Ironology, a study of peas. Iron, synonym of Miami, Illinois. Imes, a male given name from ancient Greek. Iris, third person singular simple present indicative of ire. Hyoscine, any of the genus Hyoscine of flowering plants in the Amaranth family. Hyoscines, plural of Iosine. Iosine, a surname. Irestone, any very hard rock. Irestone, plural of Irestone. Ireton, a surname. Iron, a surname. Iron, a surname. Iris, plural of Iris. Irisu, traditional Japanese tattooing. Initialism of inertial reference frame. Arvin, a male given name from Arabic. Arvins, Arvins, plural of Irfin. Plural of Hi-RF. Initialism of interest rate guarantee. RD, irregular galaxy. Ernassim, Trekasim. Initialism of Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, a branch of the Iranian Armed Forces. Plural of IRG. RJS, plural of RGP. Arda, a Zionist paramilitary group that operated in Arda, a Zionist paramilitary group that operated in Mandatory Palestine between 1931 and 1948. Arguments. A member of an early Zionist paramilitary group. A member of an early Zionist paramilitary group which envisioned a greater Israel and was a foreigner in the Lithium system. Arguments. Plural of arguments. Initialism of international rubber hardness degrees. Initialism of interest rate hedging products. Plural of earth. Earth mine. Earth mine, a monoclinic mineral containing arsenic, calcium, hydrogen, magnesium, and oxygen. Initialism or relating to the iris. Irar, a surname. Irarts, plural of irart. Irar, a surname. Irats, plural of irar. Iricism, Irishism. Iricisms, plural of iricism. Irid, a surname. A surname. Irid, yes, yes. Irid, relating to the iris. Iridaceous, or pertaining to the iris is a family Iridaceae. Iridum, pertaining to a range. Iridalgy, pain to the eyes of the eye. Iridalgy, pain to the eyes of the eye. Iridarsenum, a monoclinic prismatic grain, mineral containing arsenic, iridium, and ruthenium. Iridium, deoxyanium of iridium R2O, any salt containing cyanide. Iridium, plural of iridium. Iridium, alternative form of iridium. Iridactyl, a cutting instrument used in performing iridectomy. Iridectomy. Iridactyl, plural of iridactyl. Iridectomy, plural of iridectomy. Iridectomy, alternative form of iridectomy. Iridectomy, simple past and past participle of iridectomizes. Iridectomizes, third person singular simple present indicative of iridectomizes. Iridectomizing, present participle and gerund of iridectomize. Iridectomize, to carry out. Iridectomize, simple past and past participle of iridectomizes. Iridectomizes, third person singular simple present indicative of iridectomizes. Iridectomizes, present participle and gerund of iridectomize. Iridectomy, removal of the iris of the eye. Iridentosis, a surgical procedure for glaucoma in which a portion of the iris is incised and incarcerated in the limbal area. Iridocorneal, or relating to the iris of the cornea. Iridium, or pertaining to the iris is a family Iridaceae. Iridoraneum, no partial collapse into the iris of the eye. Irid, plural of iris part of the eye. Iridas, to be iridescent, to exhibit iridescence. Iridas, simple past and past participle of irides. Iridescence, the condition or state of being iridescent, exhibition of colors like those of the rainbow, a prismatic play of color. Iridescences, plural of iridescence. Iridescences, plural of iridescency. Iridescency, alternative form of iridescence. Iridescent, producing a display of lustrous, rainbow-like colors, prismatic. Iridescent cloud, polar stratospheric cloud. Iridescent clouds, plural of iridescent cloud. Iridescent shark, a shark catfish, not a true shark species, Pancasia, not a type of Dalmas. Iridescent sharks, plural of iridescent shark. Iridescent wear, synonym of carnival flag. Iridescence, in an iridescent manner. Iridescence, third person singular simple present indicative of iridescence. Iridescent. Present participle and gerund of iridescence. Iridescence, the ligature of the portion of the iris brought out through an incision in the Iridiums, plural of iridium. Iridization, the application of iridium to a surface. Iridize, to point or tip with iridium. Iridized, simple past and past participle of iridize. Iridizes, third person singular simple present indicative of iridize. Iridizing, present participle and gerund of iridize. Irido, alternative form of irid. Iridoblast, immature iridoblast. Iridoblast, plural of iridoblast. Iridopt or irid, relating to the alias, forward and the act. Iridopt forward, relating to the alias, forward. Iridocilious, relating to the alias and the allies. Iridopt, contracting the alias and the act. Iridophorny, pertaining to the iris and cornea. Iridocyclectomy, plural of iridocyclectomy. Iridocyclectomy, removal of the iris and the ciliary body. Iridocyclitis, plural of iridocyclitis. Iridocyclitis, type of animal. Here, your duty.
Here we go.
Iridocyte, a cell found in some animals that is filled with iridescent crystals of guanine. Iridocyte, plural of iridocyte. Iridotes, alternative form of iridoces. Iridodiagnosis, diagnosis by studying the iris. Iridodiagnostic, relating to iridodiagnosis. Iridodiagnostic. Practice of iridodiagnosis. Iridodia, a monitor is found in catnip that attracts certain insects. Iridodialysis, plural of iridodialysis. Iridodialysis, a localized separation or tearing away of the iris from its attachment to the ciliary body. Iridodonces, the vibration or agitated motion of the iris with eye movement. Iridogenic, that form of iridoblast or lens. Iridogoniotis genesis, a malformation of the iridocorneal angle of the anterior chamber of the eye as a result of the normal migration or terminal reduction of neural plexus cells. Iridola, any cycle of monocanoic based on one isotopal iridotypal cyclogenesis. Iridolyte, plural of iridolyte. Iridolenticulum, a lens of the axis and a lens of the atom. Iridological, relating to iridology. Iridologist, a practitioner of iridology, practicing inspecting the iris in order to ascertain a person's health or to diagnose a health condition. Iridologist, plural of iridologist. Iridologist, form of alternative medicine involving the diagnosis of body ailments and the examination of the iris of the human eye. Iridomycin, a defensive chemical classified as an iridoid, isolated from ants of the genus Iridomycin and found in certain plants including Actinia polygonus. Iridoparalysis, paralysis of Erisdat. Iridopter, plural of iridopter. Iridopter, this is Erisdat. Iridophore, iridocycler. Iridophore, plural of iridophore. Iridophoreoma, a tumor composed of iridophores. Iridophoromas, plural of iridophoroma. Iridoplasts, any of the epidermal chloroplasts of certain plants that contain tiny irregular structures that focus light. Iridoplasties, plural of iridoplasty. Iridoplasts, plural of iridoplast. Iridoplasty, surgery at laser to widen the iris, plural of iridoplasty. Iridoplasts, plural of iridoplast. Iridoplasty, surgery typically by laser to widen the iris. Iridoplegia, paralysis of the sphincter of the iris. Iridoplegia, plural of iridoplegia. Iridoplegia, relating to or exhibiting iridoplegia. Iridopupillary, relating to the iris and pupil of the eye. Iridosmine, a native compound of iridium and osmium. Iridosmine, plural of iridosmine. Iridosmine, iridosmine. Iridosome, a cytoplasmic organelle of iridophore cells. Iridosome, plural of iridosome. Iridotases, plural of iridatases. Iridatases, a stretching of the iris in the treatment of glaucoma. Iridotomies, plural of iridotomy. Iridotomy, the removal of part of the iris. Iridotracheal, relating to the iris and trachea. Iridovirus, of or relating to iridoviruses. Iridovirus, any virus in the family Iridovirus. Iridovirus, plural of iridovirus. Iridovirus, any of a group of viruses of either the genus Iridovirus or the family Iridovirus that cause a blue or purple iridescence in their infected hosts. Iridovirus, plural of iridovirus. Irid, plural of irid. Irid, cool, nice. Irid, a city in Camarines, Philippines. Irrigare, a war relating to Luce Irigaray, born 1932, Belgian feminist, philosopher, linguist, and sociologist. Irigen, an omethylated isoflavone that can be isolated from the rhizomes of the leopard lily iris domestica with 7-glucoside is iridan. Iridan, an orthorhombic dipuraminal canary yellow mineral containing hydrogen, molybdenum, oxygen, and uranium. Irigoyen, a surname. Irigoyens, plural of Irigoyen. Irigui, a people of central Nigeria who speak the Rigui language. Irlone, an isoflavone found in some iris species. Irina, a female given name from Russian. Irindao, a serotonin antagonist. Iron, present participle in gerundivi. Urinotin, a particular drug used in chemotherapy. Irin, acronym of infrared intelligence, the gathering and processing of intelligence in the infrared spectrum. Irin, a Kenyan dish of mashed potatoes, and other vegetables. Irama, the largest of the Yama Islands of Japan, and the second largest in Okinawa Prefecture after Okinawa Island itself. Iriyama cat, a small wild Castrinolis neotensis found only on the Japanese island of Oyama. It has a long, dark brown coat with darker rows of horizontal spots. particular opening may be controlled. As for regulating the aperture of a lens, it consists of a number of movable thin curved plates fastened at regular intervals around the inside of a ring, the positions of which are simultaneously adjusted by a single knob on the outside of the lens. It is used in cameras and microscopes. Iris diaphragms, plural of iris diaphragm. Iris dilator muscle, the muscle of the eye, serving to dilate the iris. Iris dilator muscles, plural of iris dilator muscle. Iris hut, a prefabricated steel structure used by the British military predominantly during the early Second World War, serving as barracks, workshops, or storage facilities. Iris huts, plural of iris hut. Iris in, an expanding iris shot used at the beginning of a scene. Iris ins, plural of iris in. Iris out, a contracted iris shot used at the end of a scene. Iris out, plural of iris out. Iris pigmented epithelium, plural of iris pigmented epithelium. Iris pigmented epithelium. Black colored layer of the iris is located within the iris. Iris sawfly. Retinotrium nickens is species of sawfly which feeds on plants of the genus Iris. Iris dot. The use of an expanded or contracted black circle open or closed with cinematic scene. Iris dot. Plural of iris dot. Iris. Alternative form of iris. Iris. Gibbon. Any of various series was genus messages. Iris. Gibbon. Plural of iris. Iris. Ibangay Baguio Bank, Philippines. Irisay. Iridescent. Irisating. Exhibiting the prismatic colors. Iridescent. Irisating. Exhibiting the prismatic colors. Iridescent. Irisation. A colorful optical phenomenon seen in iridescent clouds and on the borders of lenticular clouds resembling those seen in soap bubbles and oil on a water surface. Irisation. Plural
Watch
of
out! The
irisation.
floor is lava!
Iriscope. A philosophical toy for exhibiting the prismatic hints by means of thin film. Iriscope. Plural of iriscope. Iris. Having iris in a specified color or tone. Irising. Plural of iris. Irising. A 2010 controversy around an extramarital affair of Iris
Watch
Robinson,
out! The
wife
floor
of
is
Northern
lava!
Ireland politician Peter Robinson. Irish, the Gaelic language, also known as Irish Gaelic. Irish acre, a unit of area equal to 7,840 square yards, approximately 0.66 hectares, or 1.62 dash acres. Irish acre, plural of Irish acre. Irish American, an American citizen with Irish ancestry or heritage. Irish Americans, plural of Irish American. Irish apricot, a potato. Irish apricots, plural of Irish apricot. Irish bacon, synonym of back bacon. Irish banjo, a shelf. Irish banjos, plural of Irish banjo. Irish blight, a disease of potatoes and tomatoes caused by the Umicete Phytophthora infestans. Irish blue, synonym of Kerry Blue Terrier. Irish Blue Terrier, synonym of Kerry Blue Terrier. Irish Bouzouki, a bouzouki adapted for use in Irish traditional music with a short neck, flat back and sides. Irish bouzouki, plural of Irish bouzouki. Irish breakfast tea, a strong blend of black tea, commonly served with nuts. Irish car, a two-wheeled horse-drawn vehicle in which passengers sit on a pair of benches. Irish car bomb, an American bomb-shot cocktail made by dropping a shot of Irish cream and whiskey into a glass of stout. Irish car bombs, plural of Irish car bomb. Irish cars, plural of Irish car. Irish clubhouse, a police station. Irish clubhouses, plural of Irish clubhouse. Irish cotton, a person born of Irish parents in any part of the southern counties of England. Irish cotton, plural of Irish cotton. Irish coffee, a cocktail consisting of hot coffee with a dash of Irish whiskey. Coffee with Irish coffee, plural of Irish coffee. Irish confetti, a brick or bricks thrown during a fight. Irish cream, a pale-colored liqueur made from whiskey, cream, and coffee. Irish cream, plural of Irish cream. Irish beer. Irish out. Irish diamond, rock crystal. Irish diamond, plural of Irish diamond. Irish house. Megaloceros giganteus, a very large extinct deer. Irish English, the set of English dialects native to the island of Ireland, including both the Republic of Ireland and Northern Ireland. Irish exit, synonym of Irish goodbye. Irish exits, plural of Irish exit. Irish flute, a wooden flute used for playing traditional Irish music. Irish flutes. Plural of Irish flute. Irish Free State, an autonomous dominion under nominal British sovereignty that included most of the island of Ireland, created in 1922 as part of a treaty between the British government and Irish Republic. Irish fruit, a potato. Irish fruits, plural of Irish fruit. Irish Gaelic, the Gaelic language indigenous to Ireland, commonly called Gael or Irish. Irish goodbye, a hasty exit made without saying farewells to anybody. Irish goodbye, plural of Irish goodbye. Irish green, a rare green variety of marble found in Connemara, Ireland. Irish greens, plural of Irish green. Irish heart, synonym of Celtic heart. Irish hint, a very clear and unsubtle indication. Irish hint, plural of Irish hint. Irish hobbies, plural of Irish hobby. Irish hobbies, plural of Irish hobby. Irish hobby, an extinct breed of horse that lived in the British Isles in the Middle Ages. Irish hobby, alternative letter case form of Irish hobby. Irish horse, a type of salt beef that is tough and undercooked. Irish horses, plural of Irish horse. Irish hospitality, out. Irish hurricane, alternative form of Irishman's hurricane. Irish hurricane, plural of Irish hurricane. Irish joke, a joke with a punchline implying that the Irish people are stupid. Irish joke, plural of Irish joke. Irish linen, a kind of cloth traditionally spun in Ireland from flax fiber. Irish Irish miles, plural of Irish mile. Irish moss, a species of edible seaweed, Chondrus crispus. Irish mosses, plural of Irish moss. Irish pennant, a loose or untidy end of the line or other part of the rigging of a sailing ship. Irish pennants, plural of Irish pennant. Irish poplin, a fabric with silk ornaments. Worsted weft, made in Ireland, commonly used for necklaces. Irish poplin, plural of Irish poplin. Irish potato, a potato distinguished from a sweet potato. Irish potato, plural of Irish potato. Irish question. Alternative letter case form of Irish question. Irish question. The issue debated primarily among the British government from the early 19th century until the 1920s, the manner in which to discuss Irish nationalism and calls for Irish independence. Irish red, a pale ale brewed using kiln malts and roasted barley, giving the beer a red color. Irish red ale, synonym of Irish red reddish pale ale. Irish red ales, plural of Irish red ale. Irish reds, plural of Irish red. Irish reed, the head of a sail tied up. Irish reed, plural of Irish reed. Irish Republican Army, any of several Irish guerrilla or terrorist organizations fighting British rule in Ireland, later Northern Ireland since the early 20th century. Irish Sea, a sea in British Isles in Europe, in the Atlantic, a sea between the islands of Great Britain and Ireland, bordered to the north by the English Channel and to the south by St. George's Channel and the Celtic Sea. Irish Setter, a breed of gun dog, moderately long coat of a red or chestnut color. Irish Setters, plural of Irish Setters. Irish Setters, plural of Irish Setters. Irish soda bread, synonym of soda bread. Irish soda bread, plural of Irish soda bread. Irish step dancing, alternative form of Irish step dance. Irish step dance, a style of dance in which the body is held erect and the feet make lively movements. Irish stew, a traditional stew made from lamb or mutton with potatoes, onions, parsley, and sometimes carrots. Irish stews, plural of Irish stew. Irish sunglasses, two black eyes showing hematoma from bruises. Irish Terrier, a breed of large rough-haired dog. Irish Terriers, plural of Irish Terrier. Irish Traveller, a member of an indigenous nomadic ethnic minority in Ireland, the Pabby. Irish Traveller. Plural of Irish Traveller. Irish Twin, either of a pair of siblings born less than 12 months apart, especially if born within the same calendar year or school year, or born 1 year apart. Irish twins, plural of Irish twin. Irish up, add alcohol to a drink that doesn't normally have it. Irish Water Spaniel, a spaniel of the tallest breed, a sturdy, cobby dog native to Ireland, with a densely curled coat of a liver or puce color. Irish Water Spaniel, plural of Irish Water Spaniel. Irish Waterfall, French inhale, inhaling smoke that has just been expelled from the mouth, or inhaling smoke through the nose while simultaneously expelling it from the mouth. Irish Whip, a professional wrestling move in which the wrestler grabs the opponent's arm and spins, swinging the opponent into an obstacle such as the ropes around the ring. Irish Whips, plural of Irish Whip. Irish Whiskey, whiskey distilled in Ireland, most commonly made from malted barley. Irish whiskies, plural of Irish whiskey. Irish wolfhound, the largest sighthound, tallest dog on average, bred in Ireland to hunt wolves. Irish wolfhounds, plural of Irish wolfhound. Irish American, alternative spelling of Irish American. Irish American, plural of Irish American. Irishism, a characteristically Irish turn of phrase. Irishism, plural of Irishism. Irish D, abbreviation of Irish English. Irish up, simple past and past participle of Irish up. Irisher, synonym of Irishman, an Irish person. Irishers, plural of Irisher. Iriges, plural of Irish. Irish is up, third person singular simple present indicative of Irish up. Irishian, a scholar of the Irish language. Irishans, plural of Irishian. Irishing up, present participle and gerund of Irish up. Irishism, a word, phrase, idiom, or expression chiefly used in Irish English.
Inside lane,
Irishism, plural of Irishism. Irishization, the act or process of Irishizing.
waiting for the gun to fire. No more walking through
Irishize,
revolving
to
doors.
make Irish.
Gone around once, I don't want to go around anymore.
Shize, simple past participle of Irishize.
Overcase, stop
Irishize, third person singular simple present indicative of Irishize. Irishize, present participle and gerund of Irishize. Irishly, characteristic of the Irish. Irishly, in an Irish way, in a manner characteristic of the Irish people. Irishman, a man from Ireland. Irishman's Hurricane, .com. Irishman, plural of Irishmen. Irishman, quality or state of being Irish. Irishphobia, synonym of hibernophobia. Irishers, plural of Irishman.
I tried, glad we had a dialogue. It's good to shake the mind.
Irish, the Celtic people of Ireland.
To be for the first time.
Irishtown, a locality in Mount Alexander Shire in Victoria, Australia. Irishtown, Summerside, a town in Newfoundland, Labrador, Canada. Irish woman, a woman from Ireland. Irish woman, plural of Irish woman. Irish, characteristic of the Irish life. Irisin, a hormone that can replicate some of the positive effects of exercise. Irising, the use of an iris shot. Irising, without irises. Iris line, resembling or characteristic of an iris, the plant or its flowers. Irisology, the study or cultivation of irises. Iris resorcinal, a particular resorcinolic lipid. Iris tactorum, any of a class of flavonoids found in the plant Iris tactorum. Iridae, or related to iritis. Iritides, plural of iritis. Iritis, an inflammation of the iris. Uri, a municipality in Taluk in Kannur district of Kerala state, India. Uritzal, a municipality of Coruña, Galicia, Spain. Irizarry, a surname. Irizarry, plural of Irizarry. Irizema, synonym of Chaipukwi African legendary creature. Manchester, England, which joins the River Irwell in Manchester city centre. Hanoi, Bergen, a rural locality in Karabakh, Bobulminsky District Municipality, Kazakhstan, Russia. Bergen, third person singular simple present indicative of erg. Bergen, present participle and gerund of erg. Args, third person singular simple present indicative of erg. Irksome, obsolete spelling of irksome. Irksome, marked by irritation or annoyance, disagreeable, troublesome by reason of long continuance or repetition.
Like a Hellcat.
Irksomely, in an irksome manner, tediously. Irksomness, the state of being irksome. Irksomenesses, plural of irksomeness. Irda, a river in the Republic of Buryatia and Irkutsk Oblast, Russia. Irkutsk, an oblast of Russia in Siberia. Irkutsky, a war relating to the city of Irkutsk, Russia. Irkutsky, plural of Irkutsky. Aggravating, annoying, irritating. Initialism of in real life. Alternative letter case form of IRL. Arla, a suburb of Salford Borough, Greater Manchester, England, formerly an urban district in Lancashire. Erlbeck, a surname from German. Erlbeck, plural of Erlbeck. Erlen syndrome, scotopic sensitivity syndrome. Erlixacin, a quinolone antibiotic. Plural of IRL. Plural of Earl. Initialism of information rights management. How about a female given name from the Germanic languages?
Like a Hellcat.
Ermino, a city in Luhansk Oblast, Ukraine. Ermenon, a large group of early Germanic tribes who settled in the Elbe watershed and by the 1st century AD had expanded into Bavaria, Swabia, and Bohemia. Ermenane, relating to the Ermenans. Erloi, plural of Ermos. Ermologer, plural of Ermologen. Ermologen, a liturgical book containing Ermoi for the various canons chanted during the morning service. Ermos, the initial toparion of an ode of a canon. Erdo, a village and civil parish in South Kesteven District, Lincolnshire, England. OS grid ref TF 0226. Euro, initialism of International Refugee Organization. Eurod, a male chief in the Marshall Islands. Eroids, plural of Eroid. Eroids Lapla, a paramount chief in the Marshall Islands. Eroids Lapla, plural of Eroids Lapla. Eroids, plural of Eroid. Euroko, a hardwood obtained from several African trees, especially of the species Militia excelsa. Eurocas, plural. Roko. Euro, a Mayday surname from Manicure. Iramba, alternative form of Iramba. Higher. The 57th Surah chapter of the Quran. Iron A, the most recent base of the 4 or 5 classical ages of man. Hence, any period characterized by wicked behavior. Iron A, alternative letter case form of iron age. Iron, bacteria, plural of iron, bacterium. Iron, bacterium, any of the group of bacteria that says present of figure. Iron band, a kind of traditional musical group in the folk culture of Antigua and Barbuda, characterized by the use of pieces of metal as musical instruments. Iron band, plural of iron band. Iron bloom, a mixture of fine iron particles unreacted to iron oxide ore, slag, and charcoal residue. Iron bloom, plural of iron bloom. Iron blue, any of several blue pigments, but especially Prussian blue or Turnbull's blue. Iron blue, plural of iron blue. Iron bomb, a dumb bomb, a type of gravity bomb, an unguided bomb dropped from an aircraft. Iron bombs, plural of iron bomb. Iron brew, orange-colored Scottish carbonated soft drink. Iron brew, plural of iron brew. Iron bun, a yellow ancient artificial iron oxide made by oxidizing iron in vinegar, one of the oldest man-made pigments, often used in staining techniques. Iron butterfly, plural of iron butterfly. Iron butterfly, a combination of four options, including two calls and two hooks that replicate the chaos of a butterfly. Iron cage, a theory proposed by Max Weber which argues that rationalization and rules trap humans in the figurative cage of thought. Iron carbide, a compound of iron with carbon B3C. Iron cement, a cement for joints composed of cast iron forings or filings, sal, ammoniac, etc. Iron cement, plural of iron cement. Iron chain, automated machine that processes fish and candy. Iron chain, plural of iron chain. Iron clay, the yellowish pigment containing a large quantity of iron ore. Iron condor, a combination of four options, including both calls and hooks that yield the signal KF as a condor. Iron condor, plural of iron condor. Iron county, one of 83 counties in the United States. County seat, Crystal Falls. It is situated on the Upper Peninsula. Iron Cross, formerly the second highest military decoration of Germany under the military order of the Pour le Mérite, or for the cross-pate shape of this decoration. Iron Cross, a position on the rings where the gymnast holds the rings straight out on either side of the body. Iron crosses, plural of iron cross. Iron crosses, plural of iron cross. Iron crown, a reliquary from the early Middle Ages consisting of a circlet of gold and jewels fitted around the central silver band, which tradition held to be made of iron beaten out of the nail of the true cross. Iron curtain, the dividing line between Western Europe and the Soviet-controlled regions, especially during the Cold War 1947-1991. Iron curtain, a barrier made of iron in a theater, lowered between the stage and the auditorium for safety or to prevent communication. Iron curtains, plural of iron curtain. Iron deficiency, the state in which a body lacks enough iron to supply its needs. Iron Dome, an Israeli defense system against short-range rockets. Iron Eagle, an American military officer who has attained the rank of colonel but will not be promoted to the rank of general. Iron Eagles, plural of Iron Eagle. Iron Fall, an iron meteorite, especially one whose descent was observed. Iron Falls, plural of Iron Fall. Iron Fall of Iron Eagle. Iron Fall, an iron meteorite, especially one whose descent was observed. Iron Falls, plural of Iron Fall. Iron filings, small fragments of iron filed from a bar, used to visualize the presence of a magnetic field and as a food additive. Iron fists, ruthless and usually unrestricted control. Iron fists, plural of iron fists. Iron flint, an opaque, flint-like, ferruginous variety of quartz. Iron flints, plural of iron flint. Iron game, weightlifting. Iron gates, a gorge on the river Danube, forming part of the boundary between Serbia to the south and Romania north. Iron gray, a dark gray color with a tint of green like iron freshly cut or broken. Iron grays, plural of iron gray. Iron gray, alternative spelling of iron gray. Iron group, group 8 of the periodic table comprising iron, ruthenium, osmium, and hassium. Iron Guard, a fascist movement and political party in Romania that existed between 1927 and 1941. Iron Guardist, a member of the Iron Guard. Iron Guardists, plural of Iron Guardists. Iron Gum, any of various eucalypts of eastern Australia known for their hardwood. Iron Gums, plural of iron gum. Iron Hand, firmness, inflexibility, sternness. Iron-handed, misspelling of iron-handed. Iron-handedly, alternative form of iron-handedly. Iron-handedness, misspelling of iron-handedness. Iron hand, plural of iron hand. Iron harvest, the annual harvest of unexploded ordnance, barbed wire, shrapnel, bullets and trench supports from World War I collected by Belgian and French farmers after plowing their fields. Iron harvests, plural of iron harvests. Iron heater, the piece of metal heated in the fire for a box iron. Iron heaters, plural of iron heater. Iron heel, synonym of iron fist. Iron heels, plural of iron heel. Iron hoof, a poof, a male homosexual. Iron hoofs, plural of iron hoof. Iron hooves, plural of iron hoof. Iron horse, a census-designated place in Plumas County, California, United States. Iron horse, a railroad steam locomotive. Iron horses, plural of iron horse. Iron house, present. Iron houses, plural of iron house. Iron ladies, plural of iron lady. Iron lady, a nickname given to various female leaders, indicating that they are strong-willed and unyielding. Iron lady, a strong-willed and unrelenting female leader. Iron liquor, a solution of iron acetate, used as a mordant by dyers. Iron lung, a pneumonic device for assisted breathing. Iron lungs, plural of iron lung. Iron maiden, a falsely or neo-medieval torture device invented in the 18th century consisting of a chamber lined with spikes which closes upon and impales the victim inside. Iron maidens, plural of iron maiden. Iron man, alternative form of Ironman. Iron Mans, plural of Iron Man. Iron Man, plural of Iron Man. Iron meteorite, any of a class of meteorite that is composed mostly of iron and nickel alloys. Iron meteorites, plural of iron meteorite. Iron Mike, nickname for various monuments commemorating servicemen of the United States military. Iron Mikes, plural of Iron Mike. Iron mine, a mine from which iron ore or ferriferous minerals are mined. Iron mines, plural of iron mine. Iron mont morillinite. Alternative form of iron mont morillinite. Iron mold. The yellow discoloration of cloth by rusty iron. Iron mountain. Any of a number of mountains in the United States. Iron ore. A mineral deposit from which iron can be viably extracted. Iron ores. Plural of iron ore. Iron out. To remove a crease or creases with an iron. Iron oxide. Either of two compounds obtained by the reaction of oxygen on iron, generally known as rust when hydrated. Iron oxide. Plural of iron oxide. Iron pyrite. Synonym of pyrite. Iron pyrites. Synonym of pyrite. Iron range. A mountainous area of northeast Minnesota noted for iron production. Iron ration. An emergency ration given to soldiers in the early 20th century consisting of cakes made from beef, bouillon powder and wheat, chocolate, and packets of salt and pepper. Iron rations. Plural of iron ration. Iron rice bowl. A guaranteed state job in China that lasts until retirement and pays a pension until death. Iron rice bowls. Plural of iron rice bowl. Iron ring. The symbol of a Canadian engineer. A faceted stainless steel or iron ring worn on the little finger of the dominant hand, signifying a trained Canadian engineer, awarded in Canada after an accompanying oath of professional conduct in a private ceremony with dramatic rites. Iron rings. Plural of iron ring. Iron road. A railway. Iron roads. Plural of iron road. Iron saffron. Indian red. Iron sand. Steel filings used in fireworks. Iron sands. Plural of iron sand. Iron scale. The thin film that forms on the surface of wrought iron in the process of forging. It consists essentially of the magnetic oxide of iron. Iron sick. Alternative form of iron sick. Iron Springs. A hamlet in Lethbridge County, Alberta, Canada. Iron sulfide. Alternative spelling of iron sulfide. Iron sulfides. Plural of iron sulfide. Iron sulfide. Any of a range of chemical compounds consisting of iron and sulfur. Iron sulfides. Plural of iron sulfide. Iron triangle. Alternative letter case form of iron triangle. Iron triangle. The policymaking relationship among the congressional committees, the bureaucracy executive, sometimes called government, agencies, and interest groups or lobbyists. Iron triangles. Plural of iron triangle. Iron bithyl. Iron Roman 2 sulfate. Iron Roman 2 chloride. Synonym of ferrous chloride. Iron Roman 2 oxide. The chemical compound FeO, the iron oxide in which iron has a valence of +2. Iron Roman 2 sulfate. The green, crystalline salt of divalent iron and sulfuric acid, FeSO4, used as a pigment and in water treatment. Iron Roman 3 oxide. The chemical compound Fe2O3, the iron oxide in which iron has a valence of +3. Iron Roman 3 sulfate. The crystalline salt of trivalent iron and sulfuric acid, FeSO. Iron 54. A minor stable isotope of iron, Fe, having 26 protons and 28 neutrons. It amounts to about 6% of the element in nature. Iron 56. The major stable isotope of iron, Fe, having 26 protons and 30 neutrons. It amounts to about 92% of the element in nature. Iron 57, a minor stable isotope of iron, Fe, having 26 protons and 31 neutrons. It amounts to about 2% of the element in nature. Iron 58, a minor stable isotope of iron, Fe, having 26 protons and 32 neutrons. It amounts to about 0.3% of the element in nature. Ironclad, alternative form of ironclad. Iron vested, characterized by ruthless control. Iron gall ink, gall nut ink. Iron gall inks, plural of iron gall ink. Iron-handed, strict and dictatorial, exercising firm ruthless control. Iron-handedly, alternative form of iron-handedly. Iron-handedness, synonym of heavy-handedness, the property or state of being iron-handed. Iron-hearted, synonym of hard-hearted. Iron-heartedness, the quality of being iron-headed. Iron montmorillonite, alternative form of Femont morillonite. Iron shot, alternative form of iron shot. Iron sick, denoting ironwork that loose or corroded, set of a ship where the bolts and nails are so degraded with rust as to cause leaks. Iron sulfur cluster, a unit comprising 2 or more iron atoms and bridging sulfur ligands in an iron-sulfur protein. Iron-sulfur clusters, plural of iron-sulfur cluster. Iron-sulfur protein, any protein in which iron is coordinated with cysteine sulfur and sometimes also with inorganic sulfur. They have electron transfer and enzymatic function. Iron-sulfur proteins, plural of iron-sulfur protein. Iron-sulfur cluster, alternative spelling of iron-sulfur cluster. Iron-sulfur clusters, plural of iron-sulfur cluster. Iron-sulfur protein, alternative spelling of iron-sulfur protein. Iron-sulfur proteins, plural of iron-sulfur protein. Iron-willed, extremely strong-willed. Iron-willed, capable of being iron. Iron bark, any of several unrelated eucalypts that have dark, deeply furrowed bark. Iron barks, plural of iron bark. Iron bottom sound, a sound in the southern Solomon Islands. Iron down, bound with iron, ironclad. Ironburge, a village in the Gorge Parish, Telford and Wrekin District, Shropshire, England. Osgrid Ref SJ 6703. Iron-capped spider orchid, Caladinia paradoxa, a species of spider orchid found in Western Australia. Iron-capped spider orchids, plural of iron-capped spider orchid. Ironclad, covered with iron, steel, or loosely any other tough metal, armor-plated. Ironclad beetle, any beetle of the subfamily Zophrinae which have exceedingly durable exoskeletons. Ironclads, plural of ironclad. Irondequoit, a town in Monroe County, New York, United States. Iron, any of several ketones or a mixture of such, found in orris oil, oil extracted from iris roots, used as odorants in perfumes. Iron, simple past and past participle of iron. Ironed out, simple past and past participle of iron out. Irididate, farididate. Iron, someone who irons, someone who does ironing. Irons, plural of ironer. Iron, plural of iron. Ironfield, an area where ironstone or iron ore is quarried or mined. Ironfields, plural of ironfield. Iron-fisted. Alternative spelling of iron-fisted. Iron founder. One who founds or makes castings in iron. Iron founders. Plural of iron founder. Ironbray. A locality northwest of Dumfries in Galloway Council area, Scotland. OS grid ref NX 9179. Iron-handed. Alternative form of iron-handed. Iron-handedly. In an iron-handed manner. Strictly and harshly. Iron-handedness. Alternative form of iron-handedness. Iron. Synonym of knapweed. Ironheads. Plural of ironhead. Iron-hearted. Alternative form of iron-hearted. Iron-heartedness. Alternative form of iron-heartedness. Ironia. An unincorporated community in Morris County, New Jersey, United States. Ironic. Characterized by or constituting any kind of irony. Ironic error. A blunder that occurs as the result of a strenuous effort to avoid it, such as spilling a drink because one is concentrating on not doing so. Ironic errors. Plural of ironic error. Ironic process theory. The theory of the psychological process whereby deliberate attempts to suppress certain thoughts make them more likely to surface. Ironical. Characterized by or constituting any kind of irony. Ironically. In an ironic manner. In a way displaying irony. Ironicalness. Irony. The quality of being ironical. Ironis. Ironically. Ironicize. Alternative form of ironicize. Ironicize. Simple past and past participle of ironicize. Ironicizes. Third person singular simple present. Indicative of ironicize. Ironicizing. Present participle and gerund of ironicize. Ironic. Obsolete form of ironic. Iron is. Plural of irony. Ironing. Present participle and gerund of iron. Ironing basket. A laundry basket for clean clothes. Ironing basket. Plural of ironing basket. Ironing board. A long board, often covered with fabric and having on legs that are usually collapsible, on which one can iron clothes. Ironing boards. Plural of ironing board. Ironing cloth. Synonym of pressing cloth. Ironing cloths. Plural of ironing cloth. Ironing out. Present participle and gerund of iron out. Ironing pad. Synonym of pressing cloth. Ironing pads. Plural of ironing pad. Ironing board. Dated form of ironing board. Ironing boards. Plural of ironing board. Irons. Plural of ironing. Ironize. Alternative spelling of ironize. Ironize. Simple past and past participle of ironize. Ironizer. Someone who speaks ironically. Ironizers. Plural of ironizer. Ironizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of ironize. Ironic. Resembling iron. Ironizing. Present participle and gerund of ironize. Ironism. A state of doubt regarding one's own vocabulary set of communicative beliefs that cannot be removed by making arguments in that vocabulary. Ironist. Someone who uses irony and humor. Ironists. Plural of ironists. Ironize, to use irony. Ironize, simple past and past participle of ironize. Ironizes, third person singular simple present indicative of ironize. Ironizing, present participle and gerund of ironize. Ireless, without iron. Irely, resembling iron or some aspect of it. Ironmaker, a manufacturer of iron from its ores, one who carries out ironmaking. Ironmakers, plural of ironmaker. Ironmaking, the making of iron from an ore. Ironman, an extremely tough and strong athlete, especially one who competes in extreme athletic competitions or in a large number of games consecutively. Ironmans, plural of ironman. Ironmaster, a manufacturer of iron. Ironmasters, plural of ironmaster. Ironman, plural of ironman. Ironmine, alternative spelling of iron mine. Ironmines, plural of ironmine. Ironmonger, a surname originating as an occupation. Ironmongeress, a female ironmonger. Ironmongeresses, plural of ironmongeress. Ironmongeries, plural of ironmongery. Ironmongering, the trade of an ironmonger. Ironmongers, plural of ironmonger. Ironmongery, tools and other hardware that can be bought in an ironmonger's shop. Ironmongress, alternative form of ironmongeress. Ironmongresses, plural of ironmongress. Ironess, quality of aim. Anime, any play of the family and community. Anime, plural of enemy. Iron people, plural of iron person. Iron person, an iron man or iron woman. Iron persons, plural of iron person. Irons, a surname. Irons in the fire. Tasks in progress, involvement in ongoing projects. Irons out, third person singular simple present indicative of iron out. Iron sand, a type of black sand with a high iron content found on many west coast beaches in New Zealand as well as elsewhere. Iron sands, plural of iron sand. Iron shard, of a stick or cane covered in iron at one end. Iron shy, streaked, speckled, or marked with iron or an iron ore. Ironside, alternative form of iron sick. Ironside, a trooper in the parliamentarian cavalry formed by English political leader Oliver Cromwell in the 17th century during the English Civil War. Ironsides, plural of ironside. Ironsmith, a blacksmith who makes articles from iron. Ironsmithing, the work of an ironsmith or blacksmith. Ironsmiths, plural of ironsmith. Ironsmithy, the trade of an ironsmith. Ironstone, any ore of iron which is impure through the admixture of silica or clay. Ironstones, plural of ironstone. Ironton, a ghost town in Colorado. Ireville, a village and civil parish in Amber Valley Borough, Derbyshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 4351. Ironware, articles made of iron as household utensils, tools, and the like. Ironwares, plural of ironware. Ironweed, any of certain species of the genus Vernonia of forbs and shrubs. Ironweeds, plural of ironweed. Ironwoman, an extremely tough and strong female athlete. Iron women, plural of iron woman. Ironwood, any of numerous tree species known locally for having a particularly solid wood, or the wood of such species itself. Ironwoods, plural of ironwood. Ironwork, anything made wholly or largely of iron, especially when used for decoration. Ironworker, a person employed to manufacture and shape iron. Ironworkers, plural of ironworker. Iron working, the making of useful or decorative items from iron. Ironworks, plural of ironwork. Ironwort, a herb of several species in the genus Sideritis, formerly believed to heal sword cut. Ironworts, plural of ironwort. Irony, the quality of a statement that, when taken in context, may actually mean something different from, or the opposite of, what is written literally, the use of words expressing something other than their literal intention, often in a humorous context. Irony mark, the proposed punctuation mark, or used to suggest irony or sarcasm in a question. Irony marks, plural of irony mark. Ironym, an ironic pseudonym. Ironyms, plural of ironym. Iroquois, the land of the Iroquois, a Native American confederacy. Iroquois, or pertaining to a Native American language family including the Iroquois and Cherokee. Iroquoians, plural of Iroquoian. Iroquois, a member of a confederacy of originally 5 Native American Indian tribes, the Mohawks, the Onondagas, the Onondagas, the Cayugas, and the Senecas, also known as the Iroquois League. Iroquois Confederacy, a confederacy of Iroquoian tribes, initially consisting of the 5 nations Mohawk, Onondaga, Oneida, Cayuga, Seneca, later of the 6 nations adding the Tuscarora. Iroquois County, one of 102 counties in Illinois, United States. County seat, Watseka. Iroquois Falls, a town in Ontario, Canada. Iroquois Wars. Beaver Wars. Iroquoisness, the quality or state of being Iroquois. Iruri, a traditional sunken hearth common in Japan, used to heat the home and to cook food. Iroslav, a male given name from the Slavic languages. Initialism of ISO request packet. Arba, a city in Irpin municipality, Butcher Rain Kiev Oblast, Ukraine, on the Irpin River. Plural of IRP. Ups, plural of earth. Initialism of interrupt request. ARPA, initialism of interrupt request level. ARPA, plural of Urkel. Plural of IRQ. Initialism of individual ready reserve. Abbreviation of irregular galaxy. Irradiance, the act of irradiating, emission of rays of light. Irradiances, plural of irradiance. Irradiances, plural of irradiancy. Irradiancy, synonym of irradiance. Irradiant, that radiates light. Radiate, made brilliant or bright, irradiated, illuminated. Irradiated, simple past and past participle of irradiate. It is, archaic second person singular simple past indicative of irradiate. Irradiates, third person singular simple present indicative of irradiate. It is. Second person singular simple present indicative of irradiate. Irradiated, Third person singular simple present indicative of irradiate. Irradiating. Present participle and gerund of irradiate. Irradiating. So as to irradiate. Irradiation. An act of irradiating, a state of being irradiated. Irradiation illusion. An optical illusion in which a light area of the visual field looks larger than an otherwise identical dark area. Irradiation sickness. Synonym of radiation sickness. Irradiation sicknesses. Plural of irradiation sickness. Irradiations. Plural of irradiation. Irradiative. At 88. Enter. A device used to irradiate. Irradiators. Plural of irradiator. Irradicable. Incapable of being rooted out or eradicated. Eradicably. In an ineradicable manner. Eradicate. To root deeply. Eradicated. Simple past and past participle of eradicate. Eradicates. Third person singular simple present indicative of eradicate. Eradicating. Present participle and gerund of eradicate. Edometer. An instrument for measuring irradiation. Edometers. Plural of irradiometer. Irritable. Misspelling of irritable. Irrationability. Irrationality. Lack of reason. Irrational. Archaic form of irrational. Irrational. Not rational, unfounded, nonsensical, or wrong-headed. Irrational number. Any real number that cannot be expressed as a ratio of two integers. Irrational numbers. Plural of irrational number. Irrationalize. Alternative form of irrationalize. Irrationalize. Simple past and past participle of irrationalize. Irrationalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of irrationalize. Rationalizing. Present participle and gerund of irrationalize. Irrationalism. A philosophical movement formed as a cultural reaction against positivism in the early 20th century. Irrationalisms. Plural of irrationalism. Irrationalist. One who is irrational in their beliefs or ideas. Irrationalistic. Of or relating to irrationalism. Irrationalists. Plural of irrationalists. Irrationalities. Plural of irrationality. Irrationality. The quality or state of being irrational. Irrationalize. To make irrational. Irrationalize. Simple past and past participle of irrationalize. Irrationalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of irrationalize. Irrationalizing. Present participle and gerund of irrationalize. Irrationally. In an irrational manner, without reason, in a manner contrary to reason. Irrationalness. The quality of being irrational. Irrationals. Plural of irrational. Irrawaddy. Alternative form of Irrawaddy River of Burma/Myanmar. Irrawaddy. A river that flows through Burma, Myanmar. Irrawaddy dolphin. Orcala brevirostris, a euryhaline oceanic dolphin found in discontinuous subpopulations near seacoasts and in estuaries and rivers in parts of the Bay of Bengal and Southeast Asia. Irrawaddy dolphins. plural of Irrawaddy dolphin. Area, synonym of intangible, immaterial, not composed of things, having no concrete existence. Aois, inflected to indicate that an act or state of being is not a fact. Ariel is mood, a category of grammatical moods that indicate that a certain situation or action is not known to happen or have happened as the speaker is talking. Ariel is moods, plural of Ariel is mood. Irrealizable, alternative form of irrealizable. Irrealizes, plural of Areolis. Irrealism, the belief that phenomenalism and physicalism are alternative world versions, both useful in some circumstances, but neither capable of fully capturing the other. Arealisms, plural of arealism. Arealistic, in the style of arealism. Realities, plural of reality. Reality, unreality. Irrealizable, synonym of unrealizable. Irrebuttable, not rebuttable. Irreceptive, not receiving or receptive, or incapable of receiving. Irreceptivity, the quality of being receptive.
Man, you gotta have that time where you just
Irreciprocal,
disconnect from
not
from
reciprocal.
a scene, just the
Irreciprocally,
race. Like,
in an
and it's a
irreciprocal
race that I've created in my
manner,
head.
by not giving
You just
back
step
some
away from
expected
that.
response. Irreclaimable, incapable of being reclaimed, not reclaimable. Irreclaimableness, the quality of being irreclaimable. Irreclaimably, in an irreclaimable manner. Irreclaimed, unreclaimed. Irrecognizable, alternative spelling of irrecognizable. Irrecognition, a failure to recognize, absence of recognition. Irrecognizable, unable to be recognized. Irrecompensable, not recompensable. Irreconcilability, the quality of being irreconcilable, irreconcilableness. Irreconcilable, a vociferous opponent of the Treaty of Versailles. Irreconcilable difference, singular of irreconcilable differences. Irreconcilable differences, grounds for a no-fault divorce comprising a difference between the two parties that cannot or will not be changed. Irreconcilableness, the quality of being irreconcilable. Irreconcilables, plural of irreconcilable. Irreconcilable, not be changed. Irreconcilableness, the quality of being irreconcilable. Irreconcilables, plural of irreconcilable. Irreconcilably, in an irreconcilable manner, so as to preclude reconciliation. Irreconcile, to prevent from being reconciled, to alienate or disaffect. Irreconcilable, alternative form of irreconcilable. Irreconciled, simple past and past participle of irreconcile. Irreconcilement, the state or quality of being unreconciled or irreconcilable, disagreement. Irreconcilements, plural of irreconcilement. Irreconciled, third person singular simple present indicative of irreconciled. Irreconcilable, alternative form of irreconcilable. Irreconcilableness, the quality of irreconcilable. Irreconciliation, lack of reconciliation, disagreement. Irreconciling, present participle and gerund of irreconcile. Irrecondite, not recondite, well known. Irrecordable, alternative form of unrecordable. Irrecoverability, quality of being irrecoverable. Irrecoverable, not recoverable, incapable of being recovered. Irrecoverableness, irrecoverability, the state or quality of being irrecoverable. Irrecoverably, in an irrecoverable manner, beyond recovery. Irrecuperable, incapable of being recuperated. Irrecuperably, in an irrecuperable way. Irrecusable. That cannot be challenged or objected to. Irrecusably. In an irrecusable manner. Abbreviation of irreducible. Irredeemability. The state or quality of being irredeemable. Irredeemable. Not redeemable, not able to be restored, recovered, revoked, or escaped. Irredeemableness. The quality of being irredeemable. Irredeemables. Plural of irredeemable. Irredeemably. In an irredeemable manner, beyond redemption. Irredeemed. Not redeemed. Unredeemed. Irredenta. Any region whose inhabitants are ethnically related to those of another state. Irredentas. Plural of irredenta. Irredentism. A nationalistic doctrine advocating the annexation of foreign lands with historic or ethnic links. Irredentisms. Plural of irredentism. Irredentis. A member or supporter of the Italian party after 1878, which called for the recovery of all Italian-speaking territories subject to other countries. Irredentistic. Irredentis. Irredentists. Plural of irredentis. Irreducibilities. Plural of irreducibility. Irreducibility. The quality or degree of being irreducible. Irreducible. Not able to be reduced or lessened. Irreducible complexity. The proposition that complex organs such as eyes and flagella must have started existing in their current form, i.e. that they cannot have evolved from previous, less complex stages. Irreducibleness. The quality of being irreducible. Irreducibles. Plural of irreducible. Irreducibly. In an irreducible manner or state. Irreductibility. Alternative form of irreducibility. Irreduction. The Laturian concept that nothing is either reducible or irreducible to anything else. Irredundance. The condition of being redundant. Irredundancy. Alternative form of redundance. Irredundant. Containing no redundant constraint. Eureka. A religious Thanksgiving holiday of the Oromo people of Ethiopia occurring at the beginning of spring. Irita. Alternative form of Iricha. Irreferable. That cannot be referred or related to something else. Irreferential. Lacking a reference. Irreflection. Lack of reflection or consideration. Irreflective. Without mental reflection. Irreflectiveness. The quality of being irreflective. Irreflexive. Of the binary relation R on X, such that no element of X is R-related to itself. Irreflexively. In an irreflexive manner. Irreflexiveness. The state or quality of being irreflexive. Irreflexivity. Irreflexivity. Synonym of irreflexiveness. Irreformability. The quality of being irreformable. Absence of potential for reform. Irreformable. That cannot be reformed. Irreformably. Such that it cannot be reformed. Irrefragility. The quality or degree of being irrefragile. Irrefragable. Which cannot be refuted. Clearly right, incontrovertible, indisputable, irrefutable. Irrefragableness. Synonym of irrefragability. Irrefragably. In an irrefragable state or condition. Irrefragable. Alternative spelling of irrefragable. Irrefrangibility. The quality or degree of being irrefrangible. Irrefrangible. Not to be broken or transgressed against, inviolable. Irrefrangibleness. How irrefrangible something is. irrefrangably, in an irrefrangible manner. Irrefusable, that cannot be refused. Irrefutability, quality being irrefutable. Irrefutable, undeniable, unable to be disproved or refuted. Irrefutableness, irrefutability, the state or quality of being irrefutable. Irrefutably, in an irrefutable manner, beyond possibility of refutation. Abbreviation of irregular. Abbreviation of irregular. Irregardful, regardless. Irregardless, irrespective, regardless. Irregardlessly, regardless. Irregeneracy, unregeneracy. Irregenerate, not regenerate, unregenerate. Irregeneration. An unregenerate state. Irregible, not regible, ungovernable, unmanageable, intractable. Irregular. Non-standard, not conforming to rules or expectations. Irregular galaxies, plural of irregular galaxy. Irregular galaxy, a galaxy which has no spirals and is not elliptical. Irregular prime, any odd prime number that is not a regular prime. Irregular primes, plural of irregular prime. Irregular prism, a prism whose cross-section is an irregular polygon. Irregular prisms, plural of irregular prism. Irregular verb, a verb that does not follow the normal rules for its conjugation. Irregular verbs, plural of irregular. Irregular verb. Irregular warfare. Warfare in which one or more combatants are irregulars such as partisans, guerrillas, or insurgents rather than regular military forces. Irregularization. Alternative spelling of irregularization. Irregularizations. Plural of irregularization. Irregularist. One who is irregular. Irregularists. Plural of irregularist. Irregularities. Plural of irregularity. Irregularity. An instance of being irregular. Irregularization. The process of making something irregular. Irregularizations. Plural of irregularization. Irregularize. To make irregular. Irregularize. Simple past and past participle of irregularize. Irregularizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of irregularize. Irregularizing. Present participle and gerund of irregularize. Irregularly. In an irregular manner. Without rule, method, or order. Irregularness. Quality of being irregular. Irregulars. Plural of irregular. Irregulate. To make irregular, to disorder. Irregulated. Simple past and past participle of irregulate. Irregulates. Third person singular simple present indicative of irregulate. Irregulating. Present participle and gerund of irregulate. Irregulous. Lawless or profane. Irrejectable. That cannot be rejected, irresistible. Irrelapsible. Not liable to relapse, unrelenting, secure. Irrelate. Unrelated, not connected. Irrelated. Unrelated. Irrelation. The state of being irrelative or unrelated, a lack of connection or relation. Irrelationship. Quality of irrelation, lack of relationship. Irrelationships, plural of irrelationship. Irrelative. Having no relations to each other, unrelated. irrelatively, in an irrelative manner. Irrelativeness, quality of being irrelative. Irrelativity, quality of being irrelative. Irrelevant, not related to elephants, irrelevant to the consideration or discussion of elephants. Irrelevance, lack of relationship with the topic at hand, lack of importance. Irrelevances, plural of irrelevance. Irrelevancies, plural of irrelevancy. Irrelevancy, the quality of being irrelevant or inapplicable, lack of pertinence or connection. Irrelevant, not relevant, as irrelevantly, in an irrelevant manner. Irrelevancy, misspelling of irrelevancy. Irreliable, unreliable. Irreliable, unreliable. Irreligious, the state of being irreligious, irreligious sentiment or thought. Irreligionism, abstinence from religion. Irreligionist, an irreligious person. Irreligionists, plural of irreligionists. Irreligions, plural of irreligion. Irreligiosities, plural of irreligiosity. Irreligiosity, the quality of being religious. Irreligious, having no relation to religion. Irreligiously, in an irreligious fashion. Irreligiousness, the state or quality of being irreligious, ungodliness. Irreluctant, not reluctant. Irremeable, admitting no returns. Irremediability, irremediableness. Irremediable, unable to be remedied, cured, corrected, or repaired. Irreparable, incurable. Irremediableness, the state quality of the irremediable. Irremediably, in a manner or to a degree that precludes remedy, cure, or correction in an irremediable way. Irremedioless, for which there is no remedy. Irreminiscence, the inability to mentally recall or revisualize images. Irremissibility, the quality or state of being irremissible. Irremissible, not remissible. Irremissibleness, the quality of being immiscible. Irremissibly, in an irremissible manner, unpardonably. Irremission, refusal of pardon. Irremisso, not remitting, unforgiving. Irremittable, not capable of being remitted, irremissible. Irremovability, the quality or state of being irremovable. Irremovable, not removable, immovable, inflexible. Irremovableness, the quality of being immovable. Irremovably, so as not to be removable. Irremunerable, not remunerable. Irrenowned, not renowned, unfamous. Clipping of irreducible representation. Irreparable, that cannot be repaired. Irreparability. The condition of being irreparable. Irreparable, incapable of being repaired, amended, cured, or rectified, unrepairable. Irreparableness, the quality of being irreparable, irreparability. Irreparably, such that it cannot be repaired. Irreparate, irreparable. Irreparable, not debatable. Irrepealability, the quality or state of being irrepealable. Irrepealable, that cannot be repealed. Irrepealably, such that it cannot be repealed. Irrepeatable, alternative form of unrepeatable. Irrepentance, lack of repentance, impenitence. Irreplaceable. Misspelling of irreplaceable. Irreplaceability, the quality of being irreplaceable, inability to be replaced often because of being unique. Irreplaceable, incapable of being replaced, especially because of uniqueness or finiteness. Irreplaceableness, irreplaceability, irreplaceably, in an irreplaceable manner, frequently uniquely, singularly. Irreplaceability, misspelling of irreplaceability. Appleviable, not capable of being replevy. Irreplaceable, alternative form of irrepleviable. Irreplaceability, the quality or state of being irreplicable, incapability of being replicated. Irreplicable, incapable of being reprehensible, not reprehensible, blameless, without blame, innocent. Irreprehensibleness, the quality of being irreprehensible. Irreprehensibly, in an irreprehensible manner. Irrepresentability, the quality of being irrepresentable. Irrepresentable, not capable of being represented or portrayed. Irrepresentableness, the quality of being irrepresentable. Irrepressibility, the quality of being irrepressible. Irrepressible, not containable or controllable. Irrepressibleness, the quality of being irrepressible. Irrepressibly, in a manner or to a degree that cannot be repressed in an irrepressible way. Irreproachability, the state or condition of being irreproachable. Irreproachable, free from blame, not open to reproach or criticism, blameless. Irreproachableness, the quality or state of being irreproachable, integrity, innocence. Irreproachably, in an irreproachable manner, blamelessly. Irreproducibility, the quality of not being reproducible. Irreproducible, that cannot be reproduced or duplicated. Irreproducibly, in an irreproducible manner, in a way that cannot be reproduced or that will not allow of reproduction. Irreprovable, not reprovable, irreproachable. Irreprovableness, the quality of being irreprovable. Irreprovably, in a reprovable manner, irreproachably. Irreps, plural of irrep. Eruption, a creeping in. Eruptions, plural of eruption. Eruptitious, surreptitious, spurious. Surreptitiously, in an surreptitious manner. Irrepublican, unrepublican. Irrepudial, not to be repudiated. Irrepugnable, that cannot be repugned, not repudiable, irresistible, irrefutable, unobjectionable. Irreputable, disreputable, of ill repute. Irrescindable, synonym of unrescindable. Irresectability, synonym of unresectability. Irresectable, not resectable. Irresilient, not resilient, not recoiling or rebounding, inelastic. Irresistibility, alternative form of irresistibility. Irresistible, dated form of irresistible. Irresistibly, dated form of irresistibly. Irresistance, lack of resistance. Irresistibility, the quality of being irresistible. Irresistible, impossible. impossible to resist. Irresistible grace. A doctrine, one of the 5 points of Calvinism, stating that the salvific benefit of Jesus Christ's substitutionary atonement on the cross is extended to those predestined unto salvation, without any possibility of Satan or sin successfully defeating God's election. Irresistibleness. The quality of being irresistible. Irresistibly. In an irresistible manner. Irresistless. Irresistible. Irresolvable. Difficult if not impossible to resolve. Irresolvable. Irresolubleness. The state or quality of being irresolable. Irresolubly. In a resolable manner. Resolute. Undecided or unsure how to act. Irresolutely. In an irresolute or wavering manner. Irresoluteness. The state of being irresolute. Irresolution. Lack of resolution, lack of decision or purpose, vacillation. Irresolutions. Plural of irresolution. Irresolvability. The quality of being irresolvable. Irresolvable. Impossible to resolve, insoluble. Irresolvableness. The state or quality of being irresolvable. Irresolvables. Plural of irresolvable. Irresolvably. In an irresolvable manner. Irresolved. Unresolved. Irresolvably. Without settled determination. In a hesitating manner. Doubtfully. Irrespective. Heedless. Regardless. Irrespective of. Regardless of. Without regard for. Without considering. Irrespectively. Without regard to conditions. Not taking circumstances into consideration. Irrespirable. Not respirable. Not suitable for breathing. Unbreathable. Irresponsibilism. A culture or policy of irresponsibility. Irresponsibilist. One who permits or values a culture of irresponsibility. Irresponsibilists. Plural of irresponsibility. Irresponsibilities. Plural of irresponsibility. Irresponsibility. The character or state of being irresponsible. Lack of or freedom from responsibility. Want of accountability. Irresponsible. Not responsible. Exempt from legal responsibility. Not to be held accountable. Irresponsibleness. The quality of being irresponsible. Irresponsibles. Plural of irresponsible. Irresponsibly. In an irresponsible manner. So as to be irresponsible. Irresponsive. That does not respond to stimuli. Unresponsive. Irresponsiveness. The state of being is responsive. Irrestrainable. That cannot be restrained. Irresultative. Indicating an event or action not taken to completion. As with I was writing but not I wrote. Irresuscitable. Incapable of being resuscitated or revived. Irresuscitable. So as not to be resuscitated. In an irresuscitable manner. Irretention. Absence of retention. The state or quality of being irretentive. Lack of power to retain information. Irretentive. Not retentive. Not apt to retain. Irretentiveness. The quality of being attentive. Iridescence. Undeservedness. The property of being iridescent. Iridescences. Plural of iridescence. Iridescent. Unreserved. Not reticent. Irretraceable. Not retraceable. Unable to be retraced. Irretractable. Synonym of non-retractable. Irretractile. Not retractile. Irretrievability. The state or quality of being irretrievable. Irretrievable. Not retrievable. Irrecoverable. Irreparable. Irretrievableness. The state or quality of being irretrievable. Irretrievably. in an irretrievable manner, irrecoverably. Irreturnable, not to be returned. Irrevealable, incapable of being revealed. Irreverence, the state or quality of being irreverent. Want of proper reverence, disregard of the authority and character of a superior. Irreverences, plural of irreverence. Irreverences, plural of irreverency. Irreverency, alternative form of irreverence. Irreverent, not reverent, not where you. Respect. Irreverent, lacking respect, not having or not showing respect for or seriousness towards something that is usually treated with respect. Going against conventional precepts. Irreverential, not reverential. Irreverently, in an irreverent manner. Irreversibility, misspelling of irreversibility. Irreversible, alternative form of irreversible. Irreversibilities, plural of irreversibility. Irreversibility, the quality of being irreversible, the lack of an ability to be reversed. Irreversible, incapable of being reversed or turned about or back, incapable of being made to run backwards. Irreversibleness, the state or quality of being irreversible, irreversibility. Irreversibly, in an irreversible manner. Irreviewable, not eligible for review. Irrevisability, the property of being irrevisable, impossible to revise or change. Irrevisable, impossible to revise or change. Irrevivable, alternative form of unrevivable. Irreversibilities, plural of irreversibility. Irreversibility, the state or condition of being irrevocable. Irrevocable, unable to be retracted or reversed, final. Irrevocable letter of credit, a written commitment issued by a bank to pay a specified amount of money to a beneficiary, provided that certain conditions are met. Irrevocable letters of credit, plural of irrevocable letter of credit. Irrevocableness, quality of being irrevocable. Irrevocably, in an irrevocable manner, in a manner which prevents the ability to be reverted, repealed, or undone. Irrevocable, alternative spelling of irrevocable. Irrevocably, alternative spelling of irrevocably. Irrevoluble, that has no finite period of revolution, not revolving. Arrhythmia, misspelling of arrhythmia. Rhythmic, having no rhythm. Rhythmically, in an arrhythmic manner, not rhythmically. Very. Initialism of International Rice Research Institute, an agricultural institute with headquarters in Philippines. Irredenta, a region that has ethnic or historic ties to a political entity such as a country other than the one that rules it. Irredentas, plural of irredenta. Iridescent, misspelling of iridescent. Irradiating, misspelling of irradiating. Irradiable, able to be irrigated. Irrigably, such that it can be irrigated. Irridat, irrigating agent. Irridants, plural of irrigant. Irrigatable, capable of being irrigated. Irrigate, to supply farmland with water by building ditches, pipes, etc. Irrigated, simple past and past participle of irrigate. Irrigates, third person. singular simple present indicative of irrigate. Irrigating, present participle and gerund of irrigate. Irrigation, the act or process of irrigating or the state of being irrigated, especially the operation of causing water to flow over lands for nourishing plants. Irrigational, of or pertaining to irrigation. Irrigationist, one who employs irrigation techniques. Irrigationists, plural of irrigationist. Irrigations, plural of irrigation. Irrigative, relating to irrigation. Irrigator, one who or that which irrigates. Irrigatorio, relating to irrigation. Irrigators, plural of irrigator. Irrigatory, relating to irrigation. Irrigatory, Idiopathismographic diagnosis of idiopathy. Irriguous, irrigated, well-watered. Irrinotkin, misspelling of irrinotkin. Irrisible, not risible, unfunny or unable to make laugh. Irria, the act of laughing at another, derision. Irrians, plural of irrision. Irresistible, misspelling of irresistible. Irrisory, expressing irrision, mocking. Irritabilities, plural of irritability. Irritability, the state or quality of being irritable. Quick excitability. Irritable, capable of being irritated. Irritable bowel syndrome, a functional disorder causing the nerves and muscles of the large intestine to be oversensitive, leading to symptoms such as cramp, bloating, flatulence, diarrhea, and constipation. Irritable heart, neurocirculatory asthenia. Irritable hearts, plural of irritable heart. Irritable male syndrome, an annual behavior pattern in male soy sheep and other mammals with a strictly seasonal breeding pattern, where falling testosterone levels after the mating season lead to nervous, withdrawn behavior. Irritableness, the quality of being irritable. Irritablenesses, plural of irritableness. Irritably, in an irritable manner. Irritatement, entertainment that annoys, embarrasses, or upsets more than or as much as it entertains, whether unintentionally or by design. Irritants, irritation. Irritances, plural of irritants. Irritances, plural of irritancy. Irritancy, the quality of being irritant or irritating. Irritant, causing irritation or inflammation. Irritants, plural of irritant. Irritatable, capable of being irritated, irritable. Irritate, to provoke impatience, anger, or displeasure in. Irritated, simple past and past participle of irritate. Irritatedly, in an irritated manner. Irritates, third person singular simple present indicative of irritate. Irritative, third person singular simple present indicative of irritate. Irritating, causing irritation, annoyance, or pain. Irritatingly, in an irritating way, in a manner causing irritation or that irritates. Irritatingness, the quality of being irritating. Irritation, the act of irritating or annoying. Irritational, relating to irritation. Irritations, plural of irritation. Irritative, serving to excite or irritate. Irritativeness, the quality of being irritative. Irritatives, plural of irritative. Irritator, one who or that which irritates. Irritators, plural of Irritator. Irritatory. Producing irritation. Irrate. To sprinkle or moisten with dew. To bedew. Irritated. Simple past and past participle of irrate. Irrates. Third person singular simple present indicative of irrate. Irrating. Present participle and gerund of irrate. Irration. A sprinkling or wetting with dew. Irritations. Plural of irritation. Irritation. Not rotating or not pertaining to rotation. Irrotational field. A vector field that has a irrotational vector value at any point, i.e. one that has zero curl everywhere in the domain. Irrotational flow. A flow that at any point in time is a irrotational field, i.e. one that has zero curl everywhere in the domain. Irrotational vector. A vector with zero curl. Irrotationality. The condition of being irrotational. Irrotationally. Without rotation. Plural of IRI. Plural of Irrevocal. Irot. IRS. Initialism of Internal Revenue Service. Plural of II. Urshada. A city in Zakarpattia Oblast in western Ukraine. Ursubletin. In Adielser Drive. Initialism of Irish Republican Socialist Party. IRSs. Plural of IRS. Initialism of Interborough Rapid Transit Company. A river in Cumbria, England, which flows from Westwater and into the Irish Sea. Urvale. Alternative form of Erde Ale. Ardle. Plural of Rattle. Earthling Borough. A small town and civil parish with a town council in East Northamptonshire District, Northamptonshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 9470. Erdis. A major river in Siberia, Russia. Erdishite. A hexagonal mineral containing sodium, tantalum, niobium, and oxygen. Erdeschites. Plural of erdeschites. Eru. Initialism of inertial reference unit. Eru. A West African condiment made from fermented locust beans. Urudairaj. A South Indian surname and given name which means Sacred Heart. Urukanji. An Aboriginal tribe of northeastern Australia, also known as the Uruganji. Urukanji syndrome. A condition induced by venomization by the sting of Carukia barnesi and certain other box jellyfish. It can lead to cardiac arrest. Urukanjis. Plural of Urukanji. Urla. A member of a Dravidian ethnic group living around the Nilgiri Mountains in India. Urlas. Plural of Urla. Uruma. A city in Saitama Prefecture, Japan. Ura. A town in Gipuzkoa Province, Basque Country, Spain, on the border with France. Urumbam. A Mede surname from Manipuri. Uru. Plural of Iru. Russia. A female given name from Hebrew, a form of Jerusha. Uraska. A sacred Pawnee dance involving fire. Urutharad. A South Indian surname and given name which means Sacred Heart. Initialism of instant runoff voting. A male given name. A male given name. A male given name. A male given name. Urbai, a river in Ayrshire, Scotland, which flows into the Firth of Clyde near the town of Irvine. Irvine gas syndrome. Pseudophakic cystoid macular edema, a common cause of sight loss. Irvines, plural of Irvine. Irvinestown, a town in County Fermanagh, Northern Ireland. Irving, a surname from Scottish Gaelic. Irving the Explainer, any character who serves to provide exposition, such as explaining how an elaborate murder was committed, sparing the writers from having to convey it indirectly. Irving Jest, reminiscent of the works of Washington Irving 1783-1859, American author, biographer, and historian. Irving Yin, of or pertaining to Washington Irving 1783-1859, American author, biographer, and historian. Irvingiana, objects, materials, or documents relating to Washington Irving 1783-1859, American author, biographer, and historian. Irvingism, the doctrines and practices of the Catholic Apostolic Church. Irvingite, a member of the Catholic Apostolic Church. Irvingites, plural of Irvingite. Irvington, a village in Illinois. Irwell, a river in Lancashire and Greater Manchester, England, part of it forming the Manchester Ship Canal, which joins the River Mersey at Earlham. Irwin, a Scottish or Irish surname originating as a patronymic. Irwin County, a county of Georgia, United States. County seat, Osceola. Irwindale, a city in Los Angeles County, California, United States. Irvins, plural of Irwin. Irwinson, a small city, the county seat of Wilkinson County, Georgia, United States. Irina, a female given name from Ukrainian or Belarusian. Initialism of Islamic State. Plural of I, is a bare Catholic. Obviously, rhetorical question in response to a question where the answer is an emphatic yes. Is a man. Third person singular simple present indicative of be a man. Is a one? Third person singular simple present indicative of be a one. Is a thing. Third person singular simple present indicative of be a thing. Is able to. Third person singular simple present indicative of be able to. Ages with. Third person singular simple present indicative of be ages with. All. That is all, only, just and nothing more. Is all about. Third person singular simple present indicative of be all about. Is along. Third person singular simple present indicative of be along. Is anyone here a doctor? Asked to call upon a doctor to come forth from a group of people. Is anyone sitting here? Used to ask whether a seat near the interlocutor is currently occupied by someone temporarily absent. Is around. Third person singular simple present indicative of be around. Is at the play. Third person singular simple present indicative of be at the play. Is awake. Third person singular simple present indicative of be awake. Is bored. Third person singular simple present indicative of be bored. Is bored. Third person singular simple present indicative of be born. Is down with. Third person singular simple present indicative of be down with. Is gathered to one's fathers. Third person singular simple present indicative of be gathered to one's fathers. Is good for. Third person singular simple present indicative of be good for. Is in for. Third person singular simple present indicative of be in for. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See, is it? Is it going to rain? Is it going to rain? Is it just me? Am I the only one who thinks this? Is it me? Is it a situation of my own imagination, or is it safe here? Is it safe here? Late. Third person singular simple present indicative of be late. Is left at the post. Third person singular simple present indicative of be left at the post. Is left holding the baby. Third person singular simple present indicative of be left holding the baby. No like. Third person singular simple present indicative of be like. Is my middle name. Used to boast of a claimed characteristic or proficiency. Is no match for. Third person singular simple present indicative of be no match for. Is I. Third person singular simple present indicative of be on. Is on one's bullshit. Third person singular simple present indicative of be on one's bullshit. Is on one's merry way. Third person singular simple present indicative of be on one's merry way. Is on someone's dick. Third person singular simple present indicative of be on someone's dick. Is on someone's nuts. Third person singular simple present indicative of be on someone's nuts. Is on the lookout. Third person singular simple present indicative of be on the lookout. Is on to. Third person singular simple present indicative of be on to. Is one's own worst enemy. Third person singular simple present indicative of be one's own worst enemy. Is oneself. Third person singular simple present indicative of be oneself. Onto. Third person singular simple present indicative of be onto. Is out for. Third person singular simple present indicative of be out for. Rid of. Third person singular simple present indicative of be rid of. Right. Third person singular simple present indicative of be right. Is silent. Third person singular simple present indicative of be silent. Is someone cutting onions, drawing attention to somebody crying, or to a sad moment that makes one want to cry. Is someone's to lose. Third person singular simple present indicative of be someone's to lose. Is supposed to. Third person singular simple present indicative of be supposed to. Is taken ill. Third person singular simple present indicative of be taken ill. Is that a gun in your pocket, or are you just pleased to see me? Indicates the speaker has noticed an erection underneath the interlocutor's clothes. Is that so? Rella, is it true? Is that the time? Used to indicate surprise at how late in time it is. Is that what the kids are calling it these days? Synonym of I've never heard it called that before. Is the bear Catholic? Alternative form of is a bear Catholic. Is the case third person singular simple present indicative of be the case. Is the Pope a Catholic? Alternative form of is the Pope Catholic? Is the Pope Catholic? A rhetorical question in response to a question to which the answer is an emphatic yes. Is the sky blue? A rhetorical question in response to a question to which the answer is an emphatic yes. There. Third person singular simple present indicative of be there. Is there a grocery store nearby? Indicates that the speaker wants to know whether a grocery store is nearby. Is there a mouse in your pocket? Alternative form of you got a mouse in your pocket. Is there a problem? Is there a problem? Is there a smaller size? Indicates that the speaker needs a smaller size of clothes or shoes. Is this a safe space? Used before sharing an opinion or preference that might be seen as unpopular or controversial. Is used to. Third person singular simple present indicative of be used to. Third person singular simple present indicative of be with. Irar. Third person singular simple present indicative of be wrong. Is you is or is you ain't. Are you or are you not? Is your head cold? Drawing attention to a person's rudeness in not removing their hat. Contraction of is it. Form of iso before a vowel. Illet. The relationship between two entities in which one entity inherits from the other. Plural of is a. Is day. Dish Khorasan, initialism of Islamic State, Khorasan. Is odd problem. The problem of whether prescriptive statements stating what the case ought to be can be derived from descriptive statements stating what the case is. Is a be. Something that is potential, eventual, or prospective. Alternative letter case. Form of is. Abbreviation of islands. Initialism of instruction set architecture. A diminutive of the female given name Isabel or of its variant forms, sometimes also used as a formal given name. Abbreviation of Isaiah. Isaac, the son of Abraham and Sarah, father of Esau and Jacob, from whom the Hebrew people trace their descent. A male given name from Hebrew. Esachs, a surname transferred from the given name. Esaxes, plural of Isaacs. Esaimen, a surname. Isaacs, plural of Isaac. Isaac's syndrome. Neuromyotonia. Esaxon, a surname originating as a patronymic. Esaxons, plural of Isaacson. A Somali clan that traditionally inhabits Somaliland, Ethiopia, and Djibouti. Ezaks, plural of Isak. Isabag, a barangay of Lucena, Quezon, Philippines. Isabel, a female given name from Hebrew. Isabella, a female given name from Spanish. Isabella City, an independent city in Basilan, region of Zamboanga Peninsula, Philippines. Isabela East Sai, a barangay of Isabela, Basilan, Philippines. Isabela proper, a barangay of Isabela, Basilan, Philippines. Isabel, a female given name from Hebrew, a less common spelling of Isabel or Isabel. Isabella, a female given name from Hebrew. Isabella County, one of 83 counties in Michigan, United States. County seat, Mount Pleasant. Isabellas, plural of Isabella. Isabel, a female given name from French Isabelle, ultimately a variant of Elizabeth. Isabeline, of or related to Isabella I of Castile 1451-1504. Isabeline bear, synonym of Himalayan brown bear. Isabeline bears, plural of Isabeline bear. Isabeline shrike, Lanius isabelinus, a member of the shrike family Laniidae. It was formerly considered conspecific with the red-tailed shrike and the red-backed shrike. Isabeline shrikes, plural of Isabeline shrike. Isabeline wheatear, Onant isabelina, an Old World flycatcher native to Asia. Isabeline wheatears, plural of Isabeline wheatear. Isabgal, alternative form of aspagula. Isabnormal, a line connecting places on a map with equal deviation from the average temperature at that latitude. Isabnormals, plural of isabnormal. Initialism of Idol Star Athletics Championships Korean biannual athletics gathering. Atasun, a surname. Esedelphus, having an equal number of stamens in each of the two phalanges. Isadora, a female given name from ancient Greek, variant of Isadora. Isidore, a male given name from ancient Greek. Edit, Adiamathit in Epheliazidi. Edis, plural of Isiad. Eda, acronym of International Sailing Federation, world governing body for the sport of sailing. Ezadur. The surname. Isaglito, an antidiabetic drug. Isagoge, an introduction, especially particularly capitalized Porphyry's introduction to the works of Aristotle. Isagogius, plural of isagoge. Isagade, introductory. Isagogical, alternative form of isagogic. Isagogically, in an isagogic manner. Isagotics, that part of theological science directly preliminary to actual exegesis or interpretation of Scripture. Ethod, a Christian. Isaiah, a book of the Old Testament of the Bible and of the Tanakh. Essen, of or relating to the biblical Isaiah. Isaianic, synonym of Isaian of or relating to the biblical Isaiah. Esas, the prophet Isaiah. Issachanian, a surname from Armenian. Issachanians, plural of Issachanian. Issachanian, a surname from Armenian. Issachanians, plural of Issachanian. Esati, a folk Hindu goddess primarily worshipped in South India. Esagat, a surname from Russian. Esagavs, plural of Isakov. Ethaxon, a surname. Ethaxons, plural of Isaacson. Ethaxon, a surname. Ethaxons, plural of Isaacson. Italabar, a line joining points of equal pressure change during a specific time interval, especially over 3 hours. Isolabaric, relating to isolabars. Isolabars, plural of isolabar. Initialism of indexed sequential access method. A male given name. Esalo, a dialect of Calagan spoken in Samel. Isemiashi, a situation in which an attacking Rikishi accidentally steps too far forward and out of the ring, his opponent thus winning. A large region in northeastern Thailand on the Korat Plateau. Isandrus, having the stamens similar and equal in number to the divisions of the corolla. Esaneus, synonym of Isin relating to Isin or its people or language. Isengoma, synonym of Sangoma. Isengomas, plural of Isengoma. Isenomal, an isoline joining points with the same degree of anomaly or deviation in some meteorological or geological phenomenon. Isonomalies, plural of isinomaly. Isonomals, plural of isonomal. Isinomaly. An isonomal. Esenpur, a southern suburb of Ahmedabad, Gujarat, India. Isamtharus, having equal anthers. Isanthesic, relating to a kind of isoline that joins places on the earth where the flowers of a particular plant species bloom at the same time. Isanthi, a city in Isanti County, Minnesota, United States. Isanti County, one of 87 counties in Minnesota, United States. County seat, Cambridge. Esavi, initialism of Internet Server Application Programming Interface. Isapostol, an equal of the apostles. Isapostles, plural of isapostol. Isapostolic, having equivalent or almost equivalent authority with the apostles or their teachings. Isapostolicity, the quality of being isapostolic. Esa, a river in Tyrol, Austria and Bavaria, Germany, a tributary of the Danube. Ezard, alternative form of Izard. Ezards, plural of Isard. Isorythm, an isoline or contraline. Isorhythmic, using or relating to isolines isorhythms. Isorhythms, plural of isorhythm. Eva, plural of ISA. Isatic acid, chemistry. White crystalline substance obtained by the partial reduction of isatin. Acetides, plural of isati. Acetidine, a pyrrolizidine alkaloid, 12,18-dihydroxysenishinin, 11,16-dione oxide, isolated from various plants. Acethin, the indole derivative 1-H-indole 2,3-dione, used in the synthesis of dyes. Acetine, alternative form of isatin. Acetines, plural of isatine. Acetinin, relating to isatin. Isatinic acid, alternative form of isatic acid. Isatinide, any substituted derivative of isatin. Isatinides, plural of isatinoid. Acetins, plural of isatin. Isatinile, the univalent radical derived from isatin. Isathendim, a complex nitrogenous radical C8H4NO2 related to isatin. Acetodiens, plural of isatogen. Isatorubine, the antiviral nucleoside 5-amino-3,2-R3-R4s 5-R3-4-dihydroxy, 5-hydroxymethyloxylenate, 2-il-6-H1-3-thiazolo-4,5-D, pyrimidine, 2,7-dione. Isotropic acid, an acid obtained from atropine. Esodoximab, a monoclonal antibody medication for the treatment of multiple myeloma. Isoria, a rugged isolated district in the interior of South Asia Minor, famous for its bandits. Isoria, of or relating to Isoria. Isorians, plural of Isorian. Isavirus, any member of the genus Isavirus of viruses that cause infectious anemia in salmon. Isaviruses, plural of Isovirus. Isavuconazole, a particular triazole antifungal. Isavuconazonium, a systemic antifungal medication of the triazole class which is used to treat invasive aspergillosis and mucormycosis. Esoya, an Islamic mystical brotherhood founded in Morocco. A particular heterocyclic compound. A surname. Azaz, plural of Isaza. Eva, alternative form of Isba. Edova, plural of Isba. Esval, a surname originating as a matronymic. Esvo, a surname originating as a matronymic. Esvels, plural of Isbel. Esbester, a surname. Initialism of Indian Superbike Championship India. Asban, initialism of International Standard Book Number. Esplanade, furnished with an ISBN. Asbans, plural of ISBN. Isbourne, a river in Gloucestershire and Worcestershire, England, which joins the Warwickshire Avon. Isbophili, a particular antibronchospastic xanthine. Initialism of Internet Systems Consortium. Isbea, epithet of Judas Iscariot, one of the 12 disciples of Jesus in the New Testament, who betrayed Jesus into the hands of the chief priests for 30 pieces of silver, and of his father Simon Iscariot. Iscariot, of or relating to Judas Iscariot. Iscariotic, of or relating to Judas Iscariot. Iscariot is the behavior of a traitor, betrayal. Iscariots, plural of Iscariot. That's a surname. Ischemia, alternative spelling of ischemia. Plural of ischemia, alternative spelling of ischemia. Ischemias, plural of ischemia. Ischemic, British English spelling of ischemic. Ischemically, alternative form of ischemically. A guy, misspelling of ischemic. Ischemia, local disturbance in blood circulation due to mechanical obstruction of the blood supply, for example, embolism, thrombosis, or vasoconstriction. The plural of ischemia. Ischemia, synonym of ischemic. Ischemias, plural of ischemia. Ischemic, characteristic of or accompanied by ischemia, localized anemia due to mechanical obstruction of the blood supply, creating a local disturbance in blood circulation. Ischemically, in an ischemic manner. Ischemicity, the quality of being ischemic. At best, plural of Isvik, an island and volcano in the Bay of Naples, west of Naples in the Tahitian Sea. Isdak, relating to the Ischia. Isdatic, obsolete form of Ischiatic. Ischiatic passion. Sciatica. Ischiaticus, the Ischiatic nerve. Ischiaga, doubt in the hip. Isidel, pertaining to the ischium. Ischial callosities. Plural of ischial callosity. Ischial callosity. A thickened piece of skin found on the buttocks of animals, especially the baboon. Ischial tuberosities. Plural of ischial tuberosity. Ischial tuberosity. Each of the two lower extremities of the pelvis in humans and other animals on which the weight is placed while sitting and which are covered by the gluteus maximus while standing. Ischialgia. Pain in the region of the ischium, sciatica. Ischialgia. Of or relating to ischialgia. Evian. Of or from ischia. Elegant. Plural of ischium. Ischiatic. Of or pertaining to the ischium. Ischiatic nerve. A particular nerve that runs down the leg from the back. Ischiatic nerves. Plural of ischiatic nerve. Ischidrosis. Anadrosis. Isdalphia. Isdano. Of or relating to the ischium and anus. Ischiac capsula. Of or relating to the ischium and the capsule of the hip joint. Ischiacavernosal. Of or pertaining to the ischiacavernosis. Ischiacavernosi. Plural of ischiacavernosis. Ischiacavernosis. A muscle just below the surface of the perineum used to flex the anus, stabilize the erect penis in males, and tense the vagina in females. Ischiacavernous. Synonym of ischiacavernosal. Ischiosal. Hernia through the sciatic match. Ischiosrite. The third segment of the antennae of a crustacean. Ischiacagigeo. Relating to the ischium and coccyx. Ischiacuro. Located between the ischium and the creers. Ischiophural. Relating to or connecting the ischium and the femur. Ischiafibula. Relating to the ischium and fibula. Ischialuteal. Ischial and gluteal. Ischiac. Relating to the ischium and ilium. Ischiapai. Plural of ischiopagus. Ischiopagus. One of a pair of conjoined twins who are united at the pelvis. Ischioperineal. Relating to the ischium and perineum. Ischiapidae. The segment of the crustacean's limb that is attached to the ischium. Ischiapidates. Plural of ischiapidae. Ischiapubic. Of or pertaining to the ischium and pubis. Ischirectal. Of or pertaining to the region between the ectum and the ischial tuberosity. Ischiasacral. Relating to the ischium and sacrum. Ischial. Relating to the ischia and tibia. Ischiabidinal. Relating to the ischium and vagina. Ischioretibo. Relating to the ischium and vertebrae. The lowest of the three bones that make up each side of the pelvis. Isthmacanthe. Any shark-like early fish of the family Isthmacanthidae. Isthmacanthids. Plural of isthmacanthed. Isthmacanthiform. Any primitive gnathostome of the order Isthmacanthiforms. Isthmacanthiforms. Plural of Isthmacanthiform. Isthmachitinidae. Any chitin in the family Isthmachitinidae. Isthmachitinids. Plural of Isthmachitinid. Ismurid. Any scorpion in the family Ismuridae. Ismurids. Plural of ismurid. Isdiuretic. Relieving urinary retention. Isdiuretics. Plural of isdiuretic. Ischiria. Alternative spelling of ischiry. Escherius. Plural of ischiria. Escheric. The inability to empty the bladder. Ischirosre. Any amphiped in the family Ischirosidae. Ischirosrids. Plural of Ischirosrid. Ischemia. Obsolete spelling of ischemia. Ischemias. Plural of ischemia. Ischeme. Archaic form of ischemic. Ide. Plural of ischemia. Alternative spelling of ischemia. Pi. Initialism of intracytoplasmic sperm injection. That. Indian script code for information interchange. Let's go. Abbreviation of International Standard Classification of Occupations. There you go. Plural of ISCO. As the initialism of Internet SCSI, a storage transport protocol that transmits SCSI I/O traffic over a TCP/IP connection. That's initialism of intermediate school district. Ethan. Initialism of isosorbide dinitrate. Ethan. Plural of istin. That's plural of ISD. Is. Initialism of in-service education. Is. A city in Mai Prefecture, Japan. Ibe. A bay located at the mouth of the Kaizo Three Rivers between Mai and Hi Prefectures in Japan. ISA. Acronym of Island Southeast Asia. ISA. Plural of ICM. ISA. Initialism of Information Systems Examination Board. Ethic. Abbreviation of International Sun-Earth Explorer, later renamed to International Cometary Explorer IC. ISO. Acronym of International Science and Engineering Fair. Isganen. A particular antimicrobial peptide. Isgaria. Equality of all citizens and freedom of speech, especially in public assemblies. Isgor. Or pertaining to Isgoria. Isgori. Alternative form of Isagoria. Isoconic. Displaying the exact same image in both eyes. Isan. Alternative form of Isium. Isans. Plural of Isian. Iskai. A genre of Japanese fiction involving everyday people transported to alternative fantasy or virtual worlds. Iskai. Simple past and past participle of Iskai. Iscaid. Simple past and past participle of Iskai. Iskai. Present participle and gerund of Iskai. Iskies. Plural of Iskai. Isgiri. Alternative form of Itzikiri. Iceland. A surname. Isel. A village in Trascora Municipality, Piedmont, Italy. Eismann. A surname from German. Eismanns. Plural of Eismann. Eisenberg. A surname. Eisenbergs. Plural of Eisenberg. Eisenergic. Equal energy. Eisenhart. A surname. Eisenharts. Plural of Eisenhart. Eisenhower. A surname. Eisenhower's. Plural of Eisenhower. Eisenhower. A surname. Eisenhower's. Plural of Eisenhower. Eisensee. A surname. Isenthalbic. Alternative form of isothalbic. Isentrope. A surface of constant potential temperature. Isentropes. Plural of isentrope. Isentropic. Having a constant entropy. Isentropic flow, an idealized fluid flow in which entropy remains constant throughout the flow, or along a particular streamline. Isentropic flows, plural of isentropic flow. Isentropically, in an isentropic way. Isentropicity, the condition of being isentropic. Ispamicin, an aminoglycoside antibiotic. Ispeptesis, plural of ispeptesis. Ispeptesis, alternative form of isopeptesis. Ider, a surname. Iser, a department of Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes, France. Isermia, a province of Malais, Italy. Iders, plural of Iser. Isonate, any salt or ester of isothionic acid. Isonates, plural of isothianate. Isothionic acid, a synthetic short-chain alkene sulfonic acid used in the manufacture of anionic surfactants. Isalt, a female given name from the Germanic languages. Isia, a temple dedicated to the worship of the Egyptian goddess Isis. Isias, plural of ICM. F, initialism of International Solar Car Federation. Isfahan, a city in Iran, the seat of Isfahan County's central district and the capital of Isfahan province, the third largest city of Iran, the former capital of Iran from 1598 1736. Isfahani, of or pertaining to Isfahan. Isfahanis, plural of Isfahani. Havana, a city in Bakan Oblast in southern Kyrgyzstan. F, initialism of Interactive Software Federation of Europe. Esfeld, a village and civil parish in Wealden District, East Sussex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 4517. S, initialism of introverted, sensing, feeling and judging, a personality type in the Myers-Briggs type indicator. S, plural of is. S, initialism of introverted, sensing, feeling and perceiving, a personality type in the Myers-Briggs type indicator. S, plural of is. F, initialism of in situ hybridization. F, a diminutive of the male given name Ishmael. Ishka Bible. Why should I worry? I don't care. The evening/night Islamic prayer. Iva, a male given name from Sanskrit of Indian origin. Iva, a surname from Arabic. Idas, plural of Ishak. Ida, a place name. Ias, plural of Isham. If, one of the aspects of the god Shiva. Ishango, a substation of Virunga National Park in the Democratic Republic of the Congo that is near the city of Goma. Ishango bone, a bone tool dated to the Upper Paleolithic era, known for a series of what has been interpreted as tally marks carved in 3 columns running the length of the tool. Ayani, the Hindu goddess Parvati or Durga, consort of Lord Shiva. Idams, plural of Ishan. Ida, a male given name. Is, plural of Isha. Ishal, a female given name from Scottish Gaelic. Ishvilia, Devel. It, a surname. Ishiv, uncritical Apple Inc. fans. It is, plural of Ishi. Ishikiri, alternative form of Itzikiri. Isherwood, a surname. Isherwood system, a method of ship construction in which large, Widely spaced transverse frames are used in conjunction with light, closely spaced longitudinal members. Isherwoodian, of or relating to Christopher Isherwood 1904-1986, Anglo-American writer. Isherwoods, plural of Isherwood. Yes, plural of Ish. Iya, a surname from Japanese. Ishibathi, a surname from Japanese. Ija, a surname from Japanese. Igada, plural of Ishida. Ishigaki, a city in Okinawa Prefecture, Japan. Ishigawa, a surname from Japanese. Ishihara, a surname from Japanese. Ishihara plate, any of a set of colored plates each containing a pattern of dots of various colors and sizes, forming a number or shape clearly visible to those with normal color vision, used in testing for color blindness. Ishihara plates, plural of Ishihara plate. Ishihara tests, a test for red-green color blindness, using a number of colored plates. Ishihara plates, each of which contains a circle of dots of various colors and sizes. Depending on the person's vision, certain dots within the pattern will appear to form recognizable numbers or shapes. Ishihara tests, plural of Ishihara tests. Iya, a surname from Hopi. Ishikaru, a city in Ishikari Subprefecture, Japan. Ishikawa, Ishikawa Prefecture, a prefecture in northern central region of Japan. Ishikawa diagram, a diagram used in quality management to display a detailed list of causes and effects of a problem, and thus to decipher the root cause of a problem. Ishikawa diagrams, plural of Ishikawa diagram. Ishikawas, a rare mineral composed of uranium, niobium, iron, tantalum, and yttrium. Ishikawas, plural of Ishikawa. A class of angels said to be the closest to the affairs of mortals. Ishuin, a surname from Japanese. Ishimoto, a surname from Japanese. Kyoto, a city in Ibaraki Prefecture, Japan. Ishizaki, a surname from Japanese. Ishizawa, a surname from Japanese. Ishiwara, a surname. Ishiyama, a surname from Japanese. Ishizaki, a surname from Japanese. Ishizawa, a surname from Japanese. Ishizawas, plural of Ishizawa. Ishkabebel, so what, whatever, oh well. Ishkashimi, an Iranian language spoken predominantly in the Badakhshan province in Afghanistan and in Gorno-Badakhshan Autonomous Region in Tajikistan. Ishkakpi, alternative form of Ishkashimi. Ishpen, synonym of seven trout. Ishkens, plural of Ishken. Ishkildite, a variety of chrysotile. Ishmael, the eldest son of Abraham and his wife's handmaiden Hagar, who were cast out after the birth of Isaac, traditionally the ancestor of the Arabs via the Ishmaelites. Ishmaelian, alternative form of Ismailian. Ishmaelians, plural of Ishmaelian. Ishmaelite, any descendant of Ishmael. Ishmaelites, plural of Ishmaelite. Ishmaelitic, or relating to the Ishmaelites. Ishmaelitish, pertaining to or resembling an Ishmaelite or the Ishmaelites. Ishmaels, plural of Ishmael. Isha, a surname. Ishmans, plural of Ishman. Ishbatina, a ridgeline in Lady Evelyn's Movewater Provincial Park, Ontario, Canada, the highest point in Ontario. Ishpingo, any of various South American plants. Ishpingos, plural of Ishpingo. Ishiku, a ruler or chief priest in ancient Assyria. Shit in various senses. Isha, a goddess of fertility, love, sex, and war. In the Babylonian pantheon, she was the divine personification of the planet Venus, the Assyrian and Babylonian counterpart to the Sumerian Inanna and to the northwest Semitic goddess Astarte. Ike, unpleasant, distasteful. Initialism of I seriously hope you guys don't do this, indicating disapproval of some habit previously mentioned. As an abbreviation of into simple interference. SEU, a spicy Nigerian dish made from a goat's head. And that of or pertaining to the goddess Isis or her worship. Azza, a male given name from Hebrew, variant of Isaiah. Isaiah Langwanar, a local government area of Abia State, Nigeria. Isaiah Langwa South, a local government area of Abia State, Nigeria. Izabongo, a complementary metonym used to describe members of a Zulu clan. Izabongos, plural of Izabongo. Acronym of International Student Identity Card. Isikanto, alternative form of canto. Isikatamia, a genre of popular South African vocal music derived from the Zulu genre called mpu. Ezekal, obsolete form of icicle. Ezekals, plural of isicle. Isikoko, synonym of headring band worn by married Zulu men. Isikokos, plural of Isikoko. Ezekals, plural of isicle. Isikoko, synonym of headring band worn by married Zulu men. Isikokos, plural of Isikoko. Plural of Isik. Isida, plural of Isidium. Isiel, relating to the Isidium. Asidium, of or relating to Isis. Ise, having Isidia. Is it? Any soft coral in the family Isidi. Isidet, plural of Isidip. Isiphrus, bearing an Isidium or Isidia, a vegetative reproductive structure present in some lichens. Isiophrus, alternative form of Isidiophorus. Isioi, resembling or characteristic of the former lichen genus Isidium. Isidios, having powdery, coral-like excrescences. Isidium, a vegetative reproductive structure present in some lichens, an outgrowth of the thallus surface, usually with a columnar structure and consisting of both fungal hyphae and algal cells. Isaora, a female given name from ancient Greek, rare in the Anglo-Saxon world. Isaor, a male given name from ancient Greek. Isidores, plural of Isidore. Isidorian, relating to Pseudo-Isidore. Isidrocards, a barangay of Difun, Quirino, Philippines. Asu, alternative form of Isiu. Isignisurmer, a commune in Calvados department, Normandy, France. Isi Iquamo, a cant argot jargon used by Bantu African mine workers in small townships in South Africa in same-sex circumstances. Evo, synonym of ISIS. Isilke, Dish Khorasan, abbreviation of Islamic State in Iraq and the Levant. Khorasan/Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant. Khorasan. Evo, initialism of Integrated Science Instrument Module, a component of the James Webb Space Telescope. Ezo, Initialism of International Securities Identification Number, a 12-character identification number that uniquely identifies a security. Isanai, a northern Luzon language primarily spoken in Nueva Vizcaya province in the northern Philippines. Isanai, alternative form of Isanai. Isandazo, any of a series of compounds isomeric with alkyl indizols. Isandazols, plural of isandazole. Ising model, a particular mathematical model of ferromagnetism in statistical mechanics. Ising glass, a form of gelatine obtained from the air bladder of the sturgeon and certain other fish, used as an adhesive and as a clarifying agent for wine and beer. Isinglasses, plural of isinglass. Isn't, misspelling of isn't. Asanya, a town and administrative division in Kajiado County, Kenya. Asab, a Filipino surname. Asabs, plural of Isab. IS, a Salafist group mainly active in Iraq and Syria, where it has proclaimed itself as an unrecognized state and later caliphate. Isis, an ancient Egyptian goddess, the wife of Osiris and mother of Horus, worshipped as the ideal mother and wife and as the matron of nature and magic. Also worshipped by some Greeks during the Hellenistic period and featured in Greek mythology, and by Romans involved in what was categorized as the cult of Isis. ISIS-K, abbreviation of Islamic State in Iraq and Syria, Khorasan/Islamic State of Iraq and Syria, Khorasan, Ish Khorasan. ISISes, plural of Isis. Isisism, an ancient and reconstructionist religion that venerates a pantheon of Egyptian deities. As an alternative form of Isit. Isitalatalo, an African musical instrument, a form of Jew's harp. Iskandar, a male given name from Arabic in turn from ancient Greek, variant of Alexander. Iskandar Pewtery, the administrative capital of Johor, Malaysia. Iskandarian, a surname from Armenian. Iskandarians, plural of Iskandarian. Iskandarian, a surname from Armenian. Iskandarians, plural of Iskandarian. Iskander, a surname from Arabic. Iskanders, plural of Iskander. Ekern, initialism of International Society for Krishna Consciousness. Iskenderun, a port city in Hatay province, southeastern Turkey. Ekra, a surname. Ekras, plural of Iskra. Evo, initialism of Irish Sign Language. Edel, abbreviation of island. Edel, abbreviation of island. Isle, a female given name transferred from the place name, coined in the 20th century from an archaic spelling of Isla, an island in the Hebrides. Isla Vista, a census-designated place in Santa Barbara County, California, United States. Islam, uncommon spelling of Islam. Izak, a town and district in Gaziantep province, Turkey. Ilah, a monotheistic Abrahamic religion followed by Muslims that is based on the teachings of Muhammad and the Quran. Ilah, rare spelling of Islam. Islamabad, the capital city of Pakistan, located within the Islamabad Capital Territory. Islamabad Capital Territory, a federal territory in north-central Pakistan in which the country's capital Islamabad is located. Islamophobe, misspelling of Islamophobe. Islamophobes, misspelling of Islamophobes. Islamophobia. Misspelling of Islamophobia. Islamophobic. Misspelling of Islamophobic. Islamdom. The regions of the world, taken as a whole, where Islam is the predominant religion. Islamerica. A supposed future United States which is predominantly inhabited by Muslims. Islamar. The main principal town of Mirpur city of Azad Jammu and Kashmir in Pakistan, located within the Mirpur. Islamic religious studies. Islam as a school subject taught in Pakistani schools. Islamic. Of, pertaining to, originating in, characteristic of, or deriving from Muslims or Islam. Islamic. Alternative spelling of Islamic. Islamic calendar. A calendar system associated with Islamic culture, dividing the year into 12 months. Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan. Official name of Afghanistan, a country in Central Asia under Taliban rule in 1996-2001 and since 2021. Islamic fascism. A putatively Islamic form of fascism or authoritarianism, a Muslim theocracy. Islamic fundamentalism. A revolutionary movement towards Islamism, with literal and traditional interpretations of their sacred texts. It is often used to describe Muslim groups that advocate the replacement of secular state laws with Islamic law or Sharia. Islamic Republic of Afghanistan. The former official name of Afghanistan from 2001 through 2021. Islamic Republic of Iran. Official name of Iran, a country in Western Asia in the Middle East. Islamic Republic of Mauritania. Official name of Mauritania, a country in West Africa. Islamic Republic of Pakistan. Official name of Pakistan, a country in South Asia. Islamic State. A Salafist group active in Libya, Nigeria, Iraq, and Syria where it is proclaimed an unrecognized state. Islamic State in Iraq. ISIL/ISIS/Islamic State. Islamic State in Iraq and Syria. Alternative form of ISIS. Islamic State in Iraq and the Levant. Alternative form of ISIL. Islamic State of Iraq and Syria. Alternative form of ISIS. Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant. Alternative form of ISIL. Islamically. In an Islamic manner. In a manner relating to or comporting with Islam. Islamicate. Associated with regions in which Muslims are culturally dominant, but not specifically with the religion of Islam. Islamication. The process of becoming Islamicate. Islamicide. The killing of Muslims. Islamicism. Islamic studies. Islamicisms. Plural of Islamicism. Islamicist. An expert or scholar in Islam. Islamicists. Plural of Islamicists. Islamicization. The act of making Islamic or converting to Islam. Islamicizations. Plural of Islamicization. Islamicize. To make Islamic. To convert to Islam. Islamicized. Simple past and past participle of Islamicized. Islamicizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of Islamicize. Islamicizing. Present participle and gerund of Islamicize. Islamicness. That quality of being Islamic. Islamics. The study of Islam. Islamification. Conversion of a region or a society to Islam. Islamization. Alternative spelling of Islamization. Islamize. Non-Oxford British English Standard Spelling of Islamize. Islamizer. Non-Oxford British English Standard Spelling of Islamizer. Islamizers. Plural of Islamizer. Islamism. The religion of Muslims. Islam. Islamisms. Plural of Islamism. Islamist. A Muslim. Islamistic. Relating to Islamism. Islamists. Plural of Islamists. Islamite. A Muslim. Islamites. Plural of Islamite. Islamitic. Islamic. Islamitic. Islamic. Islamia. Islamic religious studies. Islam as a school subject taught in Pakistani schools. Islamization. Conversion to Islam. Islamizations. Plural of Islamization. Islamize. To convert to Islam. Islamized. Simple past and past participle of Islamize. Islamizer. One who Islamizes. Islamizers. Plural of Islamizer. Islamizes. Third person singular simple present. Indicative of Islamize. Islamizing. Present participle and gerund of Islamize. Islamis. The state of being Muslim or Islamic. Islamo. Pertaining to Islam or Muslims. Islamoleftism. A political alliance between leftists and Islamists. Islamocentric. Centered on or overemphasizing Islam and or Muslims. Islamocommunism. An Islamic version of communism. Islamocommunists. A supporter or adherent of Islamocommunism. Islamocommunists. Plural of Islamocommunists. Islamocracies. Plural of Islamocracy. Islamocracy. Islamic theocracy. Islamocrat. An Islamic theocrat and Islamist. Islamocratic. Of or pertaining to Islamocracy, pertaining to Islamist democracy. Islamocrats. Plural of Islamocrat. Islamofascism. Socially repressive or nationalistic Islamic fundamentalism. Islamofascist. A Muslim fundamentalist. Islamofascists. Plural of Islamofascists. Islamologists. A person who studies Islam. Islamologists. Plural of Islamologists. Islamology. The study of Islam. Islamomisia. Hatred of Islam or Muslims. Islamism. Islamist Nazism, Nazi Islamism, a real or imagined conflation of Nazism and Islamism. Islamophile, one especially one who is not an adherent of Islam, who loves Islam, Muslims, or Islamic culture. Islamophiles, plural of Islamophile. Islamophilia, love or admiration of the values of Islam or of Islamic civilization. Islamophilic, of, relating to, or pertaining to Islamophilia. Islamophobe, a person who fears or hates Islam and Muslims. Islamophobes, plural of Islamophobe. Islamophobia, fear or hatred of Islam or Muslims. Islamophobiac, an Islamophobe, one who is Islamophobic. Islamophobiacs, plural of Islamophobiac. Islamophobian, Islamophobe. Islamophobians, plural of Islamophobian. Islamophobias. Plural of Islamophobia. Islamophobic. Having a fear or hatred of Islam or Muslims. Islamophobically. In an Islamophobic manner. Islamophobics. Plural of Islamophobic. Islamophobic or hatred of Islam or Muslims. Islamophobically. In an Islamophobic manner. Islamophobics. Plural of Islamophobic. Islamophobism. Islamophobia. Islamophobist. Muslimophobe. Islamophobists. Plural of Islamophobists. Islamapologist. A person who makes excuses for the perceived faults of Islam. Islamapologists. Plural of Islamapologists. Islamorialism. The belief that Islamophobic viewpoints are irrational. Islamosocialists. Pertaining to Islamic socialism. Islamosphere. The Islamic world. Islamatard. A Muslim. Islamatards. Plural of Islamatard. Islamoterorism. Terrorism inspired by radical Islam. Islamoteraurists. One who commits Islamoterorism. Islamoteraurists. Plural of Islamoterrorists. Islampolitik. The political implications of Islam. The evocation of Islam for political ends. Ilams. Plural of Islam. Islamsterdam. The city of Amsterdam, with regard to its population of Muslims and other immigrants. Island. Long Island in New York State. Island art. A long chain of active volcanoes with intense seismic activity found along convergent tectonic boundaries. Island arts. Plural of island art. Island Carib. A member of the Kalinago people. Island Caribs. Plural of island Carib. Island chain. An archipelago consisting of neighboring islands which are roughly aligned as if chained one to the next. Island chains. Plural of island chain. Island county. Counties in Washington, United States. County seat. Coupeville. Island dressing. A kind of adhesive bandage for wounds having light to moderate exudate. Island dress. Island dwarf. An island-dwelling organism that has become smaller than its mainland counterparts. An organism that has undergone island dwarfism. Island dwarfism. An evolutionary process in which members of a species isolated on an island become smaller in size than their counterparts on the mainland. Island dwarfs. Plural of island dwarf. Island fox. A fox Eurycian littoralis endemic to the Channel Islands of California. Island foxes. Plural of island fox. Island gray fox. Channel Island fox. Island gray foxes. Plural of island gray fox. Island maze. A maze whose walls are made up of two or more disconnected sections, so that it cannot necessarily be escaped by consistently following one wall. Island maze. Plural of island maze. Island of automation. A standalone automation system. Island of Hawaii. Synonym of Big Island. Island of Hawaii. Synonym of Big Island. Island of inversion. A region of the chart of nuclides that contains isotopes with a non-standard ordering of single particle levels in the nuclear shell model. Island of Ireland. The second largest island in the British Isles, Northern Ireland, and the Republic of Ireland collectively. Island of Montreal. Synonym of Montreal, an island in Canada. Island of Pearls. Manihiki. Island of Ryle. The the brain. Island of stability. A grouping of isotopes of some transuranic elements that are predicted to be more stable than others due to having filled shells of protons and neutrons. Island of the blessed. A paradisial island or archipelago located to the far west, the abode of good people after death. Island platform. A railway platform which has tracks on both sides. Island platform. Plural of island platform. Island rule. The principle of biology that states that populations isolated on islands may undergo evolution towards dwarfism or gigantism to better conform to available resources. Island silicate. Synonym of orthosilicate. Island silicates. Plural of island silicate. Island site. A space for an advertisement surrounded mostly or entirely by editorial matter. Island sites. Plural of island site. Island Southeast Asia. A subregion of Southeast Asia comprising the tropical islands lying between mainland Asia, New Guinea, and Australia. Island state. A state consisting of one or more islands. Island states. Plural of island state. Island syndrome. The presence of differences in morphology, ecology, physiology, and behavior of insular species compared to their continental counterparts. These differences evolved due to the different ecological pressures affecting insular species. Island tameness. An evolutionary trait found with island-dwelling animals, which when isolated on islands evolved the loss of timidity in the face of the unknown or predators. Island tarweed. Hemizonia clementina is species of tarweed. Island tarweeds. Plural of island tarweed. Island time. A notional system of time which others sometimes derogatorily ascribe to islanders, e.g. Hawaiians or Fijians, and which they sometimes jocularly ascribe to themselves to account for their supposed tendency to be leisurely, not rigorous about scheduling, and often tardy. Island universe. A galaxy. Island universes. Plural of island universe. Island hop. To travel from island to island in a certain area, especially as a tourist to visit numerous islands. Island hopped. Simple past and past participle of island hop. Island hopping. Present participle and gerund of island hop. Island hops. Third person singular simple present indicative of island hop. Island bridge. An area of Dublin, Ireland, named after Island Bridge which crosses the River Liffey. Irish grid ref 01234. Island Eddy. A village in County Mayo, Ireland. Islanded. Simple past and past participle of island. Islander. Ellipsis of Prince Edward Islander. Islanders. Plural of islander. Islandful. As much as an island can hold. Islandhood. The quality of being an island geographical feature. Islandec. Pertaining to an island or group of islands. Islandicin. A trihydroxyanthraquinone found in Talaromyces islandicus. Islanding. Present participle and gerund of island. Islandish. Pertaining to or characteristic of an island, insular. Islandism. A form of regionalism in which one's primary loyalty is to the island on which one lives and to its people. Islandisms. Plural of islandism. Islandist. Pertaining to or characteristic of islandism. Islandists. Plural of islandists. Islandless. Without islands. Island-like. Resembling or characteristic of an island. Islandly. Like, relating to or typical of an island. Islandy. Islandness. the property of being or belonging to an island, especially as it affects society and culture. Islandology, the study of islands. Islandophile, a lover of islands. Islandophiles, plural of islandophile. Islandress, a female islander. Islandresses, plural of islandress. Islandry, people from an island, islanders. Islands, a district of Hong Kong. Islands of Hawaii, synonym of Hawaiian Islands. Islands of inversion, plural of island of inversion. Islands of Ryle, plural of island of Ryle. Islands of stability, plural of island of stability. Islands of the blessed. Islands of the blessed. Islands of the blessed, plural of island of the blessed. Islands of the North Atlantic, Great Britain, Ireland, and surrounding smaller islands, the British and Irish Isles. Island side, the part of Hong Kong on Hong Kong Island. Islandward, being in or facing towards an island. Islandwards, islandward, towards an island. Island-wide, extending throughout an island. Islandy, of or relating to islands. Islas, plural of isla. Isotraver, an experimental inhibitor of nucleoside reverse transcriptase translocation. Isla, the southernmost island of the Inner Hebrides in Argyll and Bute Council area, Scotland. Isle, a city in Minnesota. Isle aux Morts, a town in Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Isle de Jean Charles, a village in Terrebonne Parish, Louisiana, United States. Isle Oran, a large island in the Firth of Clyde, North Ayrshire Council area, Scotland. Isle of Dogs, a peninsula, not a true island, formed by a large meander in the River Thames in East London, England. Isle of Ely, a historical area in northern Cambridgeshire, England, administered as its own county between 1890 and 1965, when it was absorbed into Cambridgeshire and Isle of Ely. Isle of Grain, a civil parish served by St. James, Isle of Grain Parish Council on the eastern part of the Howe Peninsula in Medway Borough, Kent, England. Isle of Lewis, an island area, the larger northern part of Lewis and Harris, in the Outer Hebrides, Western Isles Council area, Scotland. Isle of Man, an island and crown dependency of the United Kingdom in the Irish Sea, part of the British Isles but not of the United Kingdom. Isle of Oxney, an area of higher ground in the south of Ayrshire District, Kent, England, that was once an island before the surrounding low-lying land was drained. Isle of Pines, an island of New Caledonia. Isle of Portland, a tide island or peninsula in Dorset, England. Isle of Purbeck, a peninsula, not an island, on the coast of Dorset, England. Isle of Sheppey, an island off the north coast of Kent, England, in the Thames estuary. Isle of Thanet, an area in northeastern Kent, England, bordering onto the North Sea and English Channel, which was an island at one time. The main towns in Thanet are Margate, Broadstairs, and Ramsgate. Isle of Wight, misspelling of Isle of Wight. Isle of Wight, an island, county, and unitary authority off the south coast of England in the English Channel opposite Southampton. Isle of Wight County, one of 95 counties in Virginia, United States. County seat, Isle of Wight. Isle of Wight disease, a disease of honeybees caused by the parasitic Mitocarapes woody infesting the trachea that lead from the first pair of thoracic spiracles. Isle of Wighter, a person from the Isle of Wight. Isle of Whiters, plural of Isle of Wighter. Isle of Ute, an island and special municipalities south of the island of Cuba, across the Gulf of Batabano. Edo, having an island or islands. Isle, a surname from German. Isless, without isles. Isleman, a man who inhabits an island. Isleman, plural of Isleman. Isleornse, a village on the Isle of Skye, Highland Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NG 6912. Isle, a surname. Isles, plural of isle. Isles of Scilly, an archipelago off the coast of Cornwall in southwestern England. Islesman, synonym of Isleman. Islesman, plural of Islesman. Islet, a small island. Islet of Langerhans, singular of islets of Langerhans. Islet, an unincorporated community and town pueblo in Bernalillo County, New Mexico, United States. Isled, having little islands. Isleton, a city in Sacramento County, California, United States. Islets, plural of islet. Islet of Langerhans, distinctive regions of tissue in the pancreas, which contain its endocrine cells. Islur, toward an island. Islur, a large suburban area and small town in the borough of Hounslow, Greater London OS Grid Ref TQ 1676. Isley, a surname. Isleys, plural of Isley. Islington, an inner district of North London, England. Islington, set, synonym of liberal elite. Islingtonian, a resident of Islington in North London, England. Islingtonians, plural of Islingtonian. Islip, a place name. Islips, plural of Islip. Islamania, a fascination with islands. Ela, an islet. Elots, plural of Islot. Edos, plural of Isle. Initialism of Institute for Supply Management. An ideology, system of thought, or practice that can be described by a word ending in ism. Ismaili, alternative form of Ismaili. Ismailis, plural of Ismaili. Ismail, obsolete form of Ishmael. Ismaili, a member of branch of Shiite Islam which emphasizes secrecy and certain Gnostic ideas. Ismailian, an Ismailite. Ismailians, plural of Ismailian. Ismailite, an Arab Muslim, one who claims descent from Ishmael. Ismailites, plural of Ismailite. Ismailitic, or relating to the Ismailites. Ismail, obsolete form of Ishmael. Ismail, Ishmael, the first son of Abraham, traditionally the ancestor of the Arabs. Ismaili, a branch of Shiism. Ismailia, a city and governorate in northeastern Egypt. Ismailian, alternative form of Ismailian. Ismailians, plural of Ismailian. Ismailis, plural of Ismaili. Ismailism, the doctrines and practices associated with Ismailis. Ismailist, an Ismaili. Ismailists. Plural of Ismailists. Ismailite. Alternative form of Ismaili. Ismailites. Plural of Ismailite. Ismailitic. Of or relating to the Ismailites. Ismailitism. Synonym of Ismailism. Ismailia. Ismailism. Ismaili. Alternative form of Ismaili. Ismaili. Alternative form of Ismaili. Ismaili. Alternative form of Ismaili. Ismatic. Addicted to isms or faddish theories. Ismatical. Ismatic. Isma. A surname transferred from the given name. Ismaz. Plural of Isma. Ismaili. Alternative form of Ismaili. Ismaili. A city and district of Azerbaijan. ISM A Macron letter 2 BFI Macron L A Macron. Alternative form of Ismaili. ISM A Macron letter 2 BFI Macron L I Macron S. Plural of ISM A Macron letter 2 BFI Macron L I Macron. Esmin. A female given name from ancient Greek. L. Initialism of information security management system. L. Plural of ISM. L. Plural of ism. Isms and schisms. Different beliefs and ideologies and the conflicts between them. F. Contraction of is not negative auxiliary. Isn't. Used to ask the listener for confirmation of or agreement with a statement, right? Isn't it so? Isn't it true? Isn't true. Alternative form of isn't-io. Isn't-io. Israel, viewed as an illegitimate state. Essence. Plural of isn't. Eva. Acronym of Islamic Society of North America. Anna. A Muslim tradition, specifying the chain of human reporters from the time of Muhammad that authenticates the legitimacy of a hadith, a report of sayings and acts of the Prophet. Isnads. Plural of isna. Esmi. Contraction of is not. Isnat. An Austronesian ethnic group native to Apayao province in the Philippines Cordillera Administrative Region. Isnak. Alternative form of Isnak. Esner. A surname. Esners. Plural of Isner. Esnas. The quality of being, existence as something. Eme. Archaic form of isn't. Esnael. Alternative form of isn't-io. Of. Misspelling of isn't. ISO. The International Organization for Standardization. ISO. Clipping of isolation. ISO. Same, identical. Isooctane. Any isomer of octane except the normal, straight chain 1, especially 2,2,4-trimethylpentene. Isooctanes. Plural of isooctane. Isooctanol. Alternative form of isooctanol. Isoosmolar. Alternative form of isoosmolar. Isoosmotic. Having the same solute concentration, and therefore the same water potential, frequently construed with wet. Isoabnormal. Alternative form of isabnormal. Isoabnormals. Plural of isoabnormal. Isoabsorption. A feature of the absorption spectra of a mixture of substances that are reacting with each other in that at one frequency, the absorption will remain constant throughout the reaction. Isoabsorptions, plural of isoabsorption. Isoabsorptive, equally absorptive. Isoaccepting, that acts as an isoacceptor. Isoacceptor, any of a group of transfer RNA acceptors that can accept the same amino acid. Isoacceptors, plural of isoacceptor. Isocid, any branched chain fatty acid. Isocids, plural of isocid. Isoctin, any isoform of an actin. Isoctinic, having the same photoelectric or photochemical effect. Isoctins, plural of isoctin. Isodation, the effect of the addition of two or more similar agents. Isoagglutinative, of or relating to isoagglutination. Isoglutenin, a hemagglutinin that causes clumping of the red blood cells of animals of the same species, though not of the individual animal producing it. Isoglutinins, plural of isoglutenin. Isogmaline, an alkaloid, CHN2O2, which is C-epimeric with agmaline. It appears to have greater antifibrillatory activity, an aguiline in the experimental animal. Isolantolactone, the isomer of alantolactone 3-AR4-AS8A-AR9-AR8-amethyl-3-5-dinethylidene 3-A44-A6-7-899-A-octhydrobenzo F1-benzofuran 2-1. Isoldehyde, any branched chain form of an aliphatic aldehyde. Isoldehydes, plural of isoldehyde. Isolcane, any branched chain alkane, but especially one having a methyl group attached to the penultimate carbon atom of the main chain. Isolcanes, plural of isolcane. Isolel, either of several near-identical alleles that can only be distinguished when in combination with another typically mutant allele. Isolels, plural of isolel. Isolella, relating to isolels. Isolergen, any other group of variants of an allergen. Isolergenic, relating to an isolergen. Isolergens, plural of isolergen. Isolate, synonym of isotype. Isolatypes, plural of isolati. Isolatypic, relating to isolatypes. Isoloxazine, misspelling of isoloxazine. Isoloxazine, the tricyclic heterocycle that is the basis of the flavins, any derivative of this compound. Isoloxazines, plural of isoloxazine. Isomethyrin, an isomer of amethyrin. Isometropia, the condition of having equal or nearly equal ametropia in both eyes. Isometropic, having or characterized by isometropia. Isomedone, isomethadone. Isomilic, isomil attributive. Isomenyl, a drug structurally related to methadone with antitussive and anticholinergic effects. Isomil, the organic radical derived from isomyl alcohol, 3-methylbutyl. Isomyl alcohol, an isomer of amyl alcohol, 3-methyl-1-butanol found in trace amounts in wine, used industrially in the preparation of isomyl nitrate. Isomyl nitrite, the ester of isomyl alcohol and nitrous acid, a volatile yellow liquid used as a vasodilator and antidote to cyanide poisoning, used illicitly as a sexual stimulant. Isomyl alcohol, alternative form of isomyl alcohol. Isomylase, an enzyme glycogen 6-alpha-D-glucanohydrolase that catalyzes the hydrolysis of 1,6-alpha-D-glucosidic branch linkages in glycogen, amylopectin, and their beta-limit dextrins. Isomillases, plural of isomillase. Isomalene, trimethylphenylene. Isomalines, plural of isomalene. Isonabase, an isobase of equal upheaval. Isonabases, plural of isonabase. Isondragropholi, an isomer of andrographylide present in Andrographis paniculata. Isonandrosterone, synonym of apiandrosterone. Isonaphol, astragol. Isontagonism, antagonism between same species in a shared environment. Isontagonistic, relating to or exhibiting isontagonism. Isontibodies, plural of isontibody. Isontibody, an antibody produced by an individual against isontigons produced by members of the same species. Isontigon, an immunologically active material, especially a protein or polysaccharide that is present only in some individuals of a particular species, responsible for the formation of antibodies. Isontigenic, relating to isontigons. Isontigons, plural of isontigon. Isopel, an isomer of upiol with EUPAC name 4,7-dimethoxy 5,1-E1-propan 1,0,1,3-benzodioxyl. Isopeptotic, relating to the same stage of apoptosis. Isoporphine, an isomer of a porphine. Isoporphines, plural of isoporphine. Isorcindole, the heterocycle formally derived from isoindole by replacing the nitrogen atom with one or arsenic. Isorcindoles, plural of isorcindole. Isorcinylane, the heterocycle formally derived from isoquinoline by replacing the nitrogen atom with one or arsenic. Isorcinylanes, plural of isorcinylane. Isorthophyllin, a chemical xanthone compound derived from lichens with EUPAC name 2,4,7-trichloro,3,6-dihydroxy 1-methylxanthin 9,1. Isocerone, an isomer of acerone 2,4,5-trimethoxyphenyl 1-propene. Isoscorbate, any salt or ester of isoscorbic acid. Isoscorbates, plural of isoscorbate. Isoscorbic acid, synonym of erythorbic acid. Isosparagen, an isomer of asparagine in which the amino group is in the 3 rather than the 2 position. Isosparaginyl, the univalent radical derived from isosparagine. Isosparaginyls, plural of isosparaginyl. Isospartate, any salts, ester, or peptide residue derived from isospartic acid. Isospartates, plural of isospartate. Isospartyl, the univalent radical derived from isospartic acid. Isospartyls, plural of isospartyl. Isoattenuate, to produce isoattenuation. Isoattenuated, simple past and past participle of isoattenuate. Isoattenuates, third person singular simple present indicative of isoattenuate. Isoattenuating, present participle and gerund of isoattenuate. Isoattenuation, attenuation of an object of interest to the same extent as the background tissue such that it does not show up on an X-ray image. Isozymophil, the locus of the points on the Earth's surface, whose orthodromic initial path with respect to a fixed point is constant. Isozymophils, plural of isozymophil. Isobacteriachlorine, any of a class of chlorines, based on 12, 13, 17, 18 tetrahydro 21H22H morphine, that are isomeric with bacteriochlorine. Isobacteriochlorines. Plural of isobacteriochlorine. Isobar, a line drawn on a map or chart connecting places of equal or constant pressure. Isobarbaline, one of the diastereoisomers of a line being a line. Isobar, dated form of isobar. Isobars, plural of isobar. Isobaric, having the same pressures, masses, or densities. Isobaric heating, the heating of something at constant pressure. Isobaric spin, synonym of isospin. Isobarically, in an isobaric manner at constant pressure. Isobaricity, the condition of being isobaric. Isobarometric, indicating equal barometric pressure. Isobars, plural of isobar. Isodariane, having the same barian number. Isobase, a line drawn on a map or chart connecting places of equal or constant land upheaval or subsidence. Isobases, plural of isobase. Isobath, a line on a map or chart joining places of equal depth of water, a depth contour. Isobathic, of the same depth. Isobaths, plural of isobath. Isobathitherm, an isoline connecting the points on the Earth's surface where a certain temperature is found at the same depth. Isobathitherms, plural of isobathitherm. Isobabachalcone, the prenylated chalcone Tilla-E1,2,4-dihydroxy-3,3-methyl, but 2-enylphene, Il-3,4-hydroxyphene, L-prop-2N-1,1. Isobabachin, the diterpenoid flavone 2,7-hydroxy-2,4-hydroxyphene, Il-8,3-methyl, but 2-enyl-2,3-dihydrochrome 4,1. Isabel, a female given name from Hebrew, variant of Isabel. Isobel, a female given name. Isobac, an isoline connecting points on a map having equal amounts of benthic biomass. Isobens, plural of isoben. Isobenzofuran, the isomer of benzofuran to benzofuran. Isobenzofurans, plural of isobenzofuran. Isobarac, a particular furacalmarin. Isobstic, misspelling of isospestic. Isobifacial, having both sides of a similar structure. Isobiflavonoid, a derivative of a biflavonoid that contains one or two isoflavones. Isobiflavonoids, plural of isobiflavonoid. Isobiflorin, a glycoside HC-glucopyranosylnorgenin present in cloves. Isobilateral, having the flanks of the organ flattened surfaces. Isobioclimate, a line connecting related bioclimates. Isobioclimates, plural of isobioclimate. Isobolar, composed of isobols. Isoboldene, the alkaloid 6-AS2-10-dimethoxy, 6-methyl-5-6-6-A7 tetrahydro-4-H-dibenzodigi-quinoline 1,90-ol. Isobol, a line on an isobologram joining points of equal activity. Isobols, plural of isobol. Isobologram, a diagram showing the varying substrate and inhibitor concentrations that give constant enzyme activity. Isobolograms, plural of isobologram. Isobolograph, alternative form of isobologram. Isobolographic, relating to isobolograms. Isobolographically, by means of isobolography. Isobolographs, Plural of isobolograph. Isobolography, the production of isobolograms. Isobonyal, the isoisomer of Borneol. Isobonyal, plural of isobonyal. Isoboundaries, plural of isoboundary. Isoboundary, an isoelectric boundary between positive and negative charges. Isobromine diene, a drug used to treat gout. Isobarite, an isoline drawn through geographical points at which a given phase of thunderstorm activity occurred simultaneously. Isobronts, plural of isobront. Isobutadiene, synonym of isoprene. Isobutamic, an anesthetic drug. Isobutane, a hydrocarbon, a particular isomer of C4H found in natural gas. Isobutanes, plural of isobutane. Isobutanol, the aliphatic alcohol 2-methyl-1-propanol that is used as a solvent and in organic synthesis. Isobutene, the unsaturated hydrocarbon methylcopene CHC equals CH2 used in the manufacture of polybutene and butyl rubber. Isobutenes, plural of isobutene. Isobutyl, the univalent hydrocarbon radical derived from isobutanol. Isobutylamine, the aliphatic periamine 2-methyl-1-propamine. Isobutylate, misspelling of isobutyrate. Isobutylene, methylpropene, isobutene. Isobutylines, plural of isobutylene. Isobutylmethylxanthine, a certain non-specific inhibitor of phosphodiesterases, which also possesses adenosine antagonist activity. Isobutylphenyl propionic acid, a substance used as an anti-inflammatory painkiller, often shortened to ibuprofen. Isobutyls, plural of isobutyl. Isobutyraldehyde, the aldehyde 2-methylpropanol derived from isobutanol. Isobutyrate, any salt or ester of isobutyric acid. Isobutyrates, plural of isobutyrate. Isobutyric, of or pertaining to isobutyric acid or its derivatives. Isobutyric acid, 2-methylpropanoic acid, CHCH2, an isomer of butyric acid that occurs in parabenes and croton oil. Isobutyronitrol, the mate OCHCH derivative for isobutyric acid isopropyl citrate. Isobutyronitriles, plural of isobutyronitrol. Isocage, an environmentally isolated cage used to contain experimental animals. Isocages, plural of isocage. Isocaloric, having the same calorific value. Isocalorically, in an isocaloric manner. Isocalorific, relating to or producing the same amount of heat. Isocandela, a line joining points that have the same luminous intensity. Isocandelas, plural of isocandela. Isocapacitary, having the same capacity, applied to the problem of finding an extremum for an integral over a space of a specified capacity. Isocapnic, misspelling of isocapnic. Isocapnia, a state of tension ideal-driven dioxide tension aim especially in ideal blood. Isocapnic, maintaining a constant concentration of carbon dioxide in the blood or tissues. Isocapraldehyde, any isomer of capraldehyde, but especially 2-methylpentanol, which is produced by the enzymatic cleavage of cholesterol. Isocaprote, any salt or ester of isocaproic acid. Isocaprotes, plural of isocaproic. Isocaproic, relating to isocaproic acid. Isocaproic acid, 4-methylpentanoic acid, a carboxylic acid of 5 carbons with methyl substitution at the 4th carbon. Isocarbox acid, antidepressant drug CHN3O2. Isocatabase, an isobase of equal substance. Isocatabases, plural of isocatabase. Isocatechin, an isomer of catechin. Isocodamer, misspelling of isocodamer. Isocodamer, either of a pair of restriction enzymes that generate the same unpaired nucleotides in the end of a DNA molecule. Isocodamers, plural of isocodamer. Isocausal, having a common causal relationship. Isocausality, the condition of being isocausal. Isostrength, an isomer of the sesquiterpene cedrian that is used in the fragrance industry. Isocellular, composed of cells of equal size or of similar character. Isocenter, alternative form of isocenter. Isocenters, plural of isocenter. Isocenter, the point through which the central ray of the radiation beam passes. Isocenters, plural of isocenter. Isocentric, relating to an isocenter. Isocentrically, in an isocentric manner or direction. Isospalic, exhibiting or relating to isospholism. Isospholism, a peculiarity in the design of bas relief and also in painting in which the heads of human figures are depicted at the same height from the ground or along a vertical line, regardless of their pose. Isochronic, alternative form of isochronic. Isostain, 2,2,4,4,6,8,8 heptamethylnonane, a highly branched alkene used as a reference in determining the cetane number of diesel. Isochar, a line on a map showing areas that contain plants with the same characteristics. Isocharge, a sequence of ions that have the same charge. Isocharges, plural of isocharge. Isochars, plural of isochar. Isochasm, a line connecting places on the Earth's surface that have the same mean frequency of auroras. Isochasmic, showing isochasms auroral display. Isochasms, plural of isochasm. Isoshyme, an isotherm connecting points on a map with equal mean winter temperature. Isochamal, of or relating to isochymes. Isochaminal, isochamal. Isochamonal, isochamal. Isochymes, plural of isochyme. Isochemical, having constant chemical composition. Isochamal, alternative form of isochamal. Isochymal, isochamal. Isochymals, plural of isochymal. Isocymene, an isochyme. Isochymines, plural of isochyme. Isochlor, an isolene connecting points on a map with the same concentration of chlorine in water. Isochlorogenic acid, the polyphenol 3-E3,3,4-dihydroxyphenyl prop 2-enoyl oxy 1,4,5-trihydroxycyclohexane 1-carboxylic acid. Isochlors, plural of isochlor. Isocolsterine, dated form of isocolsterol. Isocolsterine, dated form of isocolsterol. Isocolsterins, plural of isocolsterin. Isocholesterol, an alcohol, CHO, that is isomeric with cholesterol and fat found in combination with cholesterol and wool fat. Isocolesterols, plural of isocholesterol. Isochore, alternatives, spelling of isochore. Isochore, in general, a place or position with relevant parameters matching other places, as in having the same pressure, chemistry, population, etc. Even within a single discipline, the parameter might vary according to convenience. For example, in physics alone it might refer to velocity, volume, gravity, and many more. Cf. contour. Isopla. Isochores, plural of isochore. Isochoric, having the same volume. Isochoricity, the quality or state of being isochoric. Isocharismatase, misspelling of isocharismatase. Isocharismatase, any enzyme that catalyzes the hydrolysis of isochorismate. Isocharismatases, plural of isocharismatase. Isocharismate, an intermediate in the biosynthesis pathways of insect respiration. Isochores, plural of isochore. Isocratically, misspelling of isocratically. Isocrastic, relating to isocrestism. Isochromane, an isomer of chromine in which the oxygen atom is in the two rather than the one position. Isochromane quinone, any quinone derived from an isochromine. Isochromane quinones, plural of isochromane quinone. Isochromanes, plural of isochromane. Isochromanon, any isomer of a chromanon based on isochromine. Isochromanons, plural of isochromanon. Isochromatic, having the same color or wavelength. Isochromatid, relating to a similar sister chromatid. Isochromatids, plural of isochromatid. Isochrome, synonym of 2-benzopirin. Isochromon, any ketone derived from an isochrome. Isochromons, plural of isochromon. Isochromosomal, relating to an isochromosome. Isochromosome, an abnormal chromosome in which one arm has been lost and replaced with an exact copy of the other arm. Isochromosomes, plural of isochromosome. Isochromis, of the same color. Isochron, a line on a chart linking rock of the same age as determined from isotope ratios. Isochronal, having the same duration. Isochronality, the property of being isochronal. Isochronally, in an isochronal manner. Isochron, an isoline on a map or chart connecting points that have the same value for some time-related variable. Isochrones, plural of isochrone. Isochronic, isochronal. Isochronical, isochronal. Isochronicity, the condition of being isochronic. Isochronize, alternative form of isochronize. Isochronized, simple past and past participle of isochronize. Isochronizes, third person singular simple present indicative of isochronize. Isochronizing, present participle and gerund of isochronize. Isochronism, the state or quality of being asynchronous. Isochronisms, plural of isochronism. Isochronize, to make the motion of a moving body more uniform in rate of rotation or in frequency of vibration. Isochronized, simple past and past participle of isochronized. Isochronizes, third person singular simple present indicative of isochronize. Isochronizing, present participle and gerund of isochronize. Isochronon, a clock designed to keep very accurate time. Isochronons, plural of isochronon. Isochronous, happening at regular intervals. Isochronal, isochronously, in an isochronous manner. Isochrons, plural of isochron. Isochrony, the state of being isochronous. Isochrous, of uniform color, isochromatic. Isochrysine, trivinylene. Isocicutoxin, a toxic chemical from Cicuta with EUPAC name 8Z10E12E heptate 81012 trying 460 114DL. Isocitral, the monoterpenoid aldehyde 3E379 phylocta 316. Isocitrate, any salt or ester of isocitric acid. Isocitrate dehydrogenase, an enzyme that catalyzes the oxidative decarboxylation of isocitrate, producing alpha-cataglutarate and carbon dioxide. Isocitrates, plural of isocitrate. Isocitric, of or pertaining to isocitric acid or its derivatives. Isocitric acid, an isomer of citric acid that is involved in the citric acid cycle. Isoclassite, a hydrated basic calcium phosphate. Isoclass, an isomorphism class. Isoclasses, plural of isoclass. Isoclinal, having equal inclination or magnetic dip. Isoclinally, in an isoclinal manner. Isoclinals, plural of isoclinal. Isocline, a tightly folded syncline or anticline in which the two sides are almost parallel. Isocline, describing two equivalent chains of a crystalline polymer having the same orientation. Isoclines, plural of isocline. Isoclinic, having the same or a constant slope. Isoclinics, plural of isoclinic. Isoclinism, the condition of being isoclinic. Isoclonal, relating to the same type of clone. Isocola, plural of isocolon. Isocolchicide, an isomer of colchicide. Isocolchicides, plural of isocolchicide. Isocolchicine, an isomer of colchicine and 1,2,3,9-tetramethoxy-10-oxo 6,7-dihydro 5-H-benzo a heptalin 7-L-acetamide. Isocolchicinoid, any of a group of compounds related to isocolchicine. Isocolchicinoids, plural of isocolchicinoid. Isocolic, having cola of equal length. Isocolloid, a colloid having the same composition in every holotropic change. Isocolloids, plural of isocolloid. Isocolon, a rhetorical scheme in which parallel elements possess the same number of words or syllables. Isocolon, plural of isocolon. Isoconazole, an azole antifungal drug. Isoconfertic, isopicnic. Isoconfigurational, having the same configuration. Isoconic, describing the same cone. Isoconjugate, having the same pattern of conjugation and the same number of pi bonds. Isoconter, level set, an isolene 2D or isotrophis 3D. Isocontors, plural of isocontour. Isoconversional, relating to isoconversion. Isochoria, the condition of having the pupils of both eyes the same size. Isocortex, the major part of the cerebral cortex. Isocortical, or pertaining to the isocortex. Isocortices, plural of isocortex. Isocortine, the phenolic plant metabolite 6-AS1,2-tetramethoxy 6-methyl-5-6-A7-tetrahydro-4-H-dibenzoate-G-quinoline, the levonon. Isocosts, a curve that represents a combination of various inputs that cost the same. Isocosts, plural of isocost. Isocalmarin, an isomer of calmarin in which the orientation of the lactone is reversed. Isocalmarins, plural of isocalmarin. Isocovariants, isobaryonic covariants. Isocracies, plural of isocracy. Isocracking, a process that uses catalysts to rearrange the existing molecules of heavy fuel oils to remove sulfur and convert low-value fuel oils into higher-yield products such as gasoline. Isocracy, a form of government where all citizens have equal political power. Isocrat, a supporter of isocracy. Isocratic, of or relating to Isocrates Greek, letter 1F30 sigmomicron kappa rho alpha tau eta sigma, 436-338 BC. An ancient Greek rhetorician. Isocratic flow. In liquid chromatography, a mobile phase of constant composition. In contrast to this is the so-called gradient elution, which is a separation where the mobile phase changes its composition during a separation process. Isocratic flows, plural of isocratic flow. Isocratically, in an isocratic manner. Isocrats, plural of isocrat. Isocrinid, any crinoid sea lily of the order Isocrinida. Isocrinids, plural of isocrinin. Isocrimal, relating to isocrimes. Isocrimals, plural of isocrimal. Isocrine, an isolene connecting points on the Earth's surface having the same mean temperature in the coldest month of the year. Isocrimes, plural of isocrime. Isocrimic, relating to isocrimes. Isocryptopine, the tetracyclic heterocycle 5-methyl-5-H-indole-3,2-C-quinoline. Isocryptomarin, the antifungal biflavonoid 6,4,5,7-dihydroxy, 4-oxychrome 2-ylphenoxy, 5-hydroxy, 2,4-hydroxyphenyl 7-methexychrome 4,1 present in Selaginella tamaricina. Isocrystal, a kind of piatic analog of a sheaf. Isocrystalline, of or pertaining to an isocrystal. Isocrystals, plural of isocrystal. Isocubanide, an isometric hexactahedral bronze mineral containing copper, iron, and sulfur. Isocurvature, a condition of constant curvature. Isocurve, an isoperimetric curve. Isocurves, plural of isocurve. Isocyanate, the univalent radical N equals C equals O tautomeric with cyanate and any of its hydrocarbyl derivatives Rn equals C equals O. Isocyanates, plural of isocyanate. Isocyanato, an isocyanate group as a substituent. Isocyanatone, methylisocyanate. Isocyanatos, plural of isocyanato. Isocyanate, what pertaining to isocyanic acid and to its salts, the isocyanates. Isocyanic acid, the unstable compound HN equals C equals O that is metameric with cyanic acid, the imide of carbonic acid. Isocyanide, the isomer HN plus C dash of heterozygous gases HCN. Isocyanide, plural of isocyanide. Isocyanosidates, any ester of general formula C8 N plus H2CO are isomeric with cyanosidy. Isocyanosidates, plural of isocyanosidates. Isocyanumethane, methylisocyanide. Isocyanurate, any salt or ester of isocyanuric acid. Isocyanurates, plural of isocyanurate. Isocyanuric, of or pertaining to cyanuric acid or its derivatives. Isocyanuric acid, fulminic acid. Isocyclic, homocyclic. Isodalbergen, a flavonoid, CHO4, that is a minor component of the heartwood of Dalbergia sisu, used in Chinese medicine. Isodapane, an isolene joining points on a map with the same total transport costs. Isodapanes, plural of isodapane. Isodocene, the sesquiterpene 8As688-imethyl 3-prop 1N2L233A45 8-hexahydro 1H-ethylene. Isodecoder, either of a pair of transfer RNA molecules that share the same anticodon. Isodecoders, plural of isodecoder. Isocell, any of several branched chain isomers of the dicyl radical, but especially 3,5,5-trimethylhexyl. Isocyls, plural of isocyl. Isothermographic, where the relative areas of regions are not proportional to their landmasses, but to their populations. Isodense, evenly or uniformly dense, of the same density as an adjacent object, tissue, etc. Isodensities, plural of isodensity. Isodensity, a region of constant density. Isoderivative, an isochromosome derived from another chromosome. Isoderivatives, plural of isoderivative. Isodesme, describing a compound or crystal in which all bonds have the same strength and normally the same length. Isodesmosine, a lysine derivative found in elastin. Isodesmosines, plural of isodesmosine. Isodiabatic, pertaining to the transmission to or from a body of equal quantities of heat. Isodiametric, having an equal or nearly equal diameter in all directions. Isodiametrical, isodiametric, isodiametrically, in an isodiametric manner. Isodiametricity, the quality of the isodiametric. Isodiazine, any of a class of organic nitrogen compounds related to carbenes whose structure can be represented as R2NN, less or equal R2N equals N dash. Isodiazines, plural of isodiazine. Isocentric, equally dicentric. Isocentricism, the quality of being isocentric, equally dicentric. Isodichotomous, that divides into two equal parts. Isodichroic, equally or constantly dichroic. Isodecan, in the Greek Orthodox Church, a troparion or short anthem sung while the gospel is being carried through the church. Isodechio, of or relating to the Isodictia, a genus of marine demisponges. Isodihydrocarbial, a stereoisomer of dihydrocarbial. Isomorphic, isomorphous, showing isomorphism. Isomorphism, isomorphism between the two forms of two dimorphous substances in which each form of one is isomorphic with a form of the other. Isodimorphous, having the quality of isodimorphism. Isodipeptide, any isopeptide containing two amino acid moieties. Isodipeptides, plural of isodiphthong. Isophasic, having two equal phases. Isorectional, that is aligned in the same direction as another. Isodirectionality, the condition of being isodirectional. Isodisamic, relating to isodismy. Isodisomies, plural of isodismy. Isodismy, the duplication of a single chromosome inherited from one parent. Isodisperse, having particles of the same size. Isodispersion, of or pertaining to constant rates or amounts of dispersion. Isodisplacement, a condition where a specific quantity related to displacement remains constant. Isodisplacements, plural of isodisplacement. Isodistance, a variant of isochrone connecting places that are the same distance from a particular place. Isodistances, plural of isodistance. Isodityrosine, a dimer of tyrosine that is present in plant cell wall glycoprotein. Isodityrosines, plural of isodityrosine. Isodocarbon, an organic compound related to enmine. Isodoma, plural of isodomin. Isodomdin, an entcoronoid diterpene found in Isodon schizokinase var intermedius. Isodomic, relating to or characteristic of isodomin. Isodomin, a form of masonry in which the vertical joint schizokinase var intermedius. Isodomic, relating to or characteristic of isodomin. Isodomin, a form of masonry in which the vertical joint of each course is in the middle of the block beneath. Isodomous, synonym of isodomic. Isodomum, isodomin. Isodon, any flowering plant of the genus Isodon. Isodons, plural of isodon. Isodont, having teeth of equal length. Isodonts, plural of isodont. Isodonty, the condition of being isodont. Isotope, a line of equal Doppler velocity. Isotopes, plural of isotope. Isodose, a line on a map, etc. of equal dose of radiation. Isodoses, plural of isodose. Isodoublet, a group of two particles Isodoublets, plural of isodoublet. Isogerin, an organochlorine insecticide that is an isomer of aldrin. Isodrome, a method of moving a fleet from one formation to another, the direction usually being changed 8 points by means of paths of equal length for each ship. Isodromes, plural of isodrome. Isodrosopterin, a pigment that is an isomer of drosopterin. Isodrosolerm, a line of equal or constant dew point on a graph or chart, such as a weather map. Isodrosothermic, relating to isodrosotherms. Isodrosolerms, plural of isodrosotherm. Isodual, geometrically congruent to its dual. Isodulcet, Ramos. Isodulcite, a white crystalline sugar-like substance obtained by the decomposition of certain glucosides and intermediate in nature between hexacid alcohols dulcite, mannite, etc. and the glucoses. Isoduplication, the joining of two near-identical strands of a broken chromosome. Isoduplications, plural of isoduplication. Isodin, an isolene connecting places at which an equal amount of wind power is available near ground level on average. Isodynamic, having equal strength or force. Isodynamical, isodynamic. Isodynamically, in an isodynamic manner. Isodynamics, plural of isodynamic. Isodynamics, of equal force or size. Isodens, plural of isodin. Isoeccentric, at the center horizontally, but eccentric vertically. Or the converse. Isoeccentrically, in an isoeccentric manner. Isochinulin, one of a family of similar alkaloids derived from aspergillus. Isochinulin has EUPAC name 3Z6 is 3211-dimethyl 2-propen 105-3-methyl-2-buten 1L1H-indol 3-il-methylene 6-methyl-2,5-piperazine. B has an extra double bond and C has an additional epoxide moiety. Isochinulins, plural of isochinulin. Isocho, a line on a map joining points of equal radar reflectivity. Isochos, plural of isocho. Isochogenic, isochoic. Isochogenicity, the condition of being isochogenic. Isochoic, of equal echogenicity. Isochoicity, the condition of being isochoic. Isogenol, an isomer of egenol. Isoeffect, a line on a graph representing identical effects, especially of the effects of radiation on tumors. Isoeffective, of a dose of radiation having the same biological effect. Isoeffectively, in an isoeffective manner. Isoeffects, plural of isoeffect. Isoelastic, exhibiting a constant elasticity. Isoelastically, in an isoelastic manner. Isoelasticity, the quality of being isoelastic. Isoelectric, having equal electric potential or the same number of positive and negative charges. Isoelectric focusing, the electrophoresis of proteins through a pH gradient to locations corresponding to their isoelectric points. Isoelectric point, the pH of a colloidal suspension or of an amphiolite at which the solute does not move in an electrophoretic field, symbol Pi. Isoelectric points, plural of isoelectric point. Isoelectrical, alternative form of isoelectric. Isoelectrically, at equal electric potential. Isoelectricity, synonym of isoelectric focusing. Isoelectrofocalization, isoelectric focalization / focusing. Isoelectrofocalization, alternative form of isoelectrofocalization. Isoelectrofocus, focused by means of isoelectrofocusing. Isoelectrofocusing, isoelectric focusing. Isoelectronic, having the same electronic configuration, although consisting of different elements. Isoelectrophoresis, synonym of electrofocusing. Isoelectrophoretic, relating to isoelectrophoresis. Isolemicin, an isomer of elemicin. Isoelliptic, relating to the same ellipse, or the same elliptic function. Isoliptocene, an isomer of elliptocene 5,11-dimethyl 10-H-burito-3,4-B-carbazole. Isomissive, having the same or constant intensity of emission. Isostilbic. Isoenergetic, having the same or constant energy. Isoenergetically, in an isoenergetic manner. Isoenergic, alternative form of isoenergic. Isoenergy, having constant energy. Isoenhance, to produce isoenhancement. Isoenhance, simple past and past participle of isoenhance. Isoenhancement, the quality of having the same level of enhancement. Isoenhances, third person singular simple present indicative of isonhance. Isonhancing. Present participle and gerund of isonhance. Isonthalp. A line joining points of constant enthalpy. Isonthalper. Having constant enthalpy. Isonthalps. Plural of isonthalp. Isentrope. A region having equal entropy throughout, or a curve joining point of equal entropy. Isentropes. Plural of isentrope. Isentropic. Describing a series of reactions in which each step has the same entropy of activation. Isonzymatic. Of or pertaining to isonzyme. Isonzyme. Any of a group of enzymes that catalyze the same reaction but have structures that are minorly or substantially different and have physical, biochemical, and immunological properties that are minorly or substantially different. Isonzymes. Plural of isonzyme. Isonzymic. Relating to isonzymes. Isonzymology. The study of isonzymes. Isoequilibrium. The state in which the difference between the enthalpy and entropy of reaction is constant. Isorubicide. A particular steroid glycoside. Isoricin. A particular prenylated isoflavonoid found in Melletia pachycarpa. Isoerythrolysis. A form of hemolytic anemia caused by the presence of erythrocyte antibodies. Isoster. The ester of an isocid. Isosters. Plural of isoster. Isostragol. Anatmol. Isotaceous. Belonging to the family Isotaceae. Isodalian. An equivalent of the order Isotales. Isotalians. Plural of isotalian. Isotaurine. A selective beta-2 adrenergic receptor agonist used to treat bronchospasm and asthma. Isothaurine. Alternative form of isotaurine. Isotid. A rosette plant that completes its entire life cycle submerged. Isotids. Plural of isotid. Isoeugenol. A phenylpropanoid that occurs in the essential oils of plants such as ylang-ylang cananga odorata can be synthesized from eugenol and has been used in the manufacture of vanillin. Isoeugenyl. A univalent radical derived from isoeugenol. Isoxytation. Used attributively to describe the wavelength at which the fluorescence of a dye is independent of pH. Isophagamine. The drug aphagestat. Isofmale. Originating from a single wild female. Isofmales. Plural of isofmale. Isoferritin. An isomeric form of ferritin. Isoferritins. Plural of isoferritin. Isoferroplatinum. An isometric hexatetrahedral bright white mineral containing copper, iron, palladium, and platinum. Isoferrulic acid. The isomer of ferulic acid E3-3-hydroxy-4-methoxyphenyl-prop-2-enoic acid. Isofsala. A non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug. Isofield. A region of identical field strength, especially that of a magnetic field. Isofields. Plural of isofield. Isoflavane. 3-phenylchromine or its derivatives. Isoflavane. Any of a certic field. Isofields. Plural of isofield. Isoflavane. 3-phenylchromine or its derivatives. Isoflavane. Any of a certain class of isoflavonoids. Isoflavanes. Plural of isoflavane. Isoflavonoid. Misspelling of isoflavonoid. Isoflavanon. Misspelling of isoflavanon. Isoflavans. plural of isoflavone. Isoflavine, any of a class of isoflavonoids related to isoflavins but with a double bond in ring B. Isoflavines, plural of isoflavine. Isoflavone, any of a class of polyphenolic phytoestrogens found in soybeans and similar plants that may have beneficial health properties. Isoflavones, plural of isoflavone. Isoflavonoid, any compound, isomeric with the flavonoids, derived from 3-phenyl-1,4-benzopyrone. Isoflavonoids, plural of isoflavonoid. Isoflavanol, any isoflavonoid derived from a flavanol. Isoflavanols, plural of isoflavanol. Isoflavanon, any isoflavonoid ketone. Isoflavanons, plural of isoflavanon. Isovor, an isolene on a map that connects areas where a given number of plant taxa can be found, particularly species within a certain genus or family. Isoflurane, isoflurane. Isoflurs, plural of isoflur. Isoflurane, misspelling of isoflurane. Isoflurane, alternative form of isoflurane. Isofluranes, plural of isoflurane. Isoflurin, alternative form of isoflurane. Isofluorophate, disopropylfluorophosphate. Isofluorphate, disopropylfluorophosphate. Isoflupridone, a therapeutic glucocorticoid. Isoflurin, alternative form of isoflurane. Isoflurans, misspelling of isoflurane. Isoflurane, a halogenated ether, 2-chloro-2-difluoromethioxy-1,1,1-trifluoroethane that is used as an inhalation anesthetic. Isoflux, the product obtained by multiplying the flux measurement by the isotopic signature. Isofluxes, plural of isoflux. Isofocus, synonym of isoelectric focusing. Isoform, any of several different forms of the same protein arising from either single nucleotide polymorphisms, differential splicing of mRNA, or post-translational modifications, for example sulfation, glycosylation, etc. Isoformal, relating to isoforms. Isoformic, relating to isoforms. Isoforms, plural of isoform. Isofrequency, describing points or systems having the same frequency. Isofrequential, characteristic of an isofrequency. Isofucosterol, synonym of avonasterol. Isofucoxanthin, a particular carotenoid. Isofunctional, having the same function. Isofunctionality, the condition of being isofunctional. Isofunctionally, in an isofunctional